At a muddy meadow deep within a remote forest, Nie Yan and Tang Yao were arduously working on the same repetitive task. The Lord-class scaled frog was being worn down extremely slowly. It was so slow they felt like an eternity was passing them by as they waited for its health bar to fall by the tiniest of a fraction. Lord-class monsters were formidable to a degree that many players couldn't imagine. With the normal method of hunting mobs, even if there were over several thousand level 10 players, they still wouldn't necessarily be able to kill a level 30 lord. Almost 10 hours later, Nie Yan had exhausted pouch after pouch of smoke powder and the arm Tang Yao used to raise his staff felt like it was about to fall off, but the end was almost in sight. The Lord-class scaled frog had only a sliver of health remaining. Oh my god. We've been at this for almost 10 hours now and this bastard still hasn't croaked. If he doesn't die soon, then I will. Tang Yao wore a bitter expression on his face. It still has 2% left. Come on, we're at the final stretch. When the scaled frog's health had fallen below 20%, it had entered a berserk state and unleashed several large-scale area of effect spells. However, aside from the trees, none of them hit their intended targets. In fact, since the start of the battle, it had never even been able to spot where the enemy was. Hearing Nie Yan's words, Tang Yao accelerated his pace, his heart beating rapidly and his mind focused on only one thing. Let me level. Let me level. Let me level. With a final arcane flame burst, the Lord-class scaled frog finally lost its last bit of health. It let out a mournful croak before collapsing, dyeing the ground in crimson. A gorgeous radiance enveloped Nie Yan and Tang Yao. Ding dong. Ding dong. Nie Yan heard two jingling sounds, signifying that he had leveled up twice. The Lord-class scaled frog gave him enough experience to go from level 14 directly to level 16. As for Tang Yao, since he had contributed the most, he received even more experience and directly rose to level 17. Seeing how much he had leveled, Tang Yao was struck in a daze. Thinking he had misread his own level, he turned to Nie Yan and asked, Nie Yan. Am I really level 17? Yep. Nie Yan faintly smiled before walking over to the scaled frog's corpse. A level 30 Lord-class monster, who knew what sort of items it would drop. After poking around the corpse, he found a ring, some leather armor, a recipe, and 2 gold. The fruits of their labor could be regarded as sizable. To see 2 pieces of equipment drop was quite rare, but then again, the game system would always reward players generously for slaying monsters above their level, especially when felling a higher class monster such as a lord. Nie Yan examined the properties of the ring. Scarlet poison ring, dark gold. Requirements, 120 strength, 160 dexterity. Properties, attack 53 to 57, plus 20% poison damage, poison resistance plus 20, ignore level plus 1. Weight, 0.1 pounds. Restrictions, can be equipped by all factions. It was crafted from a ferrous metal and adorned with a large ruby that emitted a bewitching tint. A ring that was able to raise attack was truly a rare sight indeed. Moreover, it had the ignore level property and increased poison damage and poison resistance as well. Such an accessory was an extremely amazing existence even when the player was level 30. Then again, any piece of equipment dropped from a lord class would never be lacking in any respect, to say nothing of this ring that was dark gold grade. Nie Yan felt it quite a pity that accessories could not be upgraded with fortune gems, otherwise, he would have definitely raised it by at least 5 stages. By having such a ring in his hands at this stage of the game, he was practically defying the heavens. However, with such high stat requirements, it wasn't something an average player under level 30 could hope to equip. Nie Yan glanced at his character information. After recently leveling up to level 16, he gained an additional 2 dexterity from the chapter of freedom, so his dexterity was currently 110. Thanks to the chapter of courage, he also received an additional 2 stat points on top of the 5 that were given every 5 levels. Allocating everything into dexterity, he brought his to a total of 117. However, he was still short by 43 points. When I get back to Kalor, I should go and find a few skill books to raise it some more, he thought. If he could equip the ring, then his attack would reach an even more frightening level. Finished examining the ring, he then shifted his attention to the leather armor. Scarlet scaled leather armor, dark gold. Requirements, level 30. Properties, defense 268 to 272, physical damage minus 10%, resilience plus 32, defense level plus 1. Weight, 27 pounds. Restrictions, thief, can be equipped by all factions. Its properties were pretty good, but with it requiring the player to be level 30, it was useless to him for now. And just like the ring, it was also an item meant for a thief. Tang Yao was out of luck. Finally, he took a look at the recipe that dropped. It was an intermediate mana potion recipe which could only be learned by an intermediate alchemist. What a stroke of luck. Nie Yan fully understood the worth of an intermediate mana potion recipe. It was several hundred times rarer than an intermediate health potion recipe. Due to how difficult it was to obtain, it was incredibly valuable. For mages, their mana bar was like a second health bar, so if it ran out, their lives would be in danger. This was why having a good mana potion was vital. In dungeons, it would allow them to continue dealing damage at a steady pace. Even more so, if an unexpected situation occurred, it could allow them to save a teammate from death. In his past life, the manufacturing costs of an intermediate mana potion was about 1 silver, while it was usually sold for around 60 silver. If there were plenty of materials and ingredients, an intermediate alchemist would be able to produce 15 bottles every hour. By rough estimations, he could easily imagine how much profit this would bring in. The primary ingredient for concocting intermediate mana potions, windletter herb, could be found in any level 1 to 50 map, and they had already started appearing in the marketplace. However, medicinal plants such as the windletter herb grew sporadically. The lower the level of the map, the less likely they were to appear. Oftentimes, the same type of plant would be an ingredient in numerous recipes, so despite not being needed immediately, many large guilds would frequently purchase and stockpile them. Hence, even if a player camped out at the auction house all day, they still wouldn't be able to acquire much. Like many other guilds, since Holy Empire wasn't able to match the behemoth of that was the Starry Night Potion Shop, many of their guild alchemists ended up leaving their ranks, and their consumption of medicinal plants fell accordingly. However, thanks to the deal Nie Yan had negotiated with them, they were able to sell their surplus to his shop. As a result, he was able to acquire vast quantities of medicinal plants every day, which was why he wasn't too worried about lacking ingredients. Besides, it would soon have Ass-Kickers united as a supplier as well. It was a bit unfortunate that intermediate mana potions were currently still out of reach to most players. For the time being, only a few of the more wealthy players would be able to afford them. Even then, they would likely only be used in case of emergencies. Climbing down from the rocky hill, Tang Yao walked over to Nie Yan and handed back the crawler ring before asking, what did it drop? Only thief equipment. Quote ellipsis. Is my luck really that bad today? Tang Yao was left almost speechless. Nonetheless, the type of equipment a field boss would drop was always random, so he could only reluctantly accept this outcome. You've already outleveled most of your gear. I have a few pieces of level 10 mage equipment back at my storage that you can use for the time being. Then, when I have the time, we'll get you a set of level 20 gear, Nie Yan said. If they continued at their current pace, Tang Yao would reach level 20 in no time. After killing the Lord class scaled frog, Nie Yan's PKer status had completely disappeared. In the end, he still wasn't able to find a killer's demonic medallion. He could only sigh in regret and wait for the next time to try again. Wow, red names really do go away pretty quickly when killing scaled frogs. Yeah, it's one of the fastest ways, Nie Yan answered reluctantly. He didn't actually want his red name to disappear just yet. Perhaps, if he had been red for just a little while longer, a medallion would have dropped. Never expecting it to take them 10 hours just to kill a single Lord class monster, Nie Yan and Tang Yao hastily made their way over to the two remaining elites. Considering that elites only spawned once a day, they definitely couldn't let them go to waste. After all, though not as much as a lord, they still gave generous amounts of experience. At this moment, the pair were completely unaware of just how much of an uproar they created among the players when Tang Yao suddenly leapt to level 17. With Heaven Breaker being cleanly knocked out of first place, the forums were booming with discussion. Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, Zhao Li, and a few other friends all received the news, after which Tang Yao's chat was being overrun with messages. Young Sparrow Hawk, how did you suddenly level up so quickly? Too frightening. Level 17 already. Heavens, you're too amazing. Tang Yao, you're so awesome. You actually beat Heaven Breaker. We even thought you guys weren't going to make it today. Who could have known you were going to jump so many levels at once? Quick, go look at the forums. Guo Wai said. Both Nie Yan and Tang Yao opened the forums. The Viridian Empire board was almost exploding with activity as the title of every post was highlighted in bright red. A player suddenly went up 3 levels at once. Is Young Sparrow Hawk a hacker? Is this a bug? The official response from a staff member of the Conviction website was, we've already done an investigation and verified that the player in question has leveled up in a legitimate way. If a player kills a monster above their level, the system will reward them with additional experience. We've also verified that this system is working as intended. The Conviction staff were quite responsive. They would always answer within 5 minutes of a player raising an issue. Below the official response, the commenters were all expressing their amazement and shock. Tang Yao's accomplishment was inconceivable. To level up 3 times at once. Just how much experience was required? Just what kind of monster would you have to kill to suddenly jump from level 14 to level 17? Viridian Empire's most godly player. Leveled 3x at once to destroy Heaven Breaker. A legend is born. The godlike player, Young Sparrow Hawk. A surprise for all players. God Sparrow Hawk has beaten Heaven Breaker. The rest of the threads were all along the same lines. In a short while, Tang Yao was pushed to the forefront and became an instant celebrity. I wonder what their reactions would be if they knew this godly player was still wearing the Fire Chaser set. I bet they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tang Yao sighed as he thought in a self-mocking manner. Even though the Fire Chaser set was by no means bad, it was completely unsuitable for someone of his level. My heavens. Amazing. This is too unbelievable. Guo Wai gasped. Huh, what's up? Did something happen? Just a moment ago, we started receiving more players applying to our guild. And instead of slowing down, it's actually going up. There are so many people applying that I can't even go through all of them. The guild headquarters is packed. There's already several thousand of us in there. Any more, and it's going to collapse. Guo Wai informed excitedly. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect for such a grand occasion to occur. How many members do we have right now? More than 5,000, and that number is still rapidly increasing. Right now, even though we're only accepting players over level 9, we're still getting plenty of people applying. It's going to take me at least a day to go through all of them, and I think 4 or 5 days to get all the guild affairs in order. At the rate we're going, I think, by tomorrow, we'll break through to 10,000 members at the very least. Listening to Guo Wai's description, Nie Yan and Tang Yao could roughly imagine how the situation was going over at their guild headquarters. The guild headquarters was an instanced area given by the system. Starting out, it would be quite modest with only a small courtyard and a very narrow building. Both could be expanded by spending money on upgrading the headquarters rank. The building was designed to fit around 200 people, while the courtyard could hold about 800. Yet, right now, over several thousand players were crowded in there with Guo Wai. We're a success, Tang Yao exclaimed. Nie Yan shook his head before saying in a cool-headed manner, it's still too early to be celebrating. Right now, we don't know how many players from other guilds have infiltrated our ranks. We still need to gradually sift through them, carefully monitoring them, and doing some deeper background checks. If we find these moles, we immediately kick them. As for the other players, it's still hard to say how cohesive we'll be as a guild and how effective we'll be in guild battles. We're at the most critical juncture in our development. We need to take things slowly, step by step. If we go too fast, we might end up tripping and falling over without any way to get back up. Tang Yao and Guo Wai fell silent. They had let their excitement get the better of them. Thankfully, Nie Yan's words were sobering. Find a few more people we can trust to help manage the guild and have them carefully comb through the members. We'll divide our ranks accordingly. The higher level the player and the more contribution they have, the more access we'll give to some of our resources. I'll fill up the treasury as soon as I get back, Nie Yan continued. Yeah, you're right. We got a bit too excited, Guo Wai said. It seemed Nie Yan had grown much wiser than them. You guys aren't in the wrong. Today's occasion is still worth celebrating over. After all, we've finally taken our first step. We might not be comparable to those famous guilds now, but given time, as long as we set about our tasks diligently and gain a strong foothold, we'll still have a chance of expanding much more in the near future. If our members grow over 10,000, our treasury might not be enough, Guo Wai said anxiously. Don't fret, I have a method, Nie Yan replied. For the sake of developing his guild, he would turn to the place that he had always relied on to earn money, the auction house. Last time, after gathering great deal of equipment with petrify resistance equipment and anti-petrify potions, he had sold them for a decent profit. In a few days, a level 10 dungeon called Blazing Ravine would open. It was important because that was where he would be focusing his attention on next. In preparation for its opening, he would start gathering equipment with fire resistance, potions, and so on. There was also the basic flash powder, sheep transformation scrolls, and web scrolls from Trembling Milo's shop to think about. Right now, most players were under level 10, so the market for them was at its peak. Players were finally starting to have some more money in their pockets, so they could actually afford to start buying more expensive things, which meant the timing was right for him to start flooding the marketplace with these items. If the guild was to expand, then the treasury would have to keep up. Not only that, but it had to be better than anyone else's. Nie Yan wasn't simply establishing guild, no, he was setting the foundation for an empire. Nie Yan glanced over his masteries: intermediate marksman, beginner dual wielding, beginner adept hands, beginner dagger, and beginner cloaking. With 3 mastery points to allocate, he raised both dual wielding and adept hands to intermediate and put his final point into beginner cloaking, which increased his cloak stat even further. While equipped with 2 daggers, intermediate dual wielding would now increase his attack by 13 points. Its effects were quite significant. His damage was growing increasingly more powerful. If he was able to equip the Scarlet Poison Ring, then even a tanky fighter would be easily cut down by his blade. Accessories and legendary equipment usually had stat requirements. So long as they were fulfilled, the player would be able to immediately equip them regardless of their level. On the other hand, regular equipment had strict level requirements. Hence, obtaining a defense or attack that vastly exceeded the norm was very difficult. However, though incredibly rare, rings that increased attack or necklaces that increased defense did exist. In fact, they could even be found in the auction house. It was just that on the rare occasion they appeared, they were often excessively expensive. Nie Yan had never stopped thinking about how he was going to get enough dexterity to equip the ring. After all, 160 dexterity wasn't an easy hurdle to overcome. Thief skill books that increased dexterity, for instance, were scarce in the marketplace because players would generally set aside these types of skill books for their acquaintances or friends. Very rarely would they ever be put up for sale. When such a skill book did appear, however, entire auction houses would go into uproar as players entered bidding frenzies to snatch it for themselves. The demand for them was simply too high. Just like how warriors sought skill books that increased strength or how mages sought skill books that increased intelligence, skill books that increased dexterity were highly coveted by thieves. This was why being able to obtain one was simply a matter of luck. Although Sleepy Fox had gladly agreed to finding him a few skill books in the past, they were thief skill books that increased strength. If he had asked for ones that increased dexterity instead, then he would have put Sleepy Fox in an awkward position. With so many thieves in Holy Empire, which one didn't want more dexterity? For what reason should they be given to an outsider like Nie Yan? Even if the guild leader himself personally agreed, the thieves in his guild definitely wouldn't. As for dexterity gems, there was no longer any space because he had already socketed all of his gear with strength gems. For now, 160 dexterity was too difficult of a barrier to cross. Were it not for him gaining more stat points than other players every level and wearing Soulgate's boots that gave him 30 dexterity, his dexterity would have had a hard time even breaking through 100. If he really couldn't find the skill books, then he would simply have to wait until he was higher leveled. We should head back, Nie Yan said. With their guild rapidly expanding by the second, they had plenty of business to attend to. All right, Tang Yao nodded. He also wanted to take a look at what was going on back at their guild headquarters. After channeling their return scrolls, Tang Yao and Nie Yan were enshrouded by a bright radiance before being teleported back to Kalor. Let's check out our headquarters first. Then, I'll set up the guild treasury, Nie Yan suggested. Sure. The pair began walking over to their guild headquarters, which was located in the southeast side of Kalor. It was established there by the system. When creating a guild, the player couldn't choose the location of their guild's headquarters as they were set up in fixed locations. For example, Holy Empires was in the south side of Kalor and Victorious Returns was located in the north. They were usually placed far away from one another. Furthermore, several NPC guards were often stationed at their entrances to keep the peace and prevent conflicts from occurring. To prevent themselves from being recognized, Nie Yan and Tang Yao set their character profiles to private. Before even nearing the entrance, they saw a bustling crowd of people trying to force themselves through the gates to no avail. Players of all classes were gathering from everywhere. Looks like we won't be able to get in, Tang Yao noted with a wry smile. He never thought the entrance to their guild headquarters would be packed with so many people. Who knows how long it would take for such a lively spectacle to calm down. If we can't squeeze in, then forget it. I'll be making a trip to the auction house to start setting up the treasury. Ah, alright. You land Blue Feather and the others sent me a message. They want to head to a level 10 zone to hunt monsters and then give Black Flame Forest a try. I'll go check it out. Plus, I can add them to the guild while I'm there, Tang Yao said. Yulan and her team could be regarded as decent. Even though they couldn't become the main team, as long as they were developed, they were guaranteed to be among the front ranks in the guild. After I finish up my business, I'll meet up with you guys and we can run Black Flame Forest together, Nie Yan said after giving it some thought. Black Flame Forest was still a difficult dungeon to a certain extent, especially for inexperienced players. But with him leading the team, he would at least save them a couple of attempts. I couldn't ask for more. When will you be done? It won't take too long, probably an hour tops. Alright, I'll go farming with them first then. Hopefully, I can find some level 10 equipment during that time. Separating from Tang Yao, Nie Yan's first stop was at the Starry Night Potion Shop where he withdrew 30 gold from the till. While there, he left the intermediate mana potion recipe as well as the other recipes that they found while hunting scaled frogs in the hands of Bird. After which he made his way to Trembling Milo's shop and bought 100 basic flash powders, 50 sheep transformation scrolls, and 50 web scrolls. With his preparations done, he finally arrived at the auction house where he would enact his plan. Every 20 to 30 second interval, he began listing 2 basic flash powders, 1 sheep transformation scroll, and 1 web scroll for auction. At the same time, he opened the window for the equipment section and began browsing the list of items up for sale that reached in the excess of tens of thousands. After filtering them to the quality he desired, he started purchasing equipment en masse. If the piece of equipment was at a suitable price, he would purchase it right away. If it was too expensive, he would skip over to the next item. His bag gradually began filling up with piece after piece of equipment. Aside from the equipment for the treasury, he also snagged any item related with fire resistance and stored it inside his bag. And so, as if it were running water, 30 gold went straight from his pockets down the drain. 10 of that was spent on fire resistance equipment while the remaining 20 was spent on 200 or so pieces of silver grade equipment. Paying 10 silver each on average for silver grade equipment was a little on the expensive side, but their properties made them worth the expense. With regard to today's player base, they were definitely at a quality an ordinary player would drool over. Finished buying what he needed, Nie Yan opened the warehouse manager and began establishing the guild treasury and its rules. All members would be able to deposit medicinal plants, equipment, and money into the treasury. According to the quality of the equipment or the amount of money donated, they would receive 1 to 2 merit points. After accumulating enough contribution, they would be able to withdraw equipment from the treasury. For example, a piece of silver grade thief equipment with strength +7 and dexterity +8 required 200 merit points, and returning it would earn them back 120 merit points. The system worked in a sort of similar way to a bank except a guild treasury was designed to constantly grow, allowing the guild to prosper even more over time. Of course, depositing items and money into the treasury wasn't the only way to earn merit points. Another way to earn them was by doing dungeon runs with the guild. When splitting the spoils of battle, players who didn't obtain a piece of equipment would be rewarded with some merit points. Completing quests assigned by the guild was also another option. In this fashion, as a player contributed more to their guild, they would be able to withdraw progressively better items from the treasury. Piggybacking off the knowledge of those major guilds in his past life, Nie Yan wrote down each rule in detail. After running through them once more, carefully scanning line by line, to ensure no exploitable loopholes existed, he finally declared the guild treasury open. He had sole ownership of the treasury. Hao Cheng, Zhao Li, and Guo Wai were given 1,000 to 2,000 merit points each, while Tang Yao was given a little more at 3,000 to freely distribute as they pleased. Of course, if they felt the amount still wasn't enough, they could simply ask him for more. The guild treasury could be accessed by members at their personal storage as well as at the guild headquarters. With everything settled, Nie Yan sent a message to Guo Wai and the others. Hey, guys, I just finished setting up the treasury. Go take a look. Back at the guild headquarters, Hao Cheng, Guo Wai, and Zhao Li were all heavily preoccupied with handling all of the applications to join the guild. Despite a deluge of members flooding their ranks, the crowd gathering outside their headquarters didn't diminish at all. In fact, it was growing ever larger. After Guo Wai and the others received Nie Yan's message, they opened the guild treasury with eager haste. What awaited them was 200 pieces of silver-grade equipment arranged neatly inside, truly a magnificent sight to behold. There were even 30 pieces of level 10 gold-grade equipment. Lastly, they saw some silver and gold-grade equipment that required the player to be level 20 or 30 to equip. Their cost was staggering, requiring 3,000 merit points or more to acquire. Nie Yan had carefully considered over the matter. Even though adding level 30 equipment into the treasury might seem a little ostentatious, it was no longer a secret that Tang Yao had leveled up through killing monsters above his level. By having them in there, not only was it guaranteed to shake the minds of the ordinary members, it would also thoroughly convince them of the guild's strength. Hao Cheng stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the treasury. The neatly sorted display of equipment truly gave him quite a shock. Not a single one wasn't good in one way or the other. When his gaze eventually fell on the level 30 equipment at the back, he saw an even clearer sign of their strength. Just what did having such equipment right now signify? It would undoubtedly let their members know, as long as they brought their contribution up, while others were still worrying about finding equipment at level 30, they would be able to wear silver and gold-grade equipment. Everybody, please calm down. Guo Wai shouted at the players, who were lining up to be added, at the back. As soon as they and the bustling crowd of players squeezing in from the entrance heard Guo Wai, all of them quieted down in order to hear what he had to say. You've all already seen for yourselves. The guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, Young Sparrow Hawk, is currently the #1 player on the leaderboards. Thanks to that, we've received everyone's enthusiastic support, and for that, we are deeply honored. I know you've all seen many guilds rise and fall. It's a fairly regular occurrence. But I want to assure you that our guild will definitely prosper long into the future. Naturally, various benefits will follow accordingly. I wish for more players to join our ranks, to expand ourselves into a major power that's equal in footing with the likes of Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and Holy Empire. We've already let all our players know, as members of Ass-Kickers United, they may enjoy a 5% discount at the Starry Night Potion. Well, now, I am happy to announce that we've finally established our guild treasury. Everyone, please feel free to take a look. I hope that many more of you strong players will join us in our endeavor. Guo Wai shouted at the top of his lungs. The treasury is set up already. Wow, that's pretty fast. So much silver-grade equipment. They even got a few for level 30s. The numerous new recruits went into an uproar. The silver and gold-grade equipment glistening ever so brightly caused their mouths to water and their eyes to fill with greed. Senior Watchful Snail, can you please tell us what kind of relationship our guild has with the Starry Night Potion shop? Yeah, please tell us. Sorry, everyone. That'll have to remain a secret for a little while longer, Guo Wai replied in a calm and collected manner. He was finally starting to have the bearing of a superior. The news of the treasury opening soon spread like wildfire, sparking another massive surge in new players wishing to join their ranks. Guo Wai, Zhao Li, and Hao Cheng's hands were practically going limp with exhaustion from accepting all the join requests. Even though they were letting anyone who fit the level requirements in, they would have to carefully comb through every one of them in the coming several days to ensure that the entire guild could function smoothly. As such, they still had plenty of work ahead of them. With Guo Wai and the others at the helm, Nie Yan felt he could safely leave guild management to them. As for himself, it would be fine for him to simply focus on leveling and improving his gear. Nirvana Flame, where are you right now? We're already by the entrance of Black Flame Forest. Yaozi, Young Sparrow Hawk is here too. Do you remember Moonchild 1 from last time? She came as well. Everyone's just waiting for you now, Yao Yao sent Nie Yan a message. They were all eagerly looking forward to running a dungeon with him. There's no harm in running it with them. Besides, it'll only take an hour at most, and if we do it on specialist, I can get my hands on some treasure, Nie Yan muttered to himself. Alright, I'll be there in a moment. Nie Yan walked over to the transfer point and teleported over to Tanbedo town. Located somewhere east of Kalor, the town had an ancientness to it with many of its features dating back to the era of shared governance. The carvings on the town wall, after centuries of corrosion from wind and rain, could barely be made out. With dilapidated building and age-old streets that had somehow persisted through the ages, it left players with a feeling that could only be experienced from visiting a historical site. The clothing of the NPC guards here was also quite strange. They had a somewhat ancient air about them too. Wearing short, robed armor and horned metal helmets, they resembled the barbarian warriors of old. As he walked along the main street, he came across a group of around 17 players walking in his direction. Their gear was excellent. He recognized many pieces that could only be found from running Social Valley. He was flabbergasted. If they were already capable of clearing Social Valley, why would they be hanging around here? Some were tall and sturdy while others were slightly built. There were players of every class. However, one trait they all shared was the same air of domineering arrogance that caused Nie Yan to furrow his brows. Just who were these people? Skinny dog, your blade needs to be a bit faster when peeking, a tall elementalist in an ash-gray robe said with a cold smile. His eyes fell on Nie Yan, but it was only a quick glance. No need to worry. At the very least, my dagger is much faster than your staff, a short, scrawny thief replied as he skillfully played with the dagger in his hand. His face was covered with a black cloak that made it hard to make out his appearance. The group of players were chatting and laughing loudly as they walked. When they approached Nie Yan, they sized him up with a quick glance before brushing past. This group of players seemed a little familiar, but their names were all hidden. His memory wasn't so great that he could remember every player that had crossed paths with him in his past. If they didn't possess any particularly notable features, he wouldn't be able to recall their name. He probably didn't have many interactions with these players in his past life. Nie Yan walked out of the town gates. Black Flame Forest was located north of Tanbedo town. That place was a scorched ruin. Everything there was burned as black as soot. Legends told that during the Dark Era, the Black Flame Phoenix, Soros, fell over this place and transformed it into a region of endless black fire that would never be extinguished. After entering the dungeon, players would even be able to spot the massive skeleton belonging to Soros located inside the forest. After burning non-stop for centuries, the place attracted a great number of fire elements who took up residence there, becoming an important dungeon for players in the early levels. Surrounding Black Flame Forest was a vast, rocky wasteland where very few plants could grow. The monsters that inhabited this zone were level 3 kobolds. Just outside the entrance of Black Flame Forest was a vacant piece of land that served as a gathering spot for players to form teams. However, today the place seemed a little desolate. Almost no players were there. It was a little strange. However, Yuland Blue Feather and the others were there waiting by the entrance. Nie Yan walked up to them and greeted them with a smile. Long time no see, everyone. You're finally here. We've been waiting forever. You sure are busy these days, huh? Yao Yao's pursed lips relaxed into a smile. Her beautiful smile would always brighten the mood wherever she went. Boss Nirvana Flame, everyone's been waiting a long time for you to arrive. Nie Yan faintly smiled as he acknowledged them with a slight nod. He also greeted Moonchild, who was standing by Yao Yao's side. Having not seen them for several days, their gear was much improved and their levels were also a lot higher, averaging around level 10. The sole reason they had waited for so long was because they hoped Nie Yan would lead them through this dungeon on specialist. We'll be troubling you to guide us again. Yuland stared at Nie Yan and said in a somewhat troubled tone. She felt guilty for inconveniencing him again. You guys are already part of our guild. So taking you all on a dungeon run should be expected. Nie Yan nodded his head before scanning over the group. Aside from him, there were 19 other players, many of their faces he still recognized. Surprisingly, among them was also Dusk too. Your guild isn't doing anything today. Dusk let out an awkward laugh. No, nothing for today. We do have plans for tomorrow though. I'm just here to mooch for equipment. Since Dusk was currently wearing the guild domain set, and with Medusa's lair already open, his true intention probably wasn't so simple as merely obtaining gear. The most likely scenario was that Sleepy Fox had figured out that Nie Yan was behind Tang Yao establishing a guild, and so he sent Dusk here with the special purpose of investigating. However, he and Nie Yan could be regarded as having some friendship. He was a sensible fellow and knew better than to start a pointless conflict. After all, compared to the other major guilds, he knew a bit more about the cards in Nie Yan's hands. There was the Starry Night potion shop in Nie Yan's mysterious background. He wouldn't rashly ruin their relationship. If anything, there was a chance of seeing a possible alliance between Ass-Kickers united in Holy Empire in the future. I disbanded the team. You can create a new one now, Yuland said. Nie Yan nodded and began sending invites to everyone. Yao Yao has joined your team. Young Sparrow Hawk has joined your team. Nirvana Flame, you're already level 16. So fast, Yao Yao said after receiving quite a shock. Without his consent, Tang Yao didn't dare to tell others, so Yao Yao and the rest had remained completely unaware of Nie Yan's current level. Even though everyone figured it was pretty high by now, they never expected him to be level 16. Why aren't you on the leaderboards? Moonchild slightly knitted her brows as she asked in a puzzled manner. He hid it. That's why he isn't on the leaderboards, Guo Wai answered. Thanks to this, he confirmed his guild leader's suspicions which were the same as his own. It appeared Nie Yan wished to keep a low profile. A thought suddenly popped into the minds of almost everyone present. What if first and second place on the leaderboards were both occupied by members of Ass-Kickers United? What kind of shock would this give to the other guilds? They could hardly imagine. Soon, everyone entered Nie Yan's team. Just like last time, I want everyone to report their relevant stats, Nie Yan ordered. He already knew that Yuland's team met the requirements to enter the dungeon, but just to be on the safe side, he needed to know the individual stats of each team member as well. If it turned out one of them failed to reach the bar, then they definitely couldn't go forward with the run. Everyone would have to be serious when running a dungeon. Otherwise, even the smallest lapse in judgment could lead to their team being wiped. Wiping once might not be a serious setback for a team, but losing 20% of your experience bar was enough to cause any player to feel pain in their heart. Yuland, Bai Kaishui plain boiled water, and the rest all began announcing their stats one after the other: defense, magic power, health, etc. 520 health, 180 defense. 320 health, 158 magic power. After everyone finished, Nie Yan nodded his head. It seemed Yuland and her team had spent a lot of effort in improving their gear, especially Bai Kaishui. Having 520 health and 180 defense at this stage of the game was pretty good. Just as Nie Yan and company were about to set off on their run, a huge group of players emerged from the nearby boulders and began quickly surrounding them from all directions. There were roughly 300 of them. They had completely sealed off any routes that Nie Yan and his team could escape from. Nie Yan's expression turned cold. These players obviously weren't coming with good intentions. What's going on? Nie Yan sank into deep thought after glancing at the group of approaching players. They certainly came well prepared. Their equipment was excellent, and all of them looked to be around level 10. Who are these players? Tang Yao tightly clenched his staff. He sensed that they were hostile. Yuland and her team quickly assumed a battle formation with all the frontliners forming a circular wall. I've met a few of the players over there. They're part of Victorious Return, Dusk whispered as he stood by Nie Yan's side. Nie Yan's gaze fell on the two players taking the lead, a tall elementalist and a slim thief that resembled a monkey. Among them was surprisingly the group of players he had seen earlier in Tanbedo town. We're completely surrounded. They have at least 300 players on their side. Bai Kaishui nervously said. Their team only consisted of 20 players while the other side had over 300, and the equipment they wore wasn't the least bit lacking compared to theirs. The difference in manpower was too large. As soon as the other side acted, their entire team was guaranteed to be wiped out. Worst of all, they weren't inside a dungeon. If they died in a dungeon, they would only lose 20% of their experience bar, plus they wouldn't drop any equipment. However, if they died here, they would drop an entire level and lose a piece of equipment. Who could stay calm in a situation like this? At this moment, Nie Yan suddenly realized that dropping a level and a piece of equipment wasn't the main issue. It was him losing the 2 chapters from the Book of Order in his bag and Tang Yao losing his arcane fairy. Before he was even able to achieve his goal, could it be that everything he worked so painstakingly hard for would come crashing down at this very moment? It was already too late to use a return scroll to escape. These players had already gotten too close. They would be able to cancel it as soon as they began chanting. Hey, skinny dog. There's a saying called, like shooting fish in a barrel. I think this perfectly describes the situation right now. The tall elementalist began laughing wildly. No matter how strong that Nirvana flame is, it won't matter. They're all as good as dead. The thief called Skinny Dog licked the blade of his dagger as he eyed Nie Yan and the others like lambs to the slaughter. They're acting like cornered rats. Kekaki. With only 20 of them, do they really think they stand a chance against us? Skinny Dog mocked. Remember, don't let your subordinates attack first. Just send a couple of people up. We gotta make Nirvana Flame get a red name first. The boss made it clear that he wants that guy to lose all his equipment. Just one piece won't do. No worries, I understand. Skinny Dog began playing with the dagger in his hand. What he loved to do the most was to make others bleed. The feeling of stabbing flesh and blood gushing out was simply the best. These players were aiming for him. Nie Yan stared at the scrawny thief, who was only about 1.5 meters tall, and seemingly recalled there being such a person in his past. Despite not being a shadow dancer himself, that guy had actually managed to kill one. Ranked number 6 in all of Victorious Return, his reputation definitely preceded him. Among the many famous thieves from Nie Yan's past, Skinny Dog was the most brutal and cunning. With his treacherous methods of mounting sneak attacks, he was known for being as annoying to deal with as a giant wad of gum. As soon he found a target, he'd latch on and never let go. Willing to chase an opponent to the ends of the earth if it meant he could kill them, it was precisely such tenacity that had allowed him to hunt down a shadow dancer in the previous timeline. As for the elementalist, he was called Underworld Flame. He couldn't quite seem to remember, but if he recalled correctly, he was a great mage in his past life. Anyhow, since he had a little fame, then his skill couldn't be too lacking either. 5 balls of fire condensed on the tips of Underworld Flame's fingers. Just as you would with a toy, he began playing around with them as they spun and danced above his hand. Now how should we play with them? Underworld Flame's eyes narrowed as he stared at Nie Yan, who was less than 30 meters away. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly tense. I heard that Nirvana Flame is an expert. It'd be such a shame if he was killed just like that. I really wanted to have a go at him, Skinny Dog said with slight regret. Yulan and her team had already gotten into formation, but they didn't dare to rashly act lest the enemy penetrate their defensive line. Under an assault from over 300 players, they would die without leaving so much as their ashes, much less a complete corpse. This was an unavoidable defeat. They were outnumbered 15 to 1. Not even God would be able to save them from their imminent demise. Nie Yan, what are we going to do? Tang Yao anxiously asked. He never thought they would come across such a calamity. This were facing almost certain death. Even if they were stronger, how could they possibly break out of an encirclement of this scale? No matter how amazing the player was, it would still be impossible. The players in front of them weren't like the common fodder that could be seen walking everywhere around the city streets and low-level zones. No, they were Victorious Returns elites. Since they found a chance to surround Nie Yan and Tang Yao, why would they possibly let them get out of this alive? Even individually, Yulan and her team might not be able to go toe-to-toe with the players on the other side. As for Nie Yan and Tang Yao, they could probably take on more than 10 of them by relying on their skill and level advantage, several dozen. Now that would be as hard as scaling the heavens, however, to take on over 100 each. Unless godly equipment sets were to somehow fall out of the sky and land right in front of them, they wouldn't stand a chance. An individual player might be able to outlevel, outskill, or outgear other players, but they would never become invincible. There's far too many of them. Bai Kaishui plain boiled water said as beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Heaven Breaker sure thinks highly of us. These guys are all top-ranking members of Victorious Return. Just 100 would have been enough to deal with us, but he actually sent 3 times that to be safe. I guess our reputation really does precede us, Nie Yan said in an unperturbed manner. As Yao Yao stared at Nie Yan, she couldn't make out the slightest hint of worry in his expression. She couldn't help but admire that about him. In such an abysmal situation, he was still able to keep a cool head. Any and all escape paths were entirely blocked off. It seemed Heaven Breaker really wanted them dead. Nie Yan had never forgotten that Victorious Return was after his head. It was just that he didn't fear them while in the wilderness. Even if over several hundred of their members were chasing after him, he was still confident that he would be able to make his escape. However, he had been too cocky. Today, this wasn't a pursuit but rather an encirclement. Evidently, these Victorious Return members had been lying in ambush for quite a while, waiting for him to take the bait, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to corner him in such a way. His expedition to Black Flame Forest was only a small excursion. Just how did this information leak out? Nie Yan could only think of one possibility. He had been sold out, but by who? Just who could have sold him out? Anyone in his team could be the perpetrator. Tang Yao. Absolutely not. Yao Yao. Based on his understanding of her personality from his past life, that wasn't likely either. So aside from them, Dusk, Yulan, Blue Feather, Bai Kaishui, and the rest were all possible suspects. No one could truly see into the intentions of a person's heart. Regardless of his suspicions, the true blame laid in his own carelessness. He had vastly underestimated what Victorious Return was capable of. He never thought they would be able to bribe Yulan and her team into setting up an ambush like this. Based on his impression of them from his past life, they were all decent people. For him to make such a gross error in judgment, with him changing his own destiny in this life, who knows how this could have affected the people around him. If Heaven Breaker had promised them a reward large enough to sway their hearts, it was quite possible that they would agree to setting up this ambush. Nie Yan coldly swept his gaze over the faces of each member on the team, pausing slightly on Yulan herself before moving on. All of this was merely a suspicion. As of now, he didn't have any conclusive evidence. However, even if it was just a suspicion, he could no longer trust them. He couldn't say for sure whether or not someone here wouldn't suddenly stab him and Tang Yao in the back while they were busy tangling with the members of Victorious Return. If Yulan and her team had truly betrayed him, then he was surrounded by enemies on both sides. In that case, it was useless, no matter how hard he and Tang Yao struggled. Tang Yao, if we don't do anything soon, it looks like we'll be dying here. Prepare to lose your arcane fairy. We're going to make a break for it. If we don't succeed, then we're going to die for sure. Nie Yan sent a whisper. He was also prepared to use Adjudicator of God and Sacrificial Gambit. It was a shame that he would have to delay the quest he'd planned to do with Tang Yao yet again, but if he didn't, then there would no longer be a next time. If today was really going to be the day of his demise, then the least he could do was to give them a proper challenge. He would die while bathing in the blood of his enemies. When he had put that bullet through Cao Shu's head, he had done so with the exact same conviction. Tang Yao paused for a moment. Were they really going to die here? Then, he turned to look at the chubby fairy that only knew how to idiotically blow endless bubbles while floating over his shoulder. He really couldn't bear to see it go away. He had long since gotten used to this blue ball following him around and making blub blub sounds wherever they went, even though it couldn't speak, and was a bit stupid too. It had always been by his side and had never once left. Blub blub blub. The simple-minded little fairy was completely oblivious to its impending fate. Tang Yao felt a sinking feeling in his chest and the tip of his nose sour. He turned to Nie Yan with a sad look on his face and asked, "Is there no other way?" "No, there isn't. We don't have any alternatives. But if your arcane fairy dies, we can just find you a new one." "Tang Yao, what matters is that we both live to take our revenge another day." Nie Yan tightly grasped the grip of his dagger, his expression serious and brooding. "Shit, I've really fallen head first today. But it doesn't matter, in the future, I'll pay you back 10, no, 100-fold for this, Heaven Breaker. Just you wait." Standing by the side, Yulan had noticed Nie Yan glancing over her and her teammates, and she was a little taken aback. Why was his expression so cold, as if it could slay demons and gods? It was a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. Even though she hadn't interacted with him too often, she was still able to roughly determine what kind of person he was. He always wore an amiable smile when with those on his side, and he would only use this sort of icy expression when viewing an enemy. Then, after a moment, it suddenly hit her. He probably suspected that she and her team sold him and Tang Yao out. This notion really wasn't too far-fetched. After all, this group of Victorious Return members didn't just pop out of thin air, they had obviously been here for some time now. How else could they have known he was coming? If he wasn't betrayed, then how could he and Tang Yao possibly fall into Victorious Return's trap? Hence, it was completely within reason for him to suspect them. Yulan pushed down her feeling of being wronged. She wasn't afraid of death, but she absolutely could not allow herself nor her team to be dishonored. In a single breath, she said in a cold and solemn tone, "Everyone in the Blue Feather team, listen up. Nirvana Flame and Young Sparrow Hawk got dragged into this mess because of us. If we hadn't asked them to help with Black Flame Forest, they would have never been surrounded by Victorious Return. Today we've let down the both of them. As a way to make amends, so long as any one of us remains alive, we will protect them while they attempt to break out of this encirclement." No one expected Yulan to suddenly speak out these words at a time like this. Bai Kaishui stared at Yulan, and after a moment, he finally understood what was going on. He scanned over the crowd and yelled, "Do we have cowards in our team?" The rest yelled back in unison, "No." Each one of them was brimming with valor. "Big bro Bai, Captain Yulan, you've seen for yourselves. Since when have any of us been afraid of dying? It's only a level, what's there to fear? Our Blue Feather team might not be the best, but we will never let down our comrades. Today's affair was caused by us calling Nirvana Flame and Young Sparrow Hawk over. So we will bear the full consequences. Show me some courage everyone. Even if we all have to die, we'll still make sure that the both of them get out of here alive." Bai Kaishui shouted. As the main tank of the team, he also held quite a bit of influence over them. They all shouted in unison, "Yeah. Let's go all out." Hearing Yulan and Bai Kaishui's words, the hand Nie Yan used to grip his dagger slightly trembled. As he looked at these teammates who were all prepared to meet their deaths for him, his frigid heart that had long since lost faith in the good of people began feeling a touch of warmth. There was a type of feeling that could only be felt by people who fought and died together. That sentiment was known as camaraderie. It far surpassed level, equipment, and stats, and mattered above else. In battle-crazed alliance, Kill Love had such honor. Even if he was about to face extermination, he would never abandon his comrades. This was also why battle-crazed alliance would never perish, because he had a band of brothers that would pledge their lives for him. Now, there was also such a group of people by his side. Even if they were going to die, they would still preserve their honor by helping him and Tang Yao escape. A flash of guilt appeared in his eyes. Perhaps it was wrong of him to suspect Yulan and her team. Victorious Return might have found out that he was coming here from somewhere else. When he looked at their determined expressions, he started to feel despicable. After going through 2 lives, he had forgotten that sense of honor and unyielding pride. "Moonchild, I'm sorry for getting you involved with this. I shouldn't have invited you to come along with us." Yao Yao tugged at Moonchild's robe and said in a remorseful tone. If she hadn't convinced Moonchild to join, then she wouldn't have gotten caught up in such a dangerous situation. "It's fine, Yao Yao. We're sisters who'd go through the 9 hells for each other," Moonchild said with a gentle smile. Like a calm lily swaying in the wind, she was beautiful and pure. Nie Yan took a deep breath as he began calming his mind. In this state, he would be able to think quickly and clearly. The enemy had many experts on their side. Getting out of their encirclement would be incredibly difficult. It would be best if they could minimize their losses. However, if he couldn't figure out a plan and Yulan's team were exterminated, then he could only go out with a fight. Victorious Return's frontline was slowly approaching, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. Skinny Dog and Underworld Flame were coldly staring at Nie Yan and company. They appeared to be whispering to someone. Back at Victorious Return's guild headquarters, in their conference room of over several hundred seats, all but 2 at the very front were empty. In one of them was Heaven Breaker. The other seated person was Chen Bo, who had previously left Yulan's team in anger after being repeatedly humiliated by Nie Yan and Tang Yao. They were currently watching a live video feed, provided by Skinny Dog and Underworld Flame, of the situation right outside the entrance to Black Flame Forest. Chen Bo's expression was deeply warped as he tightly clenched his fist, his hatred, already seeped deep into the marrow of his bones. Ever since he had been disgraced by Nie Yan in front of Yao Yao and Yulan Blue Feather, he couldn't hope for anything more than to see him die. They're dead for sure. He was relishing in their misfortune as he eagerly watched Nie Yan and company getting surrounded. On the other hand, Heaven Breaker's expression was tranquil. He didn't merely want Nie Yan dead nor for him to simply lose all of his equipment. No, he wanted to crush him so badly that he wouldn't even be able to raise his head again. He didn't believe for a second that the newly created Asskickers United Guild could survive with Nie Yan and Tang Yao taken out of the picture. "This is thanks to the inside line you provided us," Heaven Breaker praised as he lightly sipped on a cup of tea. No, all of this would have never been possible if you hadn't given me the chance," Chen Bo flattered. He knew the person before him was an influential figure in Kalor. "From now on, you can follow us as part of Victorious Return." "Thank you, sir." Chen Bo was wild with joy. As the pair continued watching the feed, they focused their vision on an arcane mage at the rearmost of Yulan's team who started chanting a spell. Soon, clumps of arcane flame gradually converged in the air, all the while going almost completely unnoticed by the rest of the team. So far, everything was going according to Heaven Breaker's plan. Just who are they talking to on the other end? What are they waiting for? Nie Yan couldn't help but wonder. Then, his mind trembled as he began scanning the faces of everyone around him. Finally, his gaze fell on an arcane mage called Banana who wore a pained expression while seemingly whispering to someone in private chat. For Nie Yan, everything suddenly became clear. In truth, most of Yulan's Blue Feather team was probably innocent in this matter, but they couldn't avoid having a dirty traitor appear amidst their ranks. However, to destroy a bond forged from going through life and death struggles together was no trivial matter. Hence, no matter how much such a person struggled internally to justify their actions, after betraying those who held their trust dear, it was nearly impossible to prevent the shame in their heart from showing. They were only caught because Banana was bribed by Victorious Return and colluded with them in setting up this trap. As the arcane fireball formed in his palm, Banana launched it at the Victorious Return members approaching them. Banana, what the hell are you doing? The teammates beside him shouted. In the split second that Banana had cast the spell, Nie Yan tried to disband the team, but just as his finger was about to hit confirm, a loud bang rang in his ears as the arcane fireball struck a Victorious Return member square on. His heart sank. He was still a step too late. Skinny Dog checked the system notification that appeared. Banana has attacked a member of your team. Since the opposing player is part of another team, your team is free to retaliate in self-defense. Duration, 30 minutes. He revealed a sinister grin, then pointed forward and said, kill. A swarm of spells blotted the sky, heading straight for Nie Yan and the others. Since a member of their team had drawn first blood, Nie Yan and his group had no hope of being protected by the system. Bai Kaishui plain boiled water brandished his great sword and slashed Banana, then followed with a flaming slash, killing him instantly. His expression was very unsightly. Never did he think that a friend, who he had spent so much time leveling with, would actually turn traitor. Kill. We're going to open a path for Nirvana Flame and young Sparrow Hawk to escape. Bai Kaishui took the vanguard and charged forward. Soon after, he was followed by the rest of the team. Yulan also bravely charged forward with Nie Yan and Tang Yao in tow. As Victorious Return launched their first wave of magic, nearly 100 spells bombarded the area, creating a spectacular sight to behold. Two of the mages in Yulan's team moved forward to shield Nie Yan and Tang Yao. Bang, bang, bang. After the barrage subsided, the team's numbers were instantly reduced by 5 as the fallen members turned into rays of light which floated up into the sky. Just a few seconds ago, these teammates had been perfectly fine, and yet, almost in an instant, they were turned into unrecognizable corpses. God damn it. Tang Yao angrily cursed as he began shooting out arcane fireballs like crazy. In that moment, all the players around him were able to witness his firepower. Sparks flew everywhere as one of these arcane fireballs struck a Victorious Return member head-on. -438 That player died in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. As Tang Yao's spells exploded across the battlefield, he managed to reduce the number of players on Victorious Return side by 5 as well. In a short while, Tang Yao's name became crimson red. However, lost in his bloodlust, he didn't stop firing. Bai Kaishui was the first to enter the melee. He struck out with a shield bash, knocking an enemy warrior aside, and charged forward. Kill. The little over a dozen remaining players on their side were surrounded by almost 300 enemies. In this situation, even Nie Yan was fired up. If he continued hiding by the sidelines, then he would be letting down these comrades who were staking their lives just to get him out. Adjudicator of God. Nie Yan immediately gained 500 extra maximum health as a feint. Blue shield enveloped him. As a fighter charged at him from the front while 2 nearby mages were chanting their magic, he suddenly exploded forth with power. Sparks danced around his dagger, and he struck forward like a lightning bolt, stabbing at the fighter. Clang. The dagger collided with the fighter's armor, which offered little to no resistance, and a split second later, it pierced through and planted itself deep into the fighter's chest. -540. With an expression of indescribable shock on his face, the fighter saw his health plummet to 0 before he collapsed to the ground. He could have never imagined that Nie Yan would be able to give him in an instant. The chapter of freedom and the chapter of courage. As 2 legendary item fragments, their combined skills were bound to be terrifying. At this stage of the game, they were unrivaled in their capacity for slaughter. The 2 mages behind the now fallen fighter were shocked. They didn't think a thief would be able to so easily break through their front line. They were still in the midst of chanting their spells, and it was already too late for them to cancel. Nie Yan had already dashed forward and struck one of them, an elementalist, with concussive blow, putting them into a dazed state, and then, with vital strike, his dagger flashed across their throat as blood splashed into the air. Assassinate. -189. They didn't even have time to react before dropping dead on the ground. Nie Yan's movements were lightning fast and efficient. After finishing off the elementalist within seconds, he moved on to their companion, an arcane mage, who attempted to flee, but before they could get very far, he struck them in the back of the head with smothering strike, then followed up with backstab and eviscerate, tearing a large hole in their back. Like the elementalist and fighter before, the arcane mage also collapsed to the ground without putting up much of a fight. Not pausing for even a second, he charged into a crowded area and threw down a pouch of intermediate flash powder. Poof! It was almost as if a second sun had appeared right in the middle of the battlefield as blinding rays of light enveloped the surroundings. The strong radiance stabbed into the eyes of about 50 or so Victorious Return members. Dusk also burst into action. No longer caring for the consequences of dying while branded with a red name, he let loose with an arcane flame burst and insta-killed 2 Victorious Return members in quick succession. His damage was also nothing to be scoffed at. A second wave of spells came flying over from Victorious Return's side and killed another 5 members of the team. Now, there were only 9 teammates left, yet none of them so much as slowed for half a breath as they continued to push forward. Kill. Tang Yao frantically shouted. In spite of the danger he would be putting himself into, he chugged down a low-level potion and began chanting Meteor. With the support of a rank 3 arcane fairy, he would only need to spend 3 seconds to cast it. However, in such a hectic battle, he could easily be killed off in these 3 seconds. If he was interrupted, then he'd be done for. Spotting Tang Yao starting the chant for Meteor, Nie Yan retrieved another pouch of intermediate flash powder. Poof! The members of Victorious Return felt scorching pain burn in their eyes as a brilliant flash of light enveloped the battlefield once more. With everybody in the vicinity losing their vision, Tang Yao was able to freely cast Meteor. Soon, wave after wave of meteors began to fall down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. It bombarded the area most concentrated with Victorious Return players. A deluge of damage values floated up into the sky. None of the players caught in the radius of the spell were able to withstand his damage. And before long, 30 players or so collapsed to the ground, all dead, like souls being harvested by the Reaper's scythe. The area was in a complete mess after being scorched black by the barrage of meteors. Back at Victorious Return Guild headquarters, Heaven Breaker's eyelids twitched as he watched this scene unfold from the live video feed. The several dozen players Tang Yao had just killed weren't some ordinary players. No, they were the cream of the crop, some of the finest elites that Victorious Return had to offer. Yet in front of Tang Yao's frightening damage, they were simply pigs to the slaughter. Nie Yan recklessly threw down several more pouches of intermediate flash powder, causing a massive disturbance to the victorious return members in the area. At the same time, his attacks were also ferocious. As he circled round their backs, with a sharp flash of his dagger, an enemy would collapse to the ground every few seconds. None of them had ever encountered a thief with such terrifying damage. After taking down 6 victorious return players, aside from Shadow Dance and Disappear, the rest of his skills were now all on cooldown. Even though a thief's burst damage was astonishing, as soon as they used up all their skills, they were like a tiger without its teeth, a leather-armored target that could be easily taken out. A thief dashed toward Nie Yan with the pommel of their dagger aimed right at his head. Concussive blow. Nie Yan sidestepped the attack, and then, he switched to a reverse grip and plunged his dagger into the thief's back. The thief was left stupefied when his attack missed. A blur passed his eyes, and to his shock, he noticed Nie Yan had already gotten behind him. -180. A damage value floated up above the thief's head. Even if all my attack skills are on cooldown, I'd still have no problem killing you. Bang, bang, bang. 3 spells arrived from the nearby mages and landed on Nie Yan's body. Yet none of them were able to deal any damage because they were nullified by Adjudicator of God's shield. Holy shit, he's immune to magic. Use arrows and crossbow bolts. Warriors, charge at him. Skinny Dog ordered. He never thought Nie Yan would have a skill that made him immune to magic. The thieves with bows and crossbows all took them out before taking aim and firing at Nie Yan. Enduring these attacks, Nie Yan slashed down with his dagger. -250. Another damage value floated up above the thief's head. It was a critical hit. The thief crumpled to the ground. That's the 8th. Nie Yan checked his status bar. His name only turned a deeper shade of red as he killed more players, but now, there were even tinges of violet. However, he didn't have the most severe PKer status. No, that would go to Tang Yao or Dusk, whose names had long since turned violet and were now already turning black. Nie Yan glanced at his team window. Excluding him, there were only 5 teammates left alive: Dusk, Tang Yao, Yao Yao, Moonchild, and Yulan. Since Bai Kaishui had taken up the vanguard, he had eaten up most of the damage, but his health could only hold out for so long, and he had just recently fallen. The remaining 6 of them had little health remaining and were on their last legs. After attracting too much attention from his reckless use of flash powder and daringly charging into enemy lines, even Nie Yan, who had the shield from Adjudicator of God, only had a fifth of his health remaining. Worst of all, there were still over 200 enemies standing. Like an endless tide, they kept pouring in from all sides. Nie Yan quickly made up his mind. If they hoped to survive, then they would have to clear a path by making Tang Yao's arcane fairy self-destruct. Kill. Tang Yao shouted at the top of his lungs. He had never stopped casting magic, and his health was already falling in the double digits. Nie Yan grouped back up with him and wrapped him up with an intermediate combat bandage. +20, +20, +20. After enduring victorious return's assault, Tang Yao's arcane fairy only had a sliver of health remaining. Goodbye, buddy. Tears ran down Tang Yao's eyes. This was his very first familiar. He really couldn't bear to make it self-destruct. Comrades, today, we kill. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out across the battlefield, drawing the attention of everyone present and causing them to pause. In Nie Yan's team, none of the 6 members who were still clinging to life had a name that wasn't branded deeply crimson. For them to die here would represent a serious setback to their progression. All of the equipment they had painstakingly collected piece by piece would fall into enemy hands, to say nothing of the several levels they would lose as well. The effort they had expended since starting this game would also go down the drain. Such an outcome would prove an extremely depressing conclusion to this battle. Nonetheless, it was too late for regrets. Their eyes were already heavily bloodshot as they lost themselves in a murderous frenzy. Nie Yan killed 6 more victorious return players in quick succession, and then, by relying on his sharp instincts and deadly reflexes, he was able to cut down another 5. His name was bright red as if it had been washed in the blood of those he had slain. Among the 6, Nie Yan, Tang Yao, and Dusk were the most terrifying. All of their kill counts were already in the double digits. Nirvana Flame, just hold on a little longer. My boss will be arriving soon with backup. Dusk shouted in the team intercom. He was already giving it his all. Suddenly, a dozen spells arced through the sky and exploded in the area around him, sending him flying. After crashing to the ground, he struggled to no avail as his health bar finally plummeted to 0 before all of the equipment dropped from his body. Will Holy Empire really be coming? A sudden thought popped up in Nie Yan's head. If Holy Empire really did involve themselves with this matter, then it would be tantamount to them breaking off relations with Victorious Return. Would they truly be willing to wade into these turbulent waters? At that moment, a shocking rallying cry came from the far ends of the battlefield, followed by the emergence of 300 players, dressed in mediocre equipment, charging forward from every direction. Violet Berserk Blade, you said it yourself. When we get back, you definitely have to give us merit points. Watchful Snail, you promised us, so don't go back on your word. Rest assured, I stake my honor as a senior officer of the guild. Today, everyone here will become an honorary members of Asskickers United. Long live Violet Berserk Blade. Long live Watchful Snail. Long live Asskickers United. Leave none of those bastards from Victorious Return alive. Charge. Nie Yan originally didn't hold high hopes of receiving any reinforcements whatsoever from their newly established Asskickers United. After all, it was full of new recruits who didn't yet feel any sense of belonging to the guild. So why would they suddenly be willing to put their lives on the line just to save a few people? Even if they were, would they really be willing to offend Victorious Return? What if Asskickers United ended up collapsing in the near future, then what would become of them? Would they be hunted down like dogs, cowering in the shadows? The risk was simply too high. Nevertheless, even though Nie Yan didn't have much faith, thankfully Tang Yao did, contacting Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, and Zhao Li almost as soon as they were surrounded. After being informed of the situation, worry overtook the trio as they hastily gathered a host of players for a rescue mission, promising honorary membership and a certain amount of merit points in return. When a portion of the players at the guild headquarters heard the guild leader was in trouble, and that they would be able to earn membership and merit points by joining a rescue mission to save him, they immediately flocked forward to volunteer. They were hot-blooded youths who still felt a sense of romanticism toward the game, and besides, many of them only wished to join the guild because they disliked the tyranny of Victorious Return. Their levels might not be high, with most of them averaging around level 7 or 8, but they were all full of spirit. Hence, out of the over 6,000 players there, Guo Wai and Hao Cheng managed to bring nearly 300 to their cause. After anxiously rushing over to the battlefield, they charged into battle as soon as they saw Nie Yan and company still barely hanging on. Save the guild leader. Victorious Return, you sons of bitches, I'll kill all of you. Skinny Dog, Underworld Flame, and the other Victorious Return members sneered when they saw this ragtag band of players with mediocre gear. They slaughtered the oncoming players without breaking a sweat and demolished any semblance of a formation they had. Truthfully, this result didn't come as a surprise. The Victorious Return members were all at least level 10 while the reinforcements Guo brought over were only around level 7. It was practically the same as throwing eggs at a brick wall. During their first collision, the reinforcements from Asskickers United lost over 30 players, but those who survived kept pushing forward, disturbing the enemy's formations and rhythm as they displayed the zeal of undying cockroaches. With 6 or 7 of them swarming a single player, they were also able to overwhelm quite a few Victorious Return members, most of whom were mages. Even though they were trading 5, 6, 7 lives or more to take down a single enemy, it was still well worth it. After all, their foes were the elite members of Victorious Return. Losing 2,000 or so ordinary members might not mean anything to a formidable guild such as Victorious Return, but if over 100 of their elites died, then they would have truly been dealt a heavy blow. In fact, this battle illustrated a certain truth in life. Even if someone was a powerful elite, they could still be defeated with numbers. After the reinforcements arrived, the pressure on Nie Yan's group lessened significantly. With Yuland Blue Feather at the lead, Nie Yan in the middle, and Yao Yao, Moonchild, and Tang Yao following from behind, they redoubled their efforts to break through the encirclement. When Skinny Dog and Underworld Flame saw Nie Yan and his group attempting to escape, they anxiously shouted in the team intercom, "Don't let Nirvana Flame and Young Sparrow Hawk escape. Kill them." After which Skinny Dog dashed straight for them. Several spells accompanied by a volley of arrows whizzed past Skinny Dog as they flew in Nie Yan's direction. Nie Yan would be dead if these arrows struck him. And in such a crowded space, he had no hope of effectively evading. He chugged down a basic health potion and resigned himself to his fate. If he had an intermediate health potion, then perhaps he'd be able to safely endure the damage. Regrettably, however, the Starry Night potion shop had yet to produce an alchemist who could conduct them. Yuland Blue Feather suddenly moved to cover his flank. Bang, bang, bang. The slew of arrows and spells bombarded her body. As her corpse was sent flying, her equipment fell to the ground. Nie Yan was surprised. He never expected for Yuland to sacrifice herself to protect him. The group of warriors from the reinforcements bravely charged into enemy lines. Even though they were like ants that could be easily crushed to these members of Victorious Return, they gritted their teeth and pressed forward. As a wave of spells fell over them, 5 of them were instantly turned into rays of light. Finally, Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, and the other reinforcements managed to make their way to Nie Yan and the surviving members. Nirvana Flame, Young Sparrow Hawk, were here. Placing himself in front, Hao Cheng's large frame immediately shielded almost all of Nie Yan. Protect Nirvana Flame and Young Sparrow Hawk. Help them get out of here. For the fledgling guild, Asskickers United, these 2 existences were simply too invaluable. Under the constant barrage of magic, quite a few more of their members fell. Now, only about 80 out of the nearly 300 reinforcements remained. They were all simply too weak. Not even a few moments later, their numbers were yet again reduced to about 60. However, Victorious Return had also suffered disastrous losses with about 150 or so troops still standing. Skinny Dog brought a group of a dozen thieves with him as he rapidly approached Nie Yan and the others in a bid to sneak lethal attacks in from all sides. Die. Skinny Dog swept his dagger across a warrior's throat, then circled behind and stabbed them in the back with eviscerate. Thud. That level 7 warrior collapsed dead on the ground. These thieves were exceptionally fierce, capable of finishing off an opponent within seconds of engaging them. The reinforcements around Nie Yan were dropping like flies. When he and Tang Yao entered the edge of the enemy's encirclement, Yao Yao and Moonchild were able to safely escape while protected by a group of players. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Skinny Dog shouted. A dozen thieves quickly surrounded Nie Yan and Tang Yao. Skinny Dog pounced forward with his dagger stabbing toward Nie Yan's face. Nie Yan tilted his neck to the side and avoided the attack, but Skinny Dog quickly followed up with a backstab. He was already like a dried-up oil lamp. All of his skills were on cooldown, and he only had 120 health remaining. It was impossible for him to match Skinny Dog in this state, so all he could do was dodge to the best of his ability. Not only had those thieves launched deadly sneak attacks, they also once again barred the path forward. Of course, none of that mattered if he was still tangling with Skinny Dog, leaving him incapable of fleeing in the first place. Tang Yao only had around a little over 60 health left while his arcane fairy still had a small sliver. It appeared that at any moment now they would become corpses on the battlefield. Even though he couldn't bear losing his arcane fairy, Tang Yao quickly came to a resolve after seeing how the situation was developing. He brandished his staff and cast Dreadful Howl. Nirvana Flame, I'll send you out of here. As the ear-ringing screech coming out of Tang Yao entered the ears of the surrounding Victorious Return members, they were inflicted with the fear status and couldn't help but begin to disperse. Paladins, Divine Word. Priests, Dispel. As Underworld Flame gave out these orders, the paladins and priests in the rear quickly removed the fear status caused by Tang Yao's Dreadful Howl. Poof. Nie Yan threw down another pouch of intermediate flash powder. The glaring radiance pierced into the eyes of the surrounding players, causing them to temporarily lose vision. Having just cast Divine Word and Dispel, the paladins and priests were temporarily unable to remove the blind status. Dreadful Howl was ineffective in the faces of so many enemy paladins and priests. However, Nie Yan's intermediate flash powder would allow the spell to show its fullest effect. Inflicted with both the fear and blind status, a path outward was immediately opened. Young Sparrow Hawk, we have a chance. Nie Yan shouted upon spotting the opening. Nirvana Flame, go without me. I won't be able to escape. Tang Yao's eyes were completely bloodshot. Even if he made a break for it, the thing near and dear to his heart, his arcane fairy, wouldn't be able to make it out alive. He had given it his best, but in the end, his best just wasn't good enough. As magic rained down from above, he awaited the moment when his arcane fairy would meet its irreversible fate. Kill. Tang Yao shouted with a furious expression. As he ordered his arcane fairy to self-destruct, it began expanding like a balloon, the energy inside rapidly condensing as it drew in mana from its surroundings. Finally, when it reached a critical mass, the giant blue ball gave a slight tremble, boom. All of the stored energy was released in an instant, creating an ear-splitting explosion that swiftly engulfed all of the Victorious Return members in the vicinity. As if a tornado was passing through, the shockwave reached a level of power that could destroy everything in its path. The arcane fairy's self-detonation swept up over 30 Victorious Return players in a flash, disintegrating everything within the explosion's radius. After the battlefield settled down, the arcane fairy vanished into the air and the arcane crystal in Tang Yao's bag gradually lost its shimmer, becoming nothing more than a lifeless rock. Tang Yao brandished his staff with a crazed and murderous glint in his eyes. Seeing his arcane fairy die, he felt as if a hole had been carved out of his heart. Young Sparrow Hawk, let's go. Nie Yan anxiously yelled. Even though 8 of the thieves had died, there were still quite a few left and the fear status inflicted upon them was about to wear off. If they didn't escape now, they would no longer have the chance to. However, lost in grief, Tang Yao didn't listen to Nie Yan's urging. His arcane fairy dying had been too big of a blow to his heart. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to murder all of the bastards who caused its death. The victorious return members still standing were badly frightened by the explosion of the arcane fairy. In the blink of an eye, over 30 of their members had been disintegrated. Skinny Dog and the rest of the surviving thieves awakened from their feared state. After which 2 of them pounced on Tang Yao while the rest dashed toward Nie Yan. Nie Yan didn't have much health or skills left. He could only use Shadow Dance to evade. For Tang Yao, after casting Dreadful Howl and ordering his arcane fairy to self-destruct, all of his offensive spells were now on cooldown. Even though he had plenty of defensive spells at his disposal, they would be useless in getting him out of this predicament. The elite battalion of over 300 victorious return players were thrown into complete disarray. Now, barely a third of their troops remained, scattered about across the battlefield. Suddenly, a massive, dense cloud of fire spread across the sky, creating wisps of flames that rose into the air. It's scorching meteor. Underworld Flame cried out in alarm. As he searched around for the caster, his gaze fell on a mage standing among the piles of rubble in the far distance chanting the magic. The spell truly did live up to its fame. He was able to recognize it instantly as the Templar magic, Scorching Meteor. As for the mage casting it, they seemed a little familiar. If he recalled correctly, this was Cold Maple from Holy Empire. His chest tightened. Why was Holy Empire suddenly entering the fray? Back at Victorious Return Guild headquarters, Heavenbreaker was so infuriated that he could no longer calmly stay seated on his throne as he watched the live video feed. If those reinforcements hadn't arrived, no matter how much stronger Nie Yan and Tang Yao were, they would have still succumbed to death in the end. Even though he was bound to suffer enormous losses, enough to feel as though his heart was bleeding, he only had a single objective in mind, to completely crush the pair. Because he had an inkling of a feeling that they truly posed a threat to him like no other before. Truthfully, even when the reinforcements from Asskickers United arrived, he had still been as steady as Mount Tai. After all, those mediocre forces were nowhere near the level of the elites of his guild. However, with the sudden emergence of Holy Empire, his plans had truly gone awry. Damn it, it's Holy Empire. Heavenbreaker's expression turned hideous. He now regretted not being there to personally lead this operation himself. To lose 300 elites and still not accomplish his objective, such a bitter pill was simply too hard to swallow. Lost in the fervor of battle, Nie Yan and the others didn't expect a new force to jump into the fray. Holy Empire had actually decided to involve themselves. With more reinforcements coming to his aid, Nie Yan felt the tension in his mind easing significantly. I suppose I owe Sleepy Fox a favor this time. When Scorching Meteor appeared, all of the victorious return players were quivering in fear at the might of such a formidable spell. In the face of its frightening damage, even a high health fighter would be unable to endure, to say nothing of squishier classes. As the sky was covered in blazing clouds of fire, the magic energy in the atmosphere stirred restlessly, growing ever stifling and oppressive. Paladins, quickly silence him. Skinny Dog shouted in a panic. He had experienced the might of Templar magic, Elemental Hall magic, and Obscurus magic before. If that holy mage was allowed to successfully cast Scorching Meteor, it would spell disaster for what little remained of his forces. 5 paladins charged toward the pile of rubble and boulders where Cold Maple was standing. But just as they were closing in, a dozen warriors from Holy Empire leapt out from behind the boulders and intercepted them. Each of the warriors sought out a target as they blocked the paladins from advancing. How could they possibly let these players do as they pleased? When they saw their paladins getting intercepted, Skinny Dog and the others' faces fell. Everyone, fall back. Holy Empire, you dogshit-eating bastards. Skinny Dog and the other victorious return members bolted away in a bid to get out of the spell's range. They would have to delay killing Nie Yan and Tang Yao for now. After they were all safe, they could regroup and act from there. After escaping the encirclement, Moonchild was finally free from being obstructed. She cast Lesser Heal on Tang Yao, raising his health by a good amount as a gentle radiance enveloped him, and then followed up with Divine Radiance Shield. Earlier, she didn't receive much damage, but her spells would constantly be silenced by the enemy paladins. With so many silencers focusing their attention on her, she hadn't been able to cast even a single Lesser Heal. She had no idea why they were mainly focusing on her, but perhaps it had to do with Dusk and Tang Yao's resistances being too high, particularly the latter's. With such a large level disparity between them and their target, their silences were pretty much ineffective, hence they threw all their silences on her. Moonchild brought Tang Yao back from the brink of death to being somewhat healthy again, saving his life. Young Sparrow Hawk, quickly escape. Nie Yan anxiously shouted. Scorching Meteor was about to finish casting. If he didn't run now, then he would definitely die. Prior to Holy Empire's emergence, Tang Yao had fired off spells like a madman, but without his rank 3 arcane fairy, his damage had dropped noticeably and his cooldowns and cast times rose back to their original values. Nevertheless, by relying on his level superiority alone, he had still been able to inflict some serious damage. And so, after being caught off guard by the arcane fairy's explosion, the victorious return players were scattered and in disarray, and before they could reorganize and launch a counterattack, several more of them were annihilated by his spells. With that, Tang Yao's kill count had risen to 92. Such a number was enough to terrify anyone on the battlefield. From when he first opened with Meteor to ordering his arcane fairy to self-destruct, he inflicted massive casualties on the enemy's forces. Those he killed weren't ordinary schmucks that could be found off any city street either, no, they were the elites of victorious return. Yet he was picking them off like clay pigeons at a shooting range. After falling on deaf ears for so long, Nie Yan's words finally got through to Tang Yao, and he soon regained some clarity. He absolutely could not afford to die. With how heavy his PKer status was, he'd drop by at least 5 levels if he died now. Fortunately, the arcane fairy's explosion had wiped all of the victorious return members in his immediate vicinity, and adding the threat of Scorching Meteor, there were no longer any enemies trying to prevent Tang Yao from escaping. Tang Yao hastily began running to Moonchild and the others. He'd be done for if he didn't get out of Scorching Meteor's range in time. You still want to leave after killing so many people? Skinny Dog shouted from a distance away. His eyes flared with anger. Among those 92 players who died, how many had been brothers that he'd gone through life and death battles with? As soon as he saw Tang Yao attempting to run, his eyes became bloodshot and he turned around and dashed toward him in a bid to prevent his escape. In spite of the looming danger of Scorching Meteor, he did it all for the sake of avenging his fallen brothers. Noticing Skinny Dog pursuing Tang Yao, Nie Yan turned around to stop him. I'll cover for you. Quickly, run. Nie Yan shouted after Tang Yao. Crushing a basic haste scroll in his hand, he rapidly closed in on Skinny Dog. Tang Yao didn't dare to dally as he began to run for safety. Sadly, a mage was no match for the speed of a thief. Closing the gap in no time, Skinny Dog lunged forward and aimed his dagger at the back of Tang Yao's head. In that instant, Nie Yan leapt forward and intercepted Skinny Dog from the flank. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the daggers clashed together. Skinny Dog wished to prevent Tang Yao from getting away, but now with Nie Yan firmly blocking his path, getting to him was going to be near impossible. Roughly 500 to 600 more Holy Empire players emerged in a nearby open space. The priests from Holy Empire began to cast heal on Tang Yao, causing his health to almost instantly rise back to full. With Adjudicator of God running out just now, Nie Yan stopped tangling with Skinny Dog when he saw Tang Yao had gotten a safe distance away and began to flee himself. Everyone wanted to get out of the immediate range of Scorching Meteor. Nie Yan, Skinny Dog, and the others were near the edge of the spell's range, so they still had a chance of making it out unscathed, but for the many others at the center, all of whom were part of Victorious Return, they didn't have the slightest hope of surviving. After Cold Maple finished chanting the long set of invocation syllables, scorching hot meteors of divine fire began raining down from the sky. As if they would purge the world of everything, the tyrannical flames engulfed the land. Those directly struck by the meteors lost over 200 health in an instant. Collapsing one after the other, several dozen more Victorious Return members died. Just like that, the strike force consisting of 300 elites, tasked with killing Nie Yan and Tang Yao, was reduced to almost nothing. The 10 or so that actually survived had only been able to do so because they were lucky enough to be on the outer skirts when the meteors began falling. Nie Yan, Tang Yao, and Skinny Dog, however, were still within the spell's range. Quickly heal those two over there. Sleepy Fox, who was clad in silver-white armor, shouted as he pointed at Nie Yan and Tang Yao. After hearing Sleepy Fox's command, the over 100 priests on Holy Empire's side began casting their heals. And then, countless rays of gentle light fell on the pair. -270, -290, -260. A string of damage values floated up above their heads as they were baptized in the sea of raging flames, but their health bars were completely stable thanks to being constantly topped up by the endless heals. Over 100 priests were simultaneously healing Nie Yan and Tang Yao. So long as none of the meteors killed them instantly, they would be able to safely get out of this ordeal alive. Having given up all hope, Nie Yan and Tang Yao were caught by surprise when they suddenly pulled away from the Grim Reaper's grasp. Bathed in gentle light, the pair traversed the shower of meteors before eventually managing to safely come out on the other side. Skinny Dog, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. Not long after taking several steps, he let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed on the ground. After surviving that calamity, Nie Yan and Tang Yao felt like they had been given a new lease on life. To run across a field of falling meteors, perhaps there were no others in the world who would dare to attempt such a foolish feat. Yao Yao and Moonchild were gasping for breath as they ran up to the pair. You guys made it out okay. That's great, Yao Yao rejoiced. Phew, that was quite thrilling. Thankfully, you two are alright. Moonchild was still feeling a bit of an adrenaline rush. Hey, thanks for healing me and giving me a shield back there. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago, Tang Yao gratefully said. He had acted too rashly back then by letting the death of his arcane fairy get the better of him. However, when he thought back to its sacrifice, he couldn't help feeling depressed. It's nothing. I know your arcane fairy died, but you can still get another one. So don't feel too down, Moonchild comforted. Tang Yao showed a faint smile, but anyone could tell he was forcing it. Yao Yao stared at Nie Yan and said, Nirvana Flame, you didn't die even in a situation like that. You're too amazing. But UGHH. There's something that's been really bugging me. What are we going to do about our names? They're already so red. I've already killed 5 players. I think I'd have to hunt down about 6,000 ordinary mobs before I can get rid of it. I killed 11, so I'd have hunt down about 20,000. Nie Yan glanced at his status bar and said with a wry laugh. He was truly fortunate to have lived. Thanks to that, he was able to prevent the chapters from the Book of Order from dropping out of his bag. Yao Yao stuck out her tongue. He had killed 11 people all by himself. For a thief, that was a pretty terrifying feat. Ha, let me see. I killed 92. Why what? There's no way. This can't be real. Did the system miscalculate? Tang Yao was given quite a shock when he checked his status bar. However, thinking back to the recent battle, perhaps he really did kill 92 players. He had been lost in his grief and rage, so he couldn't say for sure. However, if that was really the case, then how many months, or even years, would it take for him to get rid of his red name? As for Moonchild, she was much better off. Putting aside the notion of a priest being able to kill anyone, she had been silenced so much that she couldn't even get a proper heal off. As such, she didn't have a red name at all. You can tag along with Tang Yao and I to hunt scaled frogs together then, Nie Yan suggested. At the moment, that was the fastest way to get rid of their PKer statuses. Without my arcane fairy, can we still even kill scaled frogs? Tang Yao asked in a somewhat pessimistic manner. You're level 17, so we should be able to. If it still doesn't work out, then we can just hunt the ordinary ones. It's too bad my arcane fairy died, Tang Yao mocked. From just a moment ago when he was reminded, he had continued feeling sad. When your arcane fairy died, the arcane crystal in your bag didn't disappear, right? It should just be a lump of rock now. Take it out, and let me see if there are any cracks on it. Nie Yan suddenly recalled a story he had heard of from his past life. There was a player who had been able to revive their fallen arcane fairy, but the road they had walked to accomplish this task had been extremely arduous. In the end, their journey led them to Everlasting City where they had found a way to breathe life back into their arcane crystal. Yeah, the crystal is there. Before, it was shiny and glistening, but now, it's completely dim, Tang Yao replied after taking the crystal out of his bag. Right now, the crystal seemed like nothing more than a dull and ordinary mineral without the slightest shimmer of life. He couldn't help but ask, what's this thing useful for? Nie Yan took the crystal from Tang Yao's hands and began examining it. After determining that it was completely intact, he faintly smiled and said, fortunately, it didn't break. Tell me, is there a way? Tang Yao asked, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Nie Yan pondered for a moment, then said, it should be possible, but I can't make any promises. Nie Yan only knew that a player had collected an energized arcane crystal core from Everlasting City and used it to resurrect their arcane fairy. The only problem was that Everlasting City was a level 40 zone. The magic golems there were machine-type monsters that had very high defense and were extremely tough to deal with. Even though Tasoi Village had magic bombs for sale which were especially effective against machine-type monsters, such expensive items weren't something ordinary players could afford. Even he felt hesitant about using them. Nirvana Flame, please tell me how I can resurrect my arcane fairy. I need to know. Tang Yao asked somewhat emotionally. He didn't expect that he'd suddenly see a glimmer of hope in his despair. It won't be possible for the time being. We'll have head to Everlasting City to search for an arcane energized core, but the monsters there are level 40. We're too weak right now, so there's no way we can go there. A level 40 map. Tang Yao was a bit taken aback. How do you know all this? The library and the official website. A quick search on the official forums should get you the answer on how to revive an arcane fairy. Since Nie Yan couldn't exactly reveal himself as a reincarnated person, he pinned everything on the library and the forums. Conviction was true to life in the sense that players would often find themselves growing attached to their familiars after spending every waking moment in the game with them. Hence, when these familiars died, many players would try to employ a method to revive them. However, these methods were often more difficult than obtaining the familiar in the first place. So generally only a few foolhardy and determined players would go on to attempt the arduous task. Even if they couldn't find what they were searching for in the short term, they would still see a shining glimmer of hope, and given enough time, if they still failed to succeed, they would calm down and move on. Tang Yao did a search on the official forums, and indeed, 3 methods came up for reviving an arcane fairy. The first method was using an energized arcane crystal core. As a very rare form of crystal, it had a wide range of applications but was mostly used in manufacturing magic golems. It could be found in level 30 maps or above, but it was exceedingly rare with only a few crystals existing within certain specials maps. The second method was using a revival stone, a stone that could revive any familiar, but it only started dropping from level 60 maps onward. Due to its rarity, a single revival stone was worth far more than an arcane fairy. In fact, it was only worthwhile to use a revival stone on a rank 5 arcane fairy. Anything less would simply be too much of a waste. This was clearly shown in the exchange rate as a single revival stone could be traded for over 100 rank 3 arcane fairies. The third and final method was using a divine wish stone. It was so priceless that there didn't even need to be a discussion on how laughably wasteful it would be to use on an arcane fairy. Of course, these methods were the ones achievable in the Viridian Empire. Other places such as the Spring of Life in the sacred land of the fairies in the Satline Empire, or the mysterious fate items in the land of the undead all had the ability to resurrect arcane fairies and other familiars. Even though there were so many ways available, out of all of them, Nie Yan's was the most reasonable. At the very least, he knew where he could find an energized arcane crystal core laying around. Wait until we level up some more, then I'll help you revive your arcane fairy. Having these words, Nie Yan patted him on the shoulder. Tang Yao felt touched and nodded his head. At that moment, Guo Wai walked up to them. Of the reinforcements he had brought along, only he and 3 others survived. You guys didn't die. That's great, Guo Wai said as his face lit up with joy. It didn't matter how many of their players died as long as Nie Yan and Tang Yao survived, especially the latter. If Tang Yao died, it would be an absolutely devastating blow to their fledgling guild. We were lucky Holy Empire arrived in time to save us, Nie Yan said with a faint smile. You also have connections with people in Holy Empire. Guo Wai asked. He glanced at the Holy Empire troops across from them. They wore excellent gear, with most of them clad in complete sets. Their orderly ranks and solemn atmosphere left him with quite an impression. A top 5 guild in the entire Viridian Empire really was a cut above the rest. As he recalled the mediocre quality of his own reinforcements, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. You could say that. We were saved by them this time, so we owe them a favor, Nie Yan nodded. He then glanced at Guo Wai who seemed a little dejected. Don't mind it too much. We're still a new guild, of course we aren't close to their level. But you know, even if they're well-known and established names, we'll definitely surpass all other major guilds in the future, including Victorious Return, and become the most powerful guild in the Viridian Empire. All right. Guo Wai earnestly nodded his head. He also had great ambitions in his heart. Although Ass-Kickers United was only recently established, they had already created a reputation for themselves and their initial expansion could be considered frighteningly fast. I'm gonna head over and have a chat with the guild leader of Holy Empire. Nie Yan informed Guo Wai, Tang Yao, and the others. After which Nie Yan walked over to where Sleepy Fox was standing. As he drew closer, he waved his hand and greeted, I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't appeared in time, my friends and I would have definitely died here today. It's nothing, Sleepy Fox replied with a light smile. Although Sleepy Fox seemed relaxed on the surface, he was actually deeply worried. How he was going to handle relations between his own guild and Victorious Return was a top priority at the moment. Were they to completely fall out with Victorious Return, then the ramifications would be inconceivable. If Victorious Return started an all-out war with them with no regard for the consequences, then the losses for both guilds would be equally disastrous. However, having taken all of this into consideration, he had still chosen to help Nie Yan. Firstly, even if Victorious Return held grievances with Holy Empire over this matter, their guild leader, Heaven Breaker, wouldn't likely take it so far where the two guilds would diametrically oppose one another. After all, this wouldn't benefit either of them. Secondly, Nie Yan most likely had a mysterious backer supporting him. Add on the Starry Night Potion Shop, he was definitely worth roping in. Lastly, whether it be dungeoneering, level, or personal ability, Nie Yan was amazingly talented in all respects. If it weren't for these last 2 points, he would have never braved the dangers of incurring Heaven Breaker's wrath for the sake of saving Nie Yan. After giving it a little thought, Nie Yan also roughly understood what led to Sleepy Fox's decision. Everyone here was intelligent, so there was no need for him to lay the facts bare. Regardless of intentions, Sleepy Fox had saved his life, that was without a doubt, so he owed him a favor. There was no such thing as eternal allies, only eternal interests. He and Sleepy Fox already had a favorable foundation for cooperation. For him and his fledgling guild, having Holy Empire as an ally was extremely advantageous. When Guo Wai, Tang Yao, and others saw Nie Yan laughing and chatting with Sleepy Fox, they were all quite amazed. The person he was talking to was the very guild leader of Holy Empire. In all of Kalor and even in the entire Viridian Empire, he was a figure who could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Was this really the Nie Yan they all knew? Guo Wai, Tang Yao, and the rest now felt Nie Yan was suddenly deeply wreathed in mystery. What are you guys going to do about your red names? Sleepy Fox asked. He couldn't help glancing over at Tang Yao in the distance. A player that held the number 1 position on the level leaderboards, to say nothing of the sheer number of Victorious Returns elites they had slain, how could such a figure not attract his interest? The Holy Empire players behind Sleepy Fox also look over at Tang Yao and began commenting in hushed tones. Look at his name. It's so red, it's pretty much black. Say, how many people do you think he killed? I'm not sure, I'd say at least 30. It's hard to estimate. In the eyes of these players, Tang Yao was equal to a god or a figure of legends. Little did they know that he was simply a vulgar, lecherous fatty who hated doing any kind of work. Of course we plan to get rid of it by hunting mobs, but it's probably going to take quite a while, Nie Yan replied. You guys will have to be careful while in the wilderness. We can't say for sure Heaven Breaker won't keep on coming after you. Don't worry. After this run-in, we'll be a lot more careful. Besides, they wouldn't be hunting mobs in low-level zones, so there was no real need to fear Victorious Return catching them off guard again. That's good then. You should worry more about how you're going to deal with the fallout. I doubt Heavenbreaker will simply forgive you guys for involving yourselves with this. It might even be the trigger for a large-scale guild war. I'm not too worried about that. Heavenbreaker might act like a tyrant, but he does have some rationality. Victorious Return might be big, but there's nothing they can do to my guild, Sleepy Fox answered. He had confidence in the strength of his own guild. He then hesitated for a moment but eventually spoke up. I have a request for you. Speak. What is it? I'd like to custom order a few high-level concoctions from the Starry Night Potion Shop, Sleepy Fox said. He actually felt quite embarrassed. Even though Holy Empire was considered a major guild, it actually didn't have many alchemists. They were simply too difficult to nurture, and more importantly, very few were willing to join their guild. After all, an alchemist's role in a guild was basically no different than a full-time nanny's. This put Holy Empire in a predicament. Buying concoctions from the auction house was too expensive, and the Starry Night Potion Shop held dominance over more than half of the market in Kalor. Even if they were a major guild, in the end, they could only succumb to the pressure. Nie Yan was in a pretty good mood. Bird's business tactics were extremely effective. He had allowed Bird to flaunt their wealth by undercutting all other shops. From his memory, he had basically poached every notable alchemist in the empire. Out of the 10 most famous alchemists in the Viridian Empire in his past life, 8 of them were in the Starry Night Potion Shop, while of the remaining 2, one was in Victorious Return and the other was in Radiant Sacred Flame. Those 2 alchemists were simply too devoted. No matter how much he enticed, they still wouldn't budge. Nonetheless, there were already 2 alchemists in the Starry Night Potion Shop that had advanced to intermediate rank. There were even more that broke through to junior alchemists at about 160. As for apprentice alchemists, they had well over 500. Every day, they would rake in massive amounts of money for the shop. Right now, Holy Empire's daily expenditure of potions, pills, and other concoctions was mostly provided for by the Starry Night Potion Shop. The amount that came from their own in-house alchemists was almost insignificant. Even though they were putting in all their effort, nurturing an alchemist was an extremely costly and time-consuming affair. Moreover, many alchemists lacked talent and often ended up using enormous amount of resources without showing any results. I'd like a few batches of Cure Charm potions. It requires an intermediate alchemist to manufacture. I've heard the Starry Night Potion Shop already has 2 alchemists at that rank, Sleepy Fox said. Cure Charm potions. Are you guys preparing to clear the Succubus Den? Nie Yan narrowed his eyes. Holy Empire was quite ambitious. The Succubus Den was a large level 15 map. The administrator of Kalor had issued a large-scale guild quest to investigate this place in search of the Amnesiac's brain. Generally, 2,000 level 15 players was the recommended number to attempt this quest, but with great difficulty also came great rewards as the guild's grade would be promoted upon completion. If Holy Empire became a grade 2 guild, their status in Kalor would increase, and even more guild quests would become available to them in the future. Furthermore, they would also attract more expert players to their ranks, allowing their strength to rise to another level. Holy Empire was constantly suppressed by Victorious Return, but if they were able to complete this quest, they would leap over them and take the position of top dog in Kalor, which they could then attempt to gradually consolidate. However, all of this was only possible under the assumption that they were able to amass enough Cure Charm potions. A trip to the Succubus Den needed at least 30 bottles, but naturally, since that was only the minimum requirement, a guild would generally prepare a little more. A Cure Charm potion recipe was an intermediate alchemy recipe. Even when working together, it would take 2 intermediate alchemists at least an entire day to concoct that many potions. Since intermediate alchemists were such a scarce resource at the current stage of the game, Sleepy Fox could only turn to Nie Yan for help. Him not hesitating to save Nie Yan and risk a potential falling out with Victorious Return was also potentially due to this reason. As Holy Empire's guild leader, Sleepy Fox would always act based on the guild's interests. If it didn't benefit the guild, then he absolutely wouldn't do it. Do you have a Cure Charm potion recipe? Nie Yan asked. If Sleepy Fox didn't even have the recipe, then he was powerless to help. We have 2 Cure Charm potion recipes, and we can also provide the ingredients required to concoct the potions. I'd like to request a batch of 50 potions. Afterward, we can pay you 3 gold in labor fees, Sleepy Fox replied. The price he offered was fairly generous, an indication of just how important this quest was to him. After the batch of potions was ready and their other preparations were completed, they should also have enough players at the right level to attempt this quest. Nie Yan gave it some thought. If it was like this, then his 2 intermediate alchemists would make quite a killing. With recipes and ingredients already provided for, they'd get to improve their proficiency in alchemy while also receiving a cut of the 3 gold in commission. This was already quite generous. At the same time, him helping Holy Empire was basically the same as helping himself because when Holy Empire toppled Victorious Return, the latter would definitely focus all their energy on taking back their position. In this way, Ass-Kickers United could freely expand their own influence. Nie Yan stood in silence, pondering over the matter. While facing him on the other side, Sleepy Fox actually believed he was contacting the Starry Night Potion Shop. Then the deal is set. Just send the recipes, ingredients, and whatever else to the Starry Night Potion Shop, Nie Yan finally said to Sleepy Fox. With the deal being finalized, Sleepy Fox couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, the project he had been planning for so long could finally start being carried out. He faced Nie Yan and said, then our next step is seeing you guys off. You all have red names, so you can't return to town, and this area is filled with Victorious Return players. So if you guys try to leave by yourselves, you'll definitely get surrounded again. Alright, then we'll be troubling you guys. While you guys are hunting mobs in the wilderness to clear your red names, message me if you need any supplies. I'll immediately send a person over to your coordinates, Sleepy Fox said. All in all, he was being quite considerate. Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox had to consider their own interests above all else, so it was unavoidable that they also schemed against each other. Perhaps if the both had some free time and were free of their commitments, then they could become good friends in private. Nie Yan turned around and called Tang Yao and the others over, we're leaving. Let's get rid of our red names first, then think about what we'll do after. Guo Wai and the other survivors would be returning to the city first. Guo Wai walked up to Nie Yan and said with a mysterious smile, there'll be a nice surprise waiting for you guys tomorrow. Nie Yan also specifically instructed Guo Wai that the over 200 players that had come to rescue him and Tang Yao, regardless of their intentions, whether it be loyalty or for their own benefit, would be given ample rewards. This would let all the members of their guild know that as long as they exerted themselves for the guild would generously reward them for their efforts. He had Tang Yao give all of the reinforcements 50 merit points each. For those that reached level 10, they could even earn an additional 100 merit points. The players had already done the calculations. In Ass Kickers United, 50 merit points was the equivalent of 2.5 silver. This was already quite an amazing reward. 2.5 silver could purchase several pieces of first-rate bronze grade equipment. It could even purchase 1 or 2 pieces of slightly inferior silver grade equipment. For the average level 7 to 8 player, if they tallied up all their money, it would already be amazing for them to come up with 1 or 2 silver, considering many of them were usually in debt. Of course, 50 merit points wasn't the only reward. Guo had already recorded down the names of all the players that participated in the rescue mission. In the future, when the guild was giving out benefits, they would be the lucky ones to receive additional rewards. Those that had died in the battle all received a message that the guild leader, Young Sparrow Hawk, had rewarded them with 50 guild contribution points. And when they glimpsed at the level leaderboard, they noticed Tang Yao was still at the very top of the standings, leaving all of them stunned as to how he managed to stay alive through the seemingly fatal entrapment. This feat only built on their existing admiration of Tang Yao, which was further intensified when they recalled him giving victorious return players each time he fired off a spell. It was simply amazing. As the players passed down their recollections of the event to each other, they practically elevated Tang Yao to the status of a god. At the same time, among the ones that didn't go, upon hearing the stories and seeing the 50 merit points that were given as a reward, they couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. To those many level 7 to 8 players, even if they died and dropped a level and a piece of equipment, they would probably only be losing about 1 silver at most. Currently, some players had already accumulated enough contribution and took out silver grade equipment from the guild treasury to wear. The vast majority of players were wearing white grade equipment, having bronze grade equipment was decent, and owning even a single piece of silver grade equipment was enough to make many players endlessly envious. Under Guo and Hao Cheng's leadership, their clash with Victorious Return didn't have too much of a negative influence on their guild members. Add on the fact that Tang Yao didn't die, still holding firmly onto the number 1 spot on the leaderboards, many of the members were actually in admiration of them. Against 300 Victorious Return elites, they were able to wipe out nearly all of the enemies and still managed to escape unscathed from the battlefield. Tang Yao was practically a god. Earlier, the players joining the guild were mostly lower leveled, but now, some of the high-level players were also starting to apply. They were flocking over after hearing of Tang Yao's feats. Guo had also already edited together all the videos from different perspectives of Tang Yao recklessly massacring the players of Victorious Return, and then, he shared it on the official forums. Thanks to this, many eye-catching titles popped up such as, Killing 100 Players, featuring God Sparrow Hawk, 1 vs. 100, God Sparrow Hawk still didn't lose, Ass Kickers United and Victorious Returns Elites battle, and so on. Very rapidly, it garnered a ton of player interest. Probably by tomorrow, the forum moderators would be overwhelmed by the flood of discussions. This video basically pushed Tang Yao's popularity to an all-new peak. It could even be said that it had helped Ass Kickers United as a whole to become even more famous. Since they had already been targeted by Victorious Return, Ass Kickers United could no longer sit idly by and continue slowly developing on the sidelines. Otherwise, they would inevitably end up crushed by their enemy. So they needed to implement an extreme method to give them a huge boost in their expansion. Just when Sleepy Fox and his troops were about to escort Nie Yan, Tang Yao, and the others away, a player who had been placed on lookout duty suddenly sent a message, "Boss, I've spotted a massive group of Victorious Return players coming from the east." "How many are there?" Sleepy Fox asked while furrowing his brows. "At least 5,000. Did something happen?" Nie Yan asked after seeing Sleepy Fox's grave expression. "Another group of Victorious Return players are marching over here. They really do seem to think highly of you. They've brought at least 5,000 members this time." Sleepy Fox glanced at Nie Yan and replied. He felt a bit puzzled. Just what could Nie Yan and Tang Yao have done for Victorious Return to go to such lengths? As Sleepy Fox brooded over this question, he suddenly figured it out, and his expression instantly turned into a sneer. With how the situation had developed so far, Heaven Breaker probably wasn't merely leading these 5,000 troops to take care of Nie Yan and Tang Yao, it was also for the sake of teaching him a lesson. 5,000 players. That's going to be a little tough to handle. You guys only have around 600, Nie Yan said with a faint smile. We only landed in this difficult situation because we came here to save you. Yet here you are gloating over our misfortune. Well, with so many Victorious Return players appearing, I'm afraid this time they aren't here to simply deal with young Sparrow Hawk and I. You know, it really is unpleasant sometimes, chatting with someone who's too smart for their own good, Sleepy Fox replied with a wry smile. So, what are you planning to do about this? If Sleepy Fox handed them over now, then Holy Empire's reputation would suffer a huge blow. Whether it was for the sake of preserving face or their future cooperation, he definitely had to protect Nie Yan and Tang Yao. Ying Gangbai, call for reinforcements. Sleepy Fox then sent a message through the guild chat, calling for all members level 10 and higher to come to Black Flame Forest near Tanbedo town. In Solento Ravine, a group of over 30 level 10 to 11 players were in the middle of grinding mobs when they suddenly received the order to mobilize from Sleepy Fox. The boss is about to battle Victorious Return. Wrap everything up, we're going. Damn, it's those Victorious Return bastards. The boss is finally going to teach those brats from Victorious Return a lesson. Let's massacre them till they need barrels and suspenders to get around. None of the players in the group voiced any objections. They all retrieved their return scrolls, and after teleporting back to the city, they hurried through the transfer point to Tanbedo town. Violet Dream Forest, Gloom Gull, Vast Prairie, Holy Empire members from everywhere, after receiving Sleepy Fox call to arms, immediately took out their return scrolls and returned to the city. Seemingly all of them were heading in the same destination as more and more emerged out of Tanbedo town's transfer point, causing the whole area to be crowded with Holy Empire players. The number of players gathered here didn't merely amount to 5,000. Sleepy Fox wasn't willing to back down and look weaker, so he had called over even more players than Heaven Breaker had. What's going on? Why are there so many Holy Empire players gathering at Tanbedo town? Apparently, Victorious Return and Holy Empire are having a dispute. Heaven Breaker brought a large group of players to surround Sleepy Fox. In response, Sleepy Fox summoned almost all of Holy Empire's main force. This time a good show is about to play out. Victorious Return was the top dog in Kalor while Holy Empire was right behind them. If both sides had a frontal clash, the outcome would truly be hard to predict. A lot of unnecessary conflict could be avoided if Holy Empire were able to simply escort Nie Yan and Tang Yao out of the map, lest their presence be the fuse to ignite a feud with Victorious Return, but that just wasn't possible with so many enemy scouts lurking around. It was quite likely that as soon as they attempted to bring the pair out, they'd be intercepted midway since their bright red names made them too conspicuous in this barren, rocky landscape. Boss, we've collected over 80 pieces of equipment. Most of them are pretty good quality, a Holy Empire player approached Sleepy Fox and informed. There should have been 300 pieces dropped, but he figured the victorious return players had managed to recover quite a few, hence why only 80 or so pieces remained. In fact, there had actually been more equipment with even better properties left on the ground, but they were all collected by Guo Wai and the others. Shortly after their group returned to Kalor, Nie Yan had received a system message that Guo Wai had deposited 30 or so pieces of equipment into the guild treasury. They had acted covertly, so the players from Holy Empire were probably wholly unaware. After a moment of silence, Sleepy Fox looked to Nie Yan and asked, "How do you think we should handle these drops?" This equipment, all of which had once belonged to Victorious Returns elites, was akin to a big slab of tantalizing, juicy meat. A pity that his guild hadn't done enough to justify taking it all for themselves, since Holy Empire only arrived in time to finish off the stragglers, which amounted to about 10% of Victorious Returns' total force. Of course, his guild could simply choose to swallow everything, but when all was said and done, they'd still be slighting the other party, an act that could damage the cooperation of both sides down the line. Unable to come to a decision, Sleepy Fox threw the ball in Nie Yan's court. "Let's take half each. We'll divide it up according to properties. A portion of the equipment came from my team members, so I have to do my best to help them get it back," Nie Yan replied. If Holy Empire received the short end of the stick, then Sleepy Fox probably wouldn't be satisfied. After all, he had saved their lives. Nevertheless, the vast majority of the equipment was indeed obtained through their efforts, so if it was divided up evenly, Sleepy Fox wouldn't have any grounds to object, and that was ignoring the almost certain possibility that he had taken advantage of the situation to fill his own pockets first. As for whether they truly did only find 80 pieces of equipment lying on the ground, Nie Yan had no way of knowing. Sleepy Fox nodded his head and said, "Then, we'll do as you suggested." After which, he had his subordinate hand over 40 pieces of equipment to Nie Yan. Dividing equipment was the easiest time for disputes to arise. Fortunately, Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox were players who didn't lack money. The former was the owner of the Starry Night Potion Shop while the latter was the guild leader of a major guild. Neither of them could be bothered to fuss over a few pieces of equipment. Nie Yan planned to pad the guild treasury with this equipment. It required constant investment for them to truly succeed. Take, for example, a major guild like Holy Empire. Their treasury was still far from being enough even after putting at least 100 gold into it. He still had a long road ahead of him since Askikers United's treasury had only recently started being built up. Heaven Breaker won't do anything too rash, Sleepy Fox said after thinking for a bit. Both guilds would come into conflict sooner or later, but it was still too early right now. If they did clash, it would only end up benefiting others. Soon, the 5,000 troops from Victorious Return arrived. The dense crowd of players headed by their guild leader, Heaven Breaker, formed a crescent formation, then gradually began surrounding Sleepy Fox group. Tang Yao stared in shock as this vast crowd closed in on them, appearing as if they could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Now this was truly a guild. When thousands of players gathered together, just how much power would they be able to burst out with? He suddenly recalled Nie Yan's previous words. A single player really was insignificant in the face of a guild. Nie Yan, tell me, will our guild be like them in the future, gathering tens of thousands of players with just a single call? Tang Yao's eyes flashed with a strange light. Definitely, sooner or later, there'll be a day when we're even more powerful than them, Nie Yan seriously replied. When that day comes, I'll be able to step on whoever I want to. If an eyesore appears, I can just call over 10,000 little brothers to directly crush them. Then, we'll see if they still dare to act arrogant again. Quote ellipsis. You really need to grow up a little. Nie Yan was momentarily left speechless before breaking into laughter. Heaven Breaker, I trust you've been well since we last met, Sleepy Fox greeted with a smile, acting as if the tension between the two groups didn't exist. On the other hand, Heaven Breaker was in no mood to engage in idle banter with Sleepy Fox. He swept his gaze over Holy Empire's ranks and spotted Nie Yan and Tang Yao among them, then said in a cold voice, those two killed too many of my subordinates. Hand them over, and there'll be no trouble. If not, I don't mind getting into a full-blown guild war with you. Sleepy Fox still wore a smiling expression, but his eyes flashed with an almost undetectable glimmer. Sorry, but no. They're under my protection, so I won't be handing them over. Heaven Breaker, you're welcome to do whatever you like. Just know that my Holy Empire isn't afraid of going to war with you. Even though we aren't as big as Victorious Return, we're not so easily trifled with, Sleepy Fox replied with a calm smile. Heaven Breaker felt puzzled. Was Sleepy Fox actually going out of his way to protect Nie Yan and Tang Yao? It seemed this matter wasn't simply about face. Just what did those two have that would even move him? If they belonged to Holy Empire, then that would explain things, but clearly they didn't. Boss, forget it. Let's just get rid of them. Who cares about Sleepy Fox? We'll slaughter all of them. The Victorious Return players behind Heaven Breaker began clamoring and making outbursts. Due to their superior numbers, their self-confidence swelled like a balloon. Only a few Victorious Return players, who were more level-headed, understood that even though the other side merely had around 500 players, they were all Holy Empire's elites. Wiping them all out in a short period of time would be too difficult, and their reinforcements were definitely rushing over. Heaven Breaker also understood the consequences of starting an all-out war with Holy Empire. His main purpose for coming here was to intimidate and force them to hand over Nie Yan and Tang Yao. An added benefit was that he'd also get to trample Holy Empire's honor and show them who the real top dog was around Kalor. I told you. I only want those two, and the rest of you are free to go. Right now, there's still time to change your mind before you regret it, Heaven Breaker threatened. As soon as Heaven Breaker gave the signal, the 5,000 troops began gradually closing in on Sleepy Fox and his group. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became extremely hostile. Sleepy Fox calmly ordered his subordinates to get into a defensive formation. If a fight really broke out, they would be able to hold out at least until reinforcements arrive. As a few Victorious Return players entered the attack range of the Holy Empire casters, the smell of gunpowder rapidly disseminated through the air. However, neither side had taken the initiative to attack. They were all waiting for their respective guild leaders to give out their commands. As soon as either group attacked, a chaotic battle of a rarely seen scale would occur. Are they really going to start a fight? Tang Yao asked. Right now it's still too hard to tell, Nie Yan replied. He knew Victorious Return was simply putting up a bold front in the hopes of intimidating Sleepy Fox to hand him and Tang Yao over. He didn't believe Heaven Breaker would rashly start a war with Holy Empire, but the human mind was hard to anticipate. I'm giving you this final warning. Hand those two over, and I can let everything pass. Heaven Breaker's expression was dark. His eyes were sharp like a hawk's, and he emitted an icy, murderous aura. Sleepy Fox faintly smiled, then said, that won't be possible. Holy Empire is a guild of honor. We'll never abandon our friends. Since it's like so, don't blame me for what happens next. Heaven Breaker gave the signal to attack. Immediately, Victorious Return's troops began to act. Leading the vanguard were warriors in full sets of battle armor. Formed in a line, they encroached on Holy Empire's players. A conflict was about to occur at any time. Nie Yan saw the determined look in Heavenbreaker's eyes. If he were to retreat now after giving all those threats, then it would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. Who knows, a prideful man like him might not back down. If a fight really does break out, then we won't be able to guard you, so you guys will have to fend for yourselves. If you find an opportunity to escape, then take it. If not, help us kill as many of them as possible, Sleepy Fox said to Nie Yan and Tang Yao. Don't worry about us, Nie Yan replied with a light smile. Today he would kill to his heart's content. Even if his name became a little redder, what did it matter to him? 5,000 versus 500, Sleepy Fox group was outnumbered 10 to 1, so they were feeling a lot of pressure. Just as everyone thought the fight was about to start, a player rushed to Heavenbreaker's side and whispered into his ear. Boss, Holy Empire's reinforcements are approaching fast. How many are there? Heavenbreaker asked with furrowed brows. We're not too sure at the moment, but they shouldn't be any smaller than us. Heavenbreaker never expected them to be so quick. Sleepy Fox had managed to mobilize all of Holy Empire's members, who were out-leveling in different places, here in such a short period of time. If he were to call the rest of his players to this battle, then this conflict would evolve into a full-scale guild war. A company of 100 Holy Empire players came rushing over from behind Victorious Return's troops. The player leading the group shouted toward Sleepy Fox, Guild leader, we've arrived. Subsequently, more and more Holy Empire players emerged. Some groups were only several dozen players in size while others were several hundred. Boss, we made it in time. Our other brothers are about to arrive here soon too. Good. Sleepy Fox nodded. His troops had actually arrived in quite a timely manner. As more players arrived to merge into Sleepy Fox troops, his ranks rapidly expanded. Soon, their numbers broke through to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and so forth. Hey, Fox, been a while. You seem to have stirred up quite some trouble. A youth wearing the Iron Storm set approached Sleepy Fox with a smile. Shockingly, Nie Yan had met this very same player in Heiderlock before. I've really poked the hornet's nest this time around. I suppose I won't be having it easy these coming days, Sleepy Fox replied with a bitter smile. Then, he looked to the player and asked, so, Kill Love, what made you decide to spend so much money to come all the way to Kalor? As fellow owners who ran gaming orgs, they were at least somewhat friendly with each other in private. I'm in Kalor to do a quest. I heard things were quite lively over on your side, so I came here to take a look. As Kill Love happened to spot Nie Yan standing beside Sleepy Fox, a look of astonishment spread across his face, and he blurted, it's you. Huh, do you two know each other? Sleepy Fox asked in surprise. We happened to encounter each other in Hilderlock. Kill Love smiled mysteriously, declining to explain in detail the exact circumstances of their meeting. Sleepy Fox glanced at Nie Yan, then turned back to Kill Love with a pensive look on his face. Nie Yan didn't expect Kill Love to appear here. Was it possible that Holy Empire and Battle-Crazed Alliance were working together? As he searched through his memories, he recalled that Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and the rest of Cao Shu's guilds did indeed clash with Battle-Crazed Alliance, Holy Empire, and other guilds on numerous occasions. While facing the pressure of their superior might, it was quite feasible for Battle-Crazed Alliance and Holy Empire to have forged a secret alliance. Honestly, he hadn't acquired much knowledge regarding these matters in his past life. Back then, he was simply a player who minded his own business. Even during the War God tribe's most flourishing period, he was merely enjoying the life of a young master and had never once even so much as thought of leading his father's guild to contend for rule over the empire. He was suddenly snapped out of his daydreaming when a 50-something-year-old man in white robes strolled toward Sleepy Fox and Kill Fox. If not for the fact that they were nowhere near a town or city, and that he was dressed like a player, some people might even mistake him for an NPC. His cheeks were somewhat thin and dry, almost sunken in like a skeleton's, but his expression was lively as he radiated a healthy glow. Overall, he perfectly suited the description of a kindly old man. Nie Yan had a vague impression of this person. If he wasn't wrong, then he should be the guild leader of Sapphire Shrine. Although not as large as Holy Empire or Victorious Return, Sapphire Shrine was still a well-known guild, and their combat strength wasn't lagging that far behind them. In the previous timeline, Sapphire Shrine, which primarily focused on nurturing mages, had produced 3 magisters among their ranks. One had to know, during a conflict even a single magister was a strategic resource. Having 3 represented a force that could intimidate any other power. Therefore, even when Victorious Return was at the peak of their influence, they still didn't dare to rashly declare war against Sapphire Shrine, and the origin for this lay in their magisters that possessed the power to heavily influence the outcome of a battle. He seemed to remember this old man's name as well. If he recalled correctly, it was Falland Blue Mage. In spite of his old age, it would be a grave mistake to underestimate him. In his past life, this old man had managed to advance to the ranks of a great mage, becoming a formidable player to be reckoned. You came as well? Sleepy Fox asked. Age-wise, Falland was old enough to be in his father's generation, so proper manners dictated that he ought to address him as senior. However, seeing as both of them led a major guild, making them equals, he wasn't willing to lower his standing. As such, this was a source of endless headache for him. Why was a man in his 50s so insistent on mingling with youth several decades younger than him? What a crazy old coot. Oh, don't mind little old me. I'm just passing by. Falland chuckled, then said, what? Am I not welcome here? You should be thanking me. If I didn't come, Holy Empire and Victorious Return would have really fought today. Sleepy Fox thought for a bit before coming to a realization. Sapphire Shrine was also a formidable entity. So long as Falland was present here, Victorious Return probably wouldn't dare to take any action. If that was the case, then naturally, no battle would occur. Why are you helping me? If Holy Empire and Victorious Return go at it, then wouldn't Sapphire Shrine benefit from the fallout? Nonsense, if you guys really went at it, then Radiant Sacred Flame will also step into the fray. At that point, you're guaranteed to get the worst of it, Falland replied. There was an old saying, united we stand, divided we fall. He wasn't just being considerate, he was also thinking of what's best for his own guild. Is your information reliable? Sleepy Fox asked in shock. Did Victorious Return really form an alliance with Radiant Sacred Flame? How is this possible? When did this happen? Several questions ran through his mind. Why is it that Victorious Return is always so overbearing to the extent that they seem to be willing to go to war with anyone? He finally came to the conclusion that it was precisely because they had the support of Radiant Sacred Flame. If the information was unreliable, do you think this old man would still bother coming over here? Even Nie Yan showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame to already be cooperating so early on. Sleepy Fox was quite alarmed after listening to Falland's words. If Radiant Sacred Flame truly intervened in this conflict, then the situation would turn more serious than he initially thought. At this time, Nie Yan spotted yet another acquaintance walking toward them. It was Splendid Star. How's it going, Fox? Do you need a hand? Splendid Star asked. After the incident with the Guardian of Order, he had already become rather familiar with Sleepy Fox. He was a person who valued loyalty and didn't fear danger, which was why he came here to support him. In the previous timeline, these people were figures that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Who would think they'd all gather here in the same place today? This was truly an unprecedented event. As they witnessed Holy Empire's forces growing ever larger, the victorious returned players anxiously awaited Heavenbreaker's orders. However, their guild leader was focused on the several players chatting by Sleepy Fox's side. Although he wasn't too familiar with them, he had still encountered them several times in the past. Then, he finally recognized their faces: the guild leader of Sapphire Shrine, Fall Land, the guild leader of Battle-Crazed Alliance, Kill Love, and lastly, the guild leader of Splendid Temple, Splendid Star. It seemed he had underestimated Sleepy Fox's capabilities. Battle-Crazed Alliance's forces weren't based in Kalor, so he could safely ignore them. Sapphire Shrine, however, wasn't an existence he could simply overlook. Guild leader, we should attack. I agree. Guild leader, they'll have even more reinforcements rushing over soon. Should we also call more of our guys over? Heavenbreaker shook his head before saying in a gloomy tone, we're withdrawing. Pete pulling back. Why? What? Guild leader, why are we retreating? When Heavenbreaker swept his gaze over his dissatisfied guild members, they immediately shut up. His orders were absolute. Once he decided on something, no one could disobey. Victorious Return's troops gradually retreated, and under Sleepy Fox's instructions, Holy Empire didn't try to pursue them. Due to Fall Land's presence, an explosive standoff that was about to erupt into violence at any moment dissolved without a trace. I'll assign some people to escort you guys out of here, Sleepy Fox said after turning back to Nie Yan, Tang Yao, and Yao Yao. Sure, sorry for the trouble. Nie Yan nodded his head. With their safe exit, the pressure on Sleepy Fox would lessen significantly. Just to be on the cautious side, Sleepy Fox ordered his subordinates to bring over 200 black guards from Kalor that could hide their appearance. After having Nie Yan and his group, as well as a portion of his own troops, wear the guards, he divided them into several dozen groups and made each one set out in different directions. And so, 200 players enshrouded in black garbs scattered in every direction. Fox, why did you insist on saving them? Gazing at the backs of their fading silhouettes, Kill Love asked in a doubtful tone. I made a deal with them, Sleepy Fox answered briskly. Now, tell me how exactly you and Nirvana Flame met. What was he doing in Hilderlock? Don't tell me he was there to do a quest too. I met him there at the administrator's office. Just moments before, he managed to snag away the best plot of land in the city, Kill Love replied in a dejected tone. He had been eyeing that property for quite a while. He went to Hilderlock to purchase property. But, why? It doesn't make sense. Aside from the properties in the Eastern District, with all of them already being bought up because they were relatively cheap, the western and southern parts of the city still have quite a few places open for sale. There's no reason for him to waste so much money to go all the way to Hilderlock just to purchase a single property. With just the 2 gold he spent on the round trip alone, he'd be able to buy a small plot in Kalor, even if the location is slightly unfavorable. Not necessarily. I can guarantee you the properties in Kalor won't be as valuable as the properties in Hilderlock in the future. How many plots are listed for purchase in Kalor? Adding them all together, Hilderlock only has about a dozen or so, Kill Love rebuked. From his perspective, if Nie Yan's sense for real estate was anything like his own, then the properties he purchased would absolutely spike in value in the coming months. With Conviction's real-world currency exchange slowly approaching, snagging up plots of land became an increasing concern for many guilds. However, setting up the treasury and the expenses needed just to keep the guild running on a day-to-day basis left many guild leaders with almost nothing to spare. Even if they could scrape up enough gold to buy some land, they wouldn't be able to acquire much. Take Holy Empire for example. In the last few days they bought up 6 plots in Kalor, but all of them were relatively cheap and in unfavorable locations. On the other hand, Victorious Return was slightly better off as they had managed to snatch up the largest piece of land in the southern district for over 30 gold. At the same time, the eastern district had also become a hotly eyed area as of late due to the Starry Night Potion Shop's popularity. However, by the time many guild leaders had arrived at the administrator's office, they discovered all of the plots there had already been mysteriously sold. Such a strange matter left them all bewildered. Yet Nie Yan actually had enough money to burn to run off all the way to Hilderlock to purchase properties. Whatever entity was backing him, their financial resources were truly astonishing. Sleepy Fox pondered for a moment. All signs pointed toward the Starry Night Potion Shop. From his estimates, it probably made at least 20 gold or more a day. Even for the major guilds, such an income would leave them far behind with no hope of competing. In Kalor, only this entity had enough financial capital to be eating up land all over the place. Could Nie Yan really be the owner of this shop? Thinking back to what he knew of Nie Yan's tendencies, the notion didn't seem all that far-fetched. He always acted in a very low-key manner. Even when he was high enough to place at the front of the leaderboards, he still chose to maintain his anonymity. As for his background that was shrouded in mystery, still no one had uncovered what it was. He really could be the owner of the Starry Night Potion Shop. With this realization, Sleepy Fox felt a chill run down his back. If Nie Yan was the owner of the Starry Night Potion Shop, then just how much capital did he control? Perhaps the number of plots he already owned far outstripped that of any major guilds. It seemed from now on, not only did he have to work together with Nie Yan, it was also best that he deepened their relations. Because from Sleepy Fox's point of view, he was really too deep and unfathomable. With Victorious Return's forces retreating, after receiving Sleepy Fox commands, Holy Empire's troops also scattered. They all felt a deep sense of regret that they didn't get to battle, but they were merely ordinary members, unaware of the implications of such a conflict. If they had really clashed, then a huge calamity would have befallen their guild. Nie Yan, Tang Yao, and Yao Yao along with a group of escorts arrived just outside of the entrance of some woods. It was a level 13 monster zone, making it impossible for Victorious Return to mobilize a large force to pursue them. So, now, they were finally safe. You guys can go back now. Thanks again, Nie Yan said to the few Holy Empire players that had escorted them here. No need for thanks. You're our guild leader's friend, so it's only natural that we spare no effort, the Holy Empire players replied. Looking at the expressions in their eyes, Nie Yan could tell that they all held immense respect for Sleepy Fox. After saying their goodbyes, the Holy Empire players teleported away with return scrolls. Nirvana Flame, where are we going now? Yao Yao asked. They weren't safe hunting mobs in low-leveling zones because it would be fairly easy for others to spot them. Thus, they could only head to high-level zones, but hunting high-level monsters also held its own risks. We'll grind on high-level mobs to get rid of our red names, but wait a bit first. I'm going to have a few things brought over to us, Nie Yan answered after thinking for a moment. Nie Yan informed Guo Wai that he had his eye set on some of the equipment dropped by the elites of Victorious Return, a few of which were even better than his own. They were all Social Valley and Medusa's lair quality. Aside from the thief equipment for himself, there also happened to be some arcane mage and holy Major that were perfectly suited for Tang Yao and Yao Yao to equip. With their gear improved, hunting monsters would become much more efficient. At the same time, he also had a few things that he wanted to send back to make space in his bag. The best items on him were his accessories and special items which couldn't be found on the marketplace. However, as for his more replaceable pieces of equipment such as gloves, shoulder guards, and so on, they were actually inferior to the gear of the elites from Victorious Return. The Starry Night potion shop should have already produced a couple intermediate health and mana potions by now. Find someone to retrieve some, then assign a trustworthy person to deliver them here, preferably a thief. Nie Yan instructed Guo Wai. A thief was most suited for the role of a courier, plus, they were fast as well. Alright, just tell me your coordinates. I'll send someone from the guild to deliver the things you want. Here's my coordinates, 38,528.59683. Good, they'll be coming over with your stuff soon. The player I'm sending is named Sun, so be wary if anyone else approaches you. Besides that, don't stay in one place for too long, otherwise, you guys might be spotted by Victorious Return scouts, Guo Wai replied. He was quite concerned about Nie Yan and Tang Yao's safety. After all, if something bad happened to them, then their fledgling guild wouldn't be able to bear the loss. Wait, right before the part about staying in the same place for too long, what did you say? Nie Yan asked in shock. I'm sending Sun over to deliver the items to you. Also, I want you guys to be careful and not get spotted. Why, what's up? Tell me again, are you sure that that player is named Sun? Yeah, I'm sure. He joined our guild right after we were established. If it's a question about how reliable he is, he has the highest contribution out of all our members with 600 merit points. He's also only 15 years old, and he told me that he's a big fan of Tang Yao and really wants to meet him. The kid really worships him for being able to hunt level 30 mobs. More importantly, he's pretty skilled too. He was originally level 10, but he dropped down to level 7 after volunteering on our mission to save you guys. What's more, he was actually able to take out 3 Victorious Return elites with him before dying. I definitely think he's worth nurturing. Why, is there something wrong? Guo Wai asked in a puzzled tone. Sun was only a 15-year-old boy, still naive and innocent. It was unlikely that he was the spy of some other guild, especially considering how much he had already sacrificed to save their guild leader. No, there's nothing wrong. You're fine sending him over, Nie Yan answered after finally calming down. He wasn't sure whether this was the same brilliant player he knew of from his past life. As a legendary shadow dancer and 3-time consecutive arena champion, Sun was praised as a genius thief. After pondering a bit more, the timing did seem about right. Sun's age should only be around 15 at the time of Conviction's release. Nevertheless, such a young boy would display astonishing talents a few months down the line. Many videos of his PvP battles would surface on the official website. After which they would lay the groundwork for dueling as a thief, becoming recommended learning material, a digital canon of sorts, for anyone who wished to play the class. In fact, Nie Yan himself had learned many of his basics through watching them. Yet right now, Guo Wai was telling him that this legendary figure was actually a little brother of their guild who would be delivering the things he requested in just a moment. A heaven-acclaimed genius being reduced to the role of a mere porter, this was just too inconceivable. He never expected Sun to join their guild. Thankfully, he was quickly noticed by Guo Wai because of his excellent performance during the rescue mission. There was a saying that went something like, a true gem would shine wherever it went. Who knew that this gem would fall right into his pocket? Sun was merely a 15-year-old boy right now, seemingly ordinary at a glance, but sometimes. Talent was an inherent trait that would naturally manifest itself regardless of how circumstances changed. Sun was precisely that kind of person. There was no lack of young geniuses that could make even the most experienced of experts marvel at their skills. They were heaven's darlings, an 18-year-old magister, a 19-year-old guardian paladin, and of course, the shadow dancer, Sun. Many such geniuses had left their tracks in Conviction's ancient history books. These extraordinary geniuses would grow into supreme existences that couldn't be overlooked by anyone. If he was able to secure Sun's loyalty, then it would become an absolute boon for their guild in the future. As they awaited Sun's arrival, Nie Yan, Tang Yao, and Yao Yao hid themselves behind some bushes and began chatting to pass the time. I saw 2 pieces of equipment in the treasury that had ignore level +1. They're nowhere close to comparing to your arcane fairy, but they'll still be a little helpful. When we're hunting scaled frogs later on, I want you to put them on, Nie Yan said before suddenly having an idea. Should he get himself a set of ignore level gear in the future, specifically for grinding certain mobs? In the later stages of the game when progression slowed down to a crawl, usually around level 100 and onward, players would start to gather various pieces of equipment to create sets specifically for hunting mobs, dueling players, fire resistance, lightning resistance, and so forth. Tang Yao simply nodded his head. He was still depressed after losing his arcane fairy, so for now, it was hard for him to return to his usual happy-go-lucky mood. Yao Yao, how are you Lan and the others doing right now? Some of them ended up losing all their equipment. Most of them lost quite a few levels too. So they're pretty depressed. They also wanted me to apologize on their behalf, Yao Yao answered. Apologize? What for? Nie Yan asked with a hint of surprise. When all said and done, we were the main cause for the incident. After all, the player who sold you out was still a member of our team. We've already kicked them by the way. That still can't be blamed on your entire team. That player was acting on their own devices, Nie Yan replied with a faint chuckle. They were overthinking things too much. However, many players placed extreme importance on the reputation of their team. They were like a single entity. If a member gained glory, then the entire team would thrive. If a member fell from grace, then the entire team would take on the burden. I've given your team 3,000 merit points. If there's anything they need in the guild treasury, then they can go ahead and take it. Ah, thank you, Nie Yan, Yao Yao said in a grateful tone. If it was like this, then you Lan and the others wouldn't have to worry about finding new equipment. Training normally, they would be back to their previous levels in several days. Nie Yan waved it off. Yu Lan's team was currently an important force within the guild. Only by treating them well would they have the desire to stay in the guild and return the kindness. While chatting with Yao Yao, he was suddenly struck by a peculiar feeling. There's a thief. His gaze scanned over the distant underbrush before going into stealth. His high awareness allowed him to quickly lock onto the opponent's position. When the player's awareness was equal to a rival thief's cloaking, they would be able to vaguely sense the thief's approach. A relatively cautious player might even be able to guard against their sneak attack, but they would never be able to sense the thief's location. If the player's awareness was a bit higher than a rival thief's cloaking, then they would be able to vaguely sense which direction they were coming from. However, in the event that the player's awareness vastly exceeded a rival thief's cloaking, then they would be able to pinpoint the thief's exact location. Nie Yan had already discovered the general area where the rival thief was located, but he still wasn't quite able to see them clearly. Eye of Truth. His eyes suddenly emitted a mysterious glow as they turned bloodshot. Soon, an indistinct shadowy figure materialized in the nearby vegetation. He slowly approached it, his silhouette completely hidden within the shadows. The thief seemed to be looking for something. He quietly circled behind them. The opponent's awareness was far below his cloaking, so they had no chance of discovering him unless he made an egregious mistake or purposefully revealed himself. Nie Yan aimed a smothering strike at the back of that thief's head. That thief's reaction was pretty quick. As soon as they sensed something was off, they attempted to roll to avoid the attack. However, Nie Yan's dagger resembled a viper as it pursued after them, and before they could even complete their roll animation, his smothering strike had already struck them in the back of the head and put them into a dazed state. Knocking the rival thief out of stealth with his attack, he circled back to the front to get a good look at their appearance. He found their face a little familiar. Actually, after watching so many videos of this person in the past, he was able to recognize them at a glance. This was Sun. Although he still looked a little young and immature, his facial features didn't differ much. Nie Yan put away his dagger and waited for Sun to awake from his dazed state. When Sun finally did and discovered him, he raised his dagger and was about to attack. I'm Nirvana Flame, Nie Yan abruptly introduced himself as he sized Sun up. He had a clean complexion, and his hair was cut pretty short. With just a single glance, anyone could tell he was still a young kid. Oh, so it was you, sir. Watchful Snail told me to deliver a couple pieces of equipment to you, Sun replied with a somewhat reserved tone. Many people would find it hard to believe that this somewhat shy and reserved kid, in the next 7 to 8 years, would actually grow up into a peerless thief that countless players would look up to. Thank you, Nie Yan said with a faint smile. Don't mention it. Nirvana Flame, sir, your smothering strike just now was really too amazing. Can you teach me how you did that sometime? Sun asked as he gazed at Nie Yan with a somewhat revering expression. Ever since he entered the game, Nie Yan was the only thief that he had felt completely powerless against. My awareness and cloaking are pretty high. That's why I was able to discover you and track you down. Nie Yan laughed. Sun shook his head, then said in a serious tone, if it was simply you having higher awareness and cloaking, then I wouldn't have been caught so completely off guard. It's impossible for a thief to fully conceal their presence while in stealth. We're not gods. When you attacked me earlier, you were able to predict where I was going to escape to as soon as I moved and adjusted your aim accordingly. I feel that takes a lot of skill. When Nie Yan fought other players, he subconsciously employed a few of the positioning and attacking techniques from his past life. A thief required finesse down to the smallest actions, but it was precisely these minute details that made it the hardest class to master. He didn't know how many grueling hours he spent in order to master it. These PvP instincts had already long permeated into the marrow of his bones. After all, practice makes perfect. In the previous timeline, there were at least 30 thieves on equal standings with him. However, to these new players in the present, he seemed completely unrivaled. Nie Yan faintly noticed the same graceful bearing of the thief he knew from his past life coming from Sun. It was precisely his astonishing observational ability and serious attitude that had allowed him to grow from his experiences dueling other players and become a peerless talent. He had an inkling of a feeling that Sun's emergence might be an opportunity for him to improve. In his past life, he was only a step away from becoming a shadow dancer. In terms of skill, he had a hard time making even an inch of progress. Without being able to take that step, he was unable to cross the final barrier. However, Sun was a natural talent that could become a shadow dancer. Sooner or later, there would be a day when he would mature into an unequaled thief that everyone would admire. If he improved along with Sun, then he might be able to learn many more new things. For fear of others surpassing them, a person might try to stifle their peers out of jealousy. Such behavior was foolish. If a person truly wished to make progress, then they must adopt the attitude of always striving to better themselves, just like Sun when he had released the videos of his duels to announce that he was seeking new opponents. He had endlessly challenged stronger people while stubbornly pursuing the goal of improving himself even further. Only then was he gradually acknowledged for his talent by the rest of the player base. Even geniuses had to take a step at a time if they wished to reach the apex. By exchanging pointers with Sun, Nie Yan might find the flaws in his own techniques while also learning many new ones and slowly progress. Whatever the case, he definitely had to keep Sun in their guild, but at the same time, he also had to give him enough space to grow so that he could walk a similar path as his counterpart in the previous timeline. There was one more point to consider. Beside being incredibly skilled in his past life, Sun also possessed unrivaled popularity to the extent that he could gather tens of thousands with just a single call. A simple wave of his hand was enough for innumerable expert thief players to rally to his cause. It was hard to imagine the benefits a guild would receive if a player like this were to emerge in their ranks. Asskicker United would require the efforts of countless talents to forge its path to glory. Nirvana Flame, sir, please let me become your disciple and teach me how to play the thief class. After what seemed like half a day, Sun finally drummed up enough courage to ask as he looked at Nie Yan with an expression filled with hope. Compared to his current self, Nie Yan and Tang Yao's levels were frighteningly high. Furthermore, he had been able to personally witness their prowess as they rampaged through the battlefield, slaying a foe every 10 steps. To him, Nie Yan was practically a deity-like figure who was set up on a high pedestal and exceedingly far out of reach. Take, for example, today, when they exchanged blows for the first time, he had felt utterly powerless against him and was swiftly incapacitated. Taking all these points into consideration, it was quite clear why he wished to take Nie Yan on as his master. However, he felt somewhat nervous, and he was already mentally preparing himself for refusal. After all, why would such a lofty figure bother wasting their time on a nobody like him? Nie Yan never thought Sun would make this kind of request. The unparalleled genius thief in his past life wanted to make him their master. Honestly speaking, he couldn't help but feel a little underqualified because, in his mind, it wasn't him who was placed on the pedestal, no, it was the Sun in his memories who took that spot. I know this is a very big request, but I promise you that I'll try my hardest. I definitely won't tarnish your name. Master, please accept this lowly one as your disciple. Sun stared at Nie Yan as he begged in a sincere tone. Nie Yan saw an intense desire to learn coming from Sun's eyes as well as an unyielding resolve that welcomed any and all challenges. Aside from his natural talent, Sun also possessed an intrinsic quality about him that an ordinary person would find difficult to reach. Was he worried that Sun would tarnish his reputation? Of course not. As he looked at Sun who still appeared visibly immature with his boyish looks, he recalled that Sun was actually said to be quite a sentimental person. In the previous timeline when his friend had been unjustly killed, he snuck into the offending guild's stronghold all by himself and murdered several dozen players before escaping unscathed. This event was also one of his many brilliant feats. Although gaining a genius loyalty through material benefits was incredibly difficult, just like any other person, they were bound to their sentiments. It was very possible that he could start fostering a relationship with Sun right now. And in the future, if Sun really did come to recognize him as master, then that would be perfect. But was he really qualified to be Sun's master? At least within the next 3 years, it absolutely wouldn't pose a problem. After all, for a thief to truly attain the level of a great thief or higher, apart from talent, they were also required to have perseverance and willpower that surpassed all others. Even a legendary player like Sun would require at least 3 years to reach that level. As for his own growth, now that would depend on his talent. Within the next 3 years, if he found more skilled experts to compare notes with, then it was unlikely that he would stagnate. Perhaps, with some difficulty, he would even be able to extend the time that he was superior to 5 or 6 years. After that, if Sun really grew to an inhumane realm, then wasn't it only natural for a student to eventually surpass their master? However, if he was able to comprehend the essence of what it meant to be a shadow dancer, allowing him to maintain his superiority, then that would be the most ideal. Sun felt anxious when Nie Yan didn't give an immediate reply. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Sun begged once more. Accepting you isn't impossible, but I don't want you calling me master. I'm not that much older than you. From now on, just call me Big Bro, Nie Yan answered with a light smile. Accepting Sun as his disciple. If anyone from his past life heard of this, they would be shocked out of their minds. Yes, Sun exclaimed in joy. He still had the temperament of a child. Seeing him unable to hold back his excitement, Nie Yan couldn't help but break into a smile. Before we do anything, hand over the items I asked for first. Then, I want you to deliver a few things back to Watchful Snail, so he can deposit them in the treasury. Afterward, hurry back here. I plan to take you leveling with us. Nie Yan said. He could use this trip as a pretext to do some master-disciple bonding with Sun. At the same time, it also solved the problem of their group lacking a courier who could bring drops back to the city or deliver potions, pills, and whatever else they needed back to them. With how severe their PKer statuses were, he didn't know how long it would take for them to finally clear their red names. 3 or 4 days if they were fast and probably twice as long for Tang Yao. Previously, he had been awaiting the time when Adjudicator of God and Sacrificial Gambit would both be off cooldown so he could do the quest that required steel. In fact, if things had gone according to plan, then he would have been able to set off the moment the servers reopened tomorrow. Unfortunately, after getting caught up in Heaven Breaker's trap, his plans had gone awry. He had come to realize one of the small truths of life. Even if he was given a second chance at his past, no matter how perfectly he planned the road ahead, something outside his control would come along and mess it up. When that happened, he had no other choice but to rely on his own efforts as well as all that he had accumulated up to that point to keep moving step by step regardless of how much things went off course. Then, as long as he advanced with unwavering confidence, everything would eventually fall back into place. Big Bro, you're going to take me leveling with you. Awesome. Sun jumped up in excitement. Wait for me, I'll be back in no time. On the side of temperament, Nie Yan had a really hard time linking Sun to the unequaled thief that could call forth the winds and summon the rain. As a result, he subconsciously overlooked the matters of his past life and treated Sun as he would any other boy at that age. This kid's pretty amusing, Yao Yao walked up to Nie Yan and commented. She initially believed that Nie Yan was going to coldly reject him. Who knew that he would actually take him on? Perhaps, he really did have a soft heart. Aside from being a peerless thief in the previous timeline, his personality was also another factor for why Nie Yan was willing to take him on. If he had been the type of treacherous person who forgot favors and repaid kindness with enmity, then no matter how talented he was, Nie Yan would have still told him to scram. Sun began shoving all the pieces of equipment that Nie Yan wanted to send back into his bag. Due to him being overly excited, he even dropped a couple of pieces as he haphazardly stuffed his bag full. Hastily picking them back up, he then sorted his bag to make space, and with an embarrassed laugh, he took out a return scroll and teleported back to the city. Beneath the exterior of this up-and-coming genius, it seemed he was also a cheeky little imp. After Sun left, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Not knowing how long it would take to clear his red name, in his present circumstance, he would be unable to return to the city for the next few days. During that time, wouldn't the money in the Starry Night potion shop start to accumulate? At the very least, there would be several dozen gold just sitting there. If it wasn't invested in something soon, then it would be too much of a waste because the value of gold depreciated with each passing day. Nie Yan quickly thought up a solution. He could instruct Guo Wai to occasionally withdraw some gold from the Starry Night potion shop and visit Moonlight City and other major cities to purchase a few properties with high return potential in his place, then have all of them transferred over to his name. Like this, he would no longer have to worry about his money losing its value. At this point in time, investing in real estate was a stable way to make a guaranteed profit. When Guo Wai heard that Nie Yan wanted him to go to other cities to purchase land, he couldn't help but ask in a completely flabbergasted manner, why don't you just buy land in Kalor? Aside from the expensive traveling fees, you also have to pay an extra tax when buying properties in other cities. That's just too wasteful. Who says I haven't bought land in Kalor yet? No need to worry, just follow my instructions. In the future, we'll have to expand to other cities anyway. It'll be more convenient if we already own land there, Nie Yan rebuked with a faint smile. He had already purchased 22 plots of land in Kalor. Not only that, but 12 of them were guaranteed to spike immensely in value in the future while the remaining 10 would also appreciate considerably. The only reason he had so much money was mainly due to his foresight, like prior, when he had bought large quantities of items that would appreciate and then sold them at a suitable time, earning him vast profits. Outsiders estimated the daily income of the Starry Night potion shop at roughly 20 gold, but in reality, Nie Yan's capital was far from limited to being only that. As for how much money it truly made, he would have to wait to find out when Bird calculated it at the end of the week. Guo Wai was quite taken aback after listening to these words. So it turned out that Nie Yan had already long since purchased property in Kalor. Although he didn't know the exact number of properties Nie Yan owned, he was sure that with Nie Yan's backing, their guild would receive even more opportunities to expand, and most of the work for this major undertaking was happening right now. After talking to Guo Wai, Nie Yan also contacted Bird. Now was about the right time to gather the market's tinkerers, but it wouldn't be a mass recruitment. It would be best if he recruited a few covertly first. He handed over a list of players to scout for to Bird. With actual targets, the task would become a lot simpler. Even though the major guilds were also fostering tinkerers, they weren't attaching much importance to them yet, so they weren't as restricted as alchemists. Even then, it would be quite strange if these tinkerers could resist the temptation of the Starry Night potion shop's offer. After all, the shop's name was being mentioned left and right, with the promise of benefits. Many tinkerers would definitely be willing to abandon their guilds to join them. After recruiting enough tinkerers, when the items they produced actually began having value in the marketplace, he would open another shop that specialized in selling them. If this happened, then he was certain to reap large profits. The amount of money he would earn would be no less than what he made from the Starry Night potion shop. A while later, Sun finally returned. Gasping for breath, he announced, "I'm back." With all members accounted for, Nie Yan said, "All right, let's set off. Let's take full advantage of the time left before the servers shut down and clear up our red names a bit." The group of four passed through zone after zone as they set out for a distant forested mountain region where the scaled frog spawned. As they passed through higher and higher level zones, Sun became increasingly excited. Were they really heading to a level 30 zone to train? Wasn't that dangerous? However, this type of risk made him even more eager. Perhaps every player that chose to play the thief class had a bit of a thrill-seeking personality inside of them. Save for the occasional chip of insects among the trees, shrubbery, or foliage-laden earth, all was quiet in the forest where a gloomy bleakness permeated the atmosphere. Here, signs of player activity were almost non-existent, and for now, this wouldn't change since almost no one dared to venture forth into this region. When Nie Yan leveled here in his past life, he would often see parties of 2s and 3s forming teams to grind mobs, among which there was no lack of players with red names. Once in a while, when an elite or sub-elite spawned, the players nearby would frantically fight over it, often resulting in chaotic clashes that littered the place with countless bodies. In fact, even though leveling in conviction was rather difficult, if a player focused solely on leveling, they would be able to hit level 180 in 3 years' time while the faster ones might even reach level 200. Though, for many players, between PvPing, exploring new dungeons, taking on bosses above their level, besieging strongholds, and so on, dying was no different than eating breakfast. As such, making any net progress in level was quite challenging. But it was precisely these numerous setbacks that allowed them to grow into genuine experts. In the later stages of the game, it was fairly common for a high-level player with good equipment, however not the skill to match, to be easily defeated by a lower-level but more skilled opponent. After traversing vast stretches of forest, Nie Yan and company finally heard croaking sounds in the distance, signaling they had arrived at the depths where the scaled frog spawned. "What's your mana at now? Also, how many potions did you bring along?" Nie Yan turned to Tang Yao and asked. Without the arcane fairy, running out of mana mid-fight became a serious concern. "Including the few Sun brought over, I have 30 mana recovery potions and 10 basic mana potions," Tang Yao answered. Although it seemed to be quite a bit at first glance, if they encountered an elite, it would be far from enough. Mana potions had set cooldowns, so he wouldn't be able to chug them down continuously. If he had to stop for even a moment to recover his mana when fighting an elite, then his mobbing speed would slow down significantly. Suddenly thinking of a solution, Nie Yan turned to Yao Yao and asked, "Have you learned mana transfer?" It was a holy mage spell that allowed the caster to transfer a portion of their own mana to a target. Regrettably, with a transfer rate of around 50% to 60%, it proved to be rather inefficient. "Yes, I've learned it." Yao Yao nodded. As a holy mage who often ran dungeons with her team, mana transfer was an indispensable spell. When the situation called for it, she had to be ready to transfer over some of her mana to a priest. Even though holy mages possessed the most raw damage, surpassing even elementalists and arcane mages, to the extent that mobbing would slow down noticeably if they stopped attacking, a large dip in damage in exchange for the whole team's survival was generally well worth the trade. "Nice, that makes things a lot more convenient. Later on, when you see young Sparrow Hawk running low on mana, you can just transfer some of yours over to him," Nie Yan stated. Mana transfer's cooldown was around 2 minutes, while without it being interrupted, it could transfer up to 200 mana. If that was the case, they would no longer have to worry about Tang Yao running out of mana. With the support of Yao Yao and the mana replenishing items, so long as he didn't cast any especially mana-intensive spells such as Meteor, maintaining a consistent damage output wouldn't be a problem. "You don't need me to attack?" Yao Yao asked in a confused manner. Shaking his head, Nie Yan replied, "No, your level isn't high enough, so you won't be able to deal any damage to these scaled frogs." "How long do you think it'll take us to take down an elite scaled frog now?" Tang Yao asked. "I'd say at least an hour. If it's a sub-elite, then probably around half an hour." Seeing Tang Yao droop his shoulders in response, Nie Yan patted him on the shoulders and said, "Pull yourself together, we need to level up quickly, otherwise, we'll be overtaken by Heaven Breaker on the leaderboards. Victorious Return is keeping a watchful eye on us. Even now, our guild members don't dare to openly wear their guild emblems when they're out leveling for fear of getting stopped. All because we aren't powerful enough. If we grow stronger, then we won't have to fear them or anyone else." He was even more profoundly aware that the only reason Victorious Return was willing to take such bold actions against them today was because they knew their targets lacked the strength to retaliate. If Ass-Kickers United possessed formidable might, would they have still dared to act so brazen without the slightest hesitation? Hearing these words, Tang Yao's expression flickered with deep determination. All of the grievances that he suffered today, he would make sure to pay them back to Heaven Breaker manifold. He was finally out of his state of dejection. Shaking his head vigorously, he gave himself a couple of hard slaps to the face, then howled, "Fuck your mother, Heaven Breaker." If Tang Yao had stayed depressed, then the guild might have really started to suffer. So, seeing him reignite his fighting will, Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Some time later, the party arrived at the spawn point of their first sub-elite. After Nie Yan set down the smoke powder, Tang Yao began bombarding the scaled frog with spells. It's that easy. Both Yao Yao and Sun were stunned. They never expected Nie Yan and Tang Yao to be employing this kind of method to take down mobs far above their levels. For ordinary players, challenging a monster above their level was an extremely risky affair. They would never dare to engage any monster above them in level that was leader class or higher simply because it was just too dangerous. Yet right now, Tang Yao was effortlessly killing a level 30 sub-elite class scaled frog without even receiving so much as a scratch. The scene unfolding right before their eyes went against all common sense. To put it plain and simple, Yao Yao and Sun were only here to leech experience. The former's only role was to act as an auto-refiling mana potion for Tang Yao while the latter was simply a delivery mule that collected anything that dropped. Meanwhile, Nie Yan made use of his time by scouting the vicinity for more elites and sub-elites. After confirming their location, he arrived back in time to receive experience just before the monster was killed. In this way, they maximized efficiency. Roughly half an hour later, the sub-elite scaled frog collapsed to the ground, whereupon the generous amount of experience caused Sun to level up twice, going from level 7 directly to level 9. As for Yao Yao, she went from level 10 to level 11. Nie Yan and Tang Yao, however, didn't level up, but their experience bars did fill up by a good margin. "Wow, leveling here is so quick. I actually leveled up twice," Sun exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He still found the situation a little hard to wrap his head around. Before dropping several levels, it had taken him nearly 2 days of mindless grinding to get from level 7 to level 9. Yet now, it had been compressed down to the span of half an hour. Yao Yao was also amazed by this leveling speed. So it turned out Nie Yan and Tang Yao were actually leveling like this. No wonder Tang Yao was able to rise up to the number 1 position on the leaderboard so quickly. There was no way the leveling speed of others could compare to them. Nie Yan, how did you come up with such a way to level up? Yao Yao looked inquisitively at Nie Yan as her sharp-witted eyes brimmed with suspicion. The library contains detailed bestiaries on all sorts of monsters. It's pretty easy to find their weak points. Son, what did it drop? Nie Yan could only reply with his go-to excuse before quickly changing the subject. A piece of battle armor and a paladin's hammer. They're both unappraised. Hand them over to me, I'll appraise them. All right. After receiving the items, Nie Yan appraised them with transcendent insight. The armor was silver grade while the hammer was gold grade, both with decent properties, but they could only be equipped at level 30. Since no one could use them for the time being, they would be stored in the treasury to await the day when a player took their fancy. A guild member was required to pay 1,000 merit points to withdraw a piece of level 30 silver grade equipment out of the treasury, while a piece of level 30 gold grade equipment would cost at least 3,000 merit points. Hence, for now, they were certain to be left untouched, but for the members of the guild, the simple knowledge of so many pieces of high-level equipment being available was enough to boost their morale considerably. After putting away the drops, Nie Yan and the group set off for the location of an elite. Nie Yan, why do you think that killer's demonic medallion still hasn't dropped? Tang Yao asked in frustration. Logically speaking, shouldn't the severity of their red names have already long met the requirements? I'm not sure. The medallion's drop rate is pretty low. Let's keep trying. It would be great if it dropped, but if doesn't, then so be it, Nie Yan answered. The killer's demonic medallion had amazing properties that made it the best accessory in the early levels of the game. In his past life, the value of one was equivalent to a sub-legendary item. Back then, it had long since attracted the eyes of all players. So it was only natural that such a godly accessory couldn't be obtained so easily. Alright, let's keep searching then. The conclusion of the standoff between Victorious Return and Holy Empire became a topic of discussion among players. However, there was another matter currently attracting their attention, and that was a clip being shared en masse on the Viridian Empire's forums. Several threads discussing it were at the top of the board, overshadowing even Tang Yao's popularity. Nie Yan and the others casually glanced at the titles of these threads. What a godly player. Who is this god? Look at this awesome thief. After seeing the titles of these threads, Nie Yan and Tang Yao couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, when Guo Wai released the video of the battle, he had edited out the portions that directly showed Nie Yan. So all that could be seen of him was his silhouette successively slaughtering quite a few Victorious Return players in the background. Even then, how could anyone not notice such an amazing scene? As a result, many were inquiring about this matchless thief who was cutting down Victorious Return players like chopping spring onions. However, their questions remained unanswered. Victorious Return wouldn't divulge it, Holy Empire didn't reveal it, and Asskickers United was radio silent as well. Thus, Nie Yan's identity remained a riddle. In this way, he kept true to his style of always staying low-key. However, all members of Asskickers United now knew that aside from their valiant, unparalleled guild leader, young Sparrow Hawk, there was also another supreme figure among their ranks, and he was a thief. Sadly, he had yet to appear to them in public, so he was shrouded in mystery. The battle between 20 Asskicker United players versus 300 Victorious Return elites was quickly becoming a legend among players. There were even many elite players that decided to apply to Asskickers United after watching the video, causing the guild to rapidly expand. Consequently, after enlisting so many elites, their numbers finally broke through the 10,000 mark. Although they still couldn't compare with those major guilds, they could already be considered somewhat famous among the second-rate guilds. If Heavenbreaker wished to trample over them again, he wouldn't find it so easy as last time. Furthermore, due to the video being released, Victorious Return's prestige had suffered a serious blow. Along with so many things piling up because of upcoming events, they had even less time to pay attention to Asskickers United. At this moment, their elite team was frantically leveling, resulting in Heavenbreaker finally breaking through to level 16 as he attempted to reclaim his spot on top of the leaderboards from Tang Yao. At the same time, he had also dispatched numerous thieves to track down Nie Yan and Tang Yao in the hopes of inconveniencing them while they trained. However, all of his efforts were futile as none of the players he sent out would ever think to search in a level 30 zone. After 2 hours, 3 more sub-elite scaled frogs had fallen to the ground. The Starry Night Potion Shop is gathering ingredients to create intermediate mana potions right now. When the first batch is made, I'll give you guys a few, Nie Yan said. A pity that these potions couldn't be used as freely as their lower-ranked counterparts. After all, concocting them was just too expensive for now. It was fine to keep 1 or 2 in case of emergencies, but to down them frivolously as they grinding mobs. At present, very few, if any, could bear the burden of such a cost. Even though Tang Yao's mana was now in short supply, without the support of his arcane fairy, he was still able to deal with sub-elites without much effort. As for elites, for the time being, killing them was a bit inefficient. They took much more effort and time to kill. Nevertheless, the drop quality from the sub-elites wasn't too bad and they still gave a good amount of experience. Apart from Tang Yao who had to focus on the scaled frogs, the rest of them had very little to do. Nie Yan took advantage of this time to message a few people. Godslayer 1, you there? Yeah, what's up? I saw the video of young Sparrow Hawk on the forums. Is he your friend? That thief in the background should be you, right? Godslayer of Yor asked in pleasant surprise after noticing the sender was Nie Yan. Yep, he is. We just established a guild. Are you interested in joining? I plan to pull a few others to form the guild's elite team, Nie Yan replied. Although the quality of the team would be far from his ideal, rounding up 20 decently skilled players was nevertheless a good start. Phew. After not hearing anything back from you these past couple of days, I was starting to get worried, but now you've finally established a guild. My name is red at the moment, so you'll have to wait a few days for me to get it back to normal. In any case, join our guild first. Sure, Asskickers United, right. If I still didn't hear about it by now, then I'd have been living under a rock this whole time. Nie Yan notified Guo Wai and the others in advance that Godslayer of Yor and his friends would be coming over to join their guild. Then, he hit up leader Young 72 and his group, informing them he was finally forming a team. They were simply ecstatic upon hearing this, but why wouldn't they be? Ever since meeting him, they had been eagerly waiting for this day to come. Nie Yan valued their group quite highly. In his past life, young leader 7 was one of the 7 grand priests, so his prospects weren't something to be looked down upon. The 2 most important roles in a team were without a doubt the main healer and main tank. They were very literally the life of the team, with a huge influence on whether a run would succeed or prematurely end in a wipe. Aside from young Leader 7, there was also Forgotten, a shadow dancer in the previous timeline. Although he wasn't as dazzling as Sun, among the vast ocean of players, he was definitely a figure that was hard to come by. Then, there was Nie Yan. He could also be considered as noteworthy among fighters. Finally, Nie Yan contacted Resplendent Blade Light 3. If he were able to get him to join their guild, then the team would be perfect. A fighter ranked in the top 3, one of the 7 Grand Priests, 2 Shadow Dancers, the rank 11 fighter, and Godslayer of Yor and his friends were all notable players in the previous timeline. Add Nie Yan with his 10 years of gaming experience, and where could you find a guild that was able to assemble such a stacked lineup? Even Victorious Return, Holy Empire, and Radiant Sacred Flame combined wouldn't be able to pull it off. When he thought of Sun, he couldn't help but wonder. If Asskickers United was able to attract a legendary player like him, then perhaps there were a few more good seedlings that had yet to be found. Because of Nie Yan and Tang Yao, Asskickers United was no longer considered a third-rate guild as experts started to trickle in. After noticing the guild had yet to form an elite team, some of the shrewder ones joined with the intention of trying out while they still had a chance, hoping to ride on the coattails of their success. After all, it was better to grab a hold of a chicken's neck than a phoenix's tail. With godly experts like Nie Yan and Tang Yao at the helm, anyone who joined their team was guaranteed to have a bright future. With Young 7, Resplendent Blade Light, and the others joining, Nie Yan would finally have the framework for an elite team. All he had to do afterwards was recruit a few passable, temporary fill-ins with clean backgrounds and the team would be pretty much established. Naturally, for them to genuinely mature into a formidable force, everyone would have to persevere through many trials and hardships. As for Yu Lan's team, Nie Yan had no intention of disbanding them. The strength of the auxiliary teams was just as important to the growth of a guild, and generally, there would be at least 10 or more of them. You established a guild, Resplendent Blade Light asked after receiving Nie Yan's message. His brows were knitted in contemplation. Not bad, right? So, after leaving unhindered, have you found another guild yet? Nie Yan asked. Can't say that I have. If that's the case, then why not join mine? If I join your guild, I have a group of brothers that will also want to follow me. They're a rowdy bunch that don't like authority. Are you willing to take them in? As long as they don't break any of the guild's rules, I'm more than willing to welcome them. If they really get unruly, then I can only rely on you to control them. How many of them are there? Nie Yan asked. He didn't believe for a second that merely a few dozen players could create much of a ruckus in the guild. At least 1,000, Blade Light replied. Nie Yan nearly jumped up in fright. He couldn't help but ask, you're not trying to take all of Unhindered with you, right? No, not really. It's less than half of the guild. All of them left voluntarily. They insist that I start a new guild with them, but I've no interest in managing guild affairs, and they refuse to follow anyone else. Some of my brothers are still in Unhindered, but if I join your guild, they'll definitely come over as well. I sincerely hope that if I join, you'll let them in too, Blade Light requested. During these bleak times, what moved him the most was his band of brothers. No matter how disheartened he felt, they still never left his side. So even though he didn't wish to be restricted, for the sake of giving them a place to settle, he was willing to give Nie Yan's offer a go. Nie Yan considered the pros and cons. Blade Light's brothers made up nearly half of Unhindered strength. It would be a chance for more growth if such a force were to join Asskickers United. But at the same time, these players were only loyal to Blade Light and wouldn't necessarily be under his and Tang Yao's control. Therefore, there was a certain factor of risk at play. If Blade Light sincerely wished to join, reined his brothers in, and told them to assimilate, then they would slowly be absorbed into the guild. However, if Blade Light's heart wasn't fully into it, and he decided to leave later on, bringing his brothers along with him, it would be a huge loss for them. To accept or reject. This was actually a bit difficult to decide. From what Nie Yan recalled of Blade Light's personality, he was a trustworthy person, and he was never a wildly ambitious person to begin with. Fine, I'll let them in. I'll treat them just the same as ordinary members, Nie Yan finally gave his reply. Asskickers United was already 10,000 strong. What difference could another 1,000 make? Besides, players tended to interact and befriend one another quite frequently, so Blade Light's brothers would surely be digested quite quickly. You don't have any doubts. What doubts? You're not worried about me trying to seize power. Nie Yan chuckled and calmly replied, if you truly cared for power, you would have never left Unhindered. With your prestige there, I don't believe for a second you had no chance of vying with Heizhou for control of the guild. If you two truly fought it out, perhaps right now, Unhindered would no longer have him as the guild leader. Yet, you still left of your own volition. Even though he betrayed you so heinously, you still valued what was left of the friendship between you two. I think this is why so many of your brothers were willing to follow you. After joining my guild, you'll still be as you were before, Blade Light, but I definitely won't be Heizhou. Blade Light was struck by his words. He emotionally replied, thank you for the trust. After joining your guild, I'll make sure my brothers don't cause any trouble. His mind relaxed as he breathed a sigh of relief. Giving them a place to belong to was one of his most pressing concerns, but he had never found a suitable guild. A few guild leaders had contacted him before, but none of them were worthy of his respect. Nie Yan, however, had more than earned it. Blade Light joining was a great boon for Asskickers United. It would allow their strength to have another substantial spur. With his prestige, he would attract even more players to the guild. In this way, they would truly start to rival those top-ranked, second-rate guilds that were only beneath Victorious Return, Holy Empire, and the other major guilds. I've been thinking for a bit. Asskickers United will probably need a few vice leaders. How about it? I can give you the position. No need, I have no interest in managing the guild. With one of his worries relieved, Blade Light was finally starting to get over his falling out with Heizhou. I can let you not do any work, but you must accept the position of vice leader. Even if you don't mind, I'm sure your brothers will, Nie Yan said. If he assigned Blade Light the position of vice leader, he would be able to appease the brothers following him. Blade Light thought for a moment before finally relenting. He nodded his head, then said, fine. He acknowledged that Nie Yan's words were quite reasonable. You can head over to our headquarters. Right now the acting leader is a player called Watchful Snail. I'll inform him that you and your brothers will be arriving, then he'll deal with the task of adding you guys in, Nie Yan said. All right. I'll let Watchful Snail handle the matters regarding the elite team. I've already informed him of the few players I have in mind. You should form a team with them first and start running dungeons. After you clear all the low-level dungeons and accumulate some guild honor, we'll make some adjustments. With the average skill, level, and equipment of the team, I'm sure clearing Social Valley won't be a problem, Nie Yan said. A guild had to clear all the special instances in order to gain a certain amount of honor. After accumulating enough honor, they would be able to receive certain rewards from the administrator that would aid them in their growth, such as an upgrade to the guild headquarters. Besides money, a certain amount of honor was required as well. The lowest level guild had a maximum size of 20,000 players. After that, they would need to accumulate enough honor to advance to a level 2 guild. No problem, I'll start running dungeons. You should hurry and focus on clearing your red name, Blade Light replied. Right, Nie Yan nodded. When Blade Light was running the dungeons with leader Young 7, Godslayer, and the others, he could give them some simple guidance. With their strength and skill, and his guidance, they would have no problems clearing these dungeons on expert or even specialist. When they arrived at the next location, Nie Yan employed the usual method by bursting open a pouch of smoke powder near the sub-elite scaled frog. Then, after the smoke enveloped it in the immediate surroundings, he would hand over the reins to Tang Yao. Aside from the impacts of Tang Yao's spells, all was tranquil in the forest. Every so often, soft, rustling noises could be heard from the nearby underbrush as small animals passed through. In the distance, you would be able to hear the sound of flowing water, faint and almost indiscernible. Is there a lake or stream nearby? Yao Yao asked. Akin to a zither, the gentle sound floated amidst the trees and stretched far across the forest. Lake. Nie Yan's mind trembled. He suddenly recalled that there was indeed a lake near the scaled frog zone. It was a small forest lake, hidden from view by tall, exuberant trees. At its very center was a small isle where rumors told was the location of an abandoned dark elf shrine. Supposedly, ancient crafting recipes could be found there. It's close by anyway. Can't hurt to go check things out. If there's nothing there, we can just head back. Not much later, server closing time approached. At this moment, Tang Yao killed his last scaled frog for the day, and as he did, a bright radiance enveloped Nie Yan followed by a crisp, system jingle. Nie Yan checked his status bar. He was now level 17, the same as Tang Yao. However, Tang Yao's experience bar was nearly filled to the top, so he would soon be leveling up to level 18. There's still about 18 minutes left. You guys should find a safe place, preferably hidden from view from any mobs, to log off from, Nie Yan said. He looked at the day's harvest, 3 pieces of equipment, a level 30 silver grade armor blueprint, an intermediate potion recipe, and several fortune gems. He and the others currently received a huge increase in drop rate since they were hunting monsters far above their level. Furthermore, the scaled frogs they killed were all sub-elites, so the profits they reaped were immense. If they were hunting here in the previous timeline, then it would be very difficult for them to run into an elite or sub-elite. Even if they did, many nearby players would attempt to snatch the kill away. It was a classic case of too many monks and not enough gruel. As such, the average harvest from a day's worth of grinding would merely amount to 1 or 2 pieces of silver or gold grade equipment. Most of the time, any group that could secure even a leader class monster for themselves would be considered very lucky. However, Nie Yan and the others had gone far ahead of others by hunting in this map when most players would never yet dream to. Moreover, Nie Yan knew exactly where to find the elites and sub-elites, so it was clear to see the advantage he held over others. Sun was now level 11 while Yao Yao had risen to level 12, she was only a smidgen away from level 13. Both were shocked by their leveling speeds. It was simply too fast. Big bros, big sis, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sun waved goodbye before logging off. I'm heading off as well. See you guys later, Yao Yao said before going offline. You're not getting off? Tang Yao asked as he felt Nie Yan didn't seem like he wanted to log out just yet. There's still around 15 minutes left. I'm going to explore around a bit. Here, take these 5 pouches of smoke powder. Also, these are the spawn locations of a few sub-elites, record them down. If I'm not back by the time you get back online tomorrow, give Sun the smoke powder and you guys can continue on without me, Nie Yan said before handing over the items to Tang Yao. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yao nodded his head and said, fine, before taking the smoke powder. If Nie Yan didn't wish to tell him, then he wouldn't pry. Besides, he held complete confidence in him. After all, with his skill and elusiveness, there was no need to worry about him encountering any real danger. It's about time you get off too. Well, see you tomorrow, Tang Yao said. His body gradually turned illusory before disappearing completely. After Tang Yao left, Nie Yan followed the sound of flowing water, eventually coming across a small stream where he walked along its bank. He encountered many scaled frogs on his trek that he would avoid by stealthing and making detours around. Along his path, he stumbled upon a wooden treasure chest. After opening it, he retrieved a piece of level 30 white grade equipment. It was a disappointing find. Was his luck really that poor? Nevertheless, he could still receive 5 silver or more by selling it to an NPC merchant, and there was also the option of recycling it into raw materials. The latter might be a bit more expensive, but it was better than nothing. As he traveled further down the stream, reaching the yet-to-be-explored depths of this forest, he eventually exited the scaled frog area and arrived at an opening where he was greeted by the sight of a lake in the distance. It wasn't all that large, covering maybe a tenth of a square kilometer, but still gave home to a very small piece of land. You've discovered Forest Lake Stratton. In his past life, there were rumors that a player had uncovered several recipes from the isle in the middle of this lake. Uncommon recipes found in level 30 maps would usually be at least intermediate rank, making them quite valuable. For a person like Nie Yan who owned a thriving potion shop, every new recipe was of great importance. He stood at the edge of the lake. It was serene without the slightest ripple. Even so, he recalled that monsters spawned in its depths, among which included elites and sub-elites. Right now, his life was far too valuable. If he died, he would drop too many important items. Thus, he was increasingly vigilant when undertaking any risk. He didn't believe himself capable of soloing a level 30 sub-elite on land, let alone underwater where he was much less mobile. Even encountering a common monster would be extremely dangerous in such a scenario. Nie Yan observed the isle in the distance which was about 30 meters away. Numerous willows dotted the edge of the lake, each reaching about a height of 50 or 60 meters, casting shadows over the lake as their slender, drooping branches lazily hung just above the water's surface. He even noticed how the willow's lush foliage intertwined with its branches in a seemingly chaotic manner. He suddenly had a thought. Even if he couldn't directly swim over from the shore, he still had a chance of reaching the isle. Walking up to a nearby willow, he activated the crawler ring ability. Then, as if he were a spider, he nimbly clambered up its trunk before perching on a thick and solid branch near the top. As he surveyed his surroundings, he estimated the tree branch across from him was about 10 meters away. Should be about right, he silently muttered to himself while judging the distance. A second later, he suddenly leapt forward. He was still at least 20 meters away from the water's edge. Borrowing the forward momentum of his jump, he barreled toward the lake. As he fell, he activated the silk spinner ring's ability, shooting out a line of silk which adhered to the branch he had been eyeing prior. Soon, the web line tensed, converting the potential energy from his fall into kinetic energy that flung him forward like a child on a swing. Nearing the peak of his momentum, he withdrew the web line and continued soaring through the air. On his rapid descent toward the isle, he went into a landing roll before regaining his footing. -23 damage value floated up above his head. Patting the dust off of his clothes, a faint smile emerged on his face as he glanced back at the opposite shore. He had succeeded in his attempt. Owning both the silk spinner ring and crawler ring really was quite advantageous. In the distance, a water snake gradually broke through the water surface. It was about 5 to 6 meters long with its body dotted in yellow and white scales. As it swam about, ripples spread out across the lake. It was probably a level 30 or higher monster. He didn't dare to be careless as he entered stealth, then proceeded to take cover behind a nearby patch of shrubbery. Being unable to find any trace of Nie Yan, the water snake dived back down into the water and disappeared into the lake's depths. Nie Yan's tension eased as he breathed a sigh of relief. If he had chosen to swim across the lake instead, rather than jumping over, then he could hardly imagine what would have happened. The isle was merely 900 square meters across. As he explored around, he found no monsters roaming about. In fact, other than several trees, there really didn't seem to be anything on this isle. At its center was a very large tree that towered above the rest. Sadly, it had long since died, its trunks hollowed out by insects, but hidden within was a faded black treasure chest. Many ancient treasure chests, after not being uncovered for who knows how long, had corroded over time, collecting dust as they lost even the faintest shimmer. He walked up to the treasure chest which permeated a time-worn air. Its design dated back to the dark era when the dragon race reigned supreme. It was far more ancient than any chest he had encountered thus far. Older, historically rich chests tended to contain better items. This was common knowledge among players. As he wiped off the mud and dirt that stained the chest, a dark golden luster caught his eye. Dark gold. His eyes twinkled in excitement. To this date, he had never come across a dark gold treasure chest before. Even in his past life, he had only heard rumors of their existence. They were guaranteed to produce an item of at least dark gold grade. Most of the time, they contained sub-legendary items. There was even a chance of obtaining a legendary item fragment. Naturally, the likelihood of that was very low. I hope it's not locked. Nie Yan bent down as he attempted to open the chest. As his right hand came in contact with a lock, an immense sense of disappointment welled forth inside him. It was sealed by a small, delicate lock. Its sophisticated design was worthy of praise. It was by far the most sophisticated lock he had ever come across. At the very least, it would require specialist lockpicking to unlock or possibly a specialist key since an ordinary key absolutely wouldn't work. He let out a bitter chuckle. Truthfully, this was to be expected. How could such a chest be freely sitting there as if it were waiting for him to open it? Even though he knew there were hidden treasures on this isle, what he ended up finding greatly disappointed him. Just as he was about to reluctantly move on, after some more reflection, he suddenly found this situation very strange. Logically speaking, a player would only have specialist lockpicking after they advance to a great thief. In other words, it would take at least 5 to 6 years, 7 or 8 at most, for a player capable of unlocking this chest to appear. However, considering how popular this area was in his past life, that meant numerous players would have long since found it. The discovery of a dark gold chest would have definitely rapidly spread across the player base. Yet why was it that he had never heard of such a chest appearing in this place before? Unless a player arrived here before anyone else had and furthermore possessed the specialist lockpicking skill required to remove the items inside the chest, subsequently causing it to disappear, there was no way players would not know of its existence. Even most great thieves didn't possess specialist lockpicking. It wasn't a skill that could be obtained as one simply pleased, but rather, it required the player to pick open tens of thousands of locks to achieve such a level. There was only one possibility. There was another method to open this chest. Perhaps, he would be able to find a special key. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan stood up. The answer was definitely located on this isle. This place was also the location of an abandoned dark elf shrine. Maybe the two were connected. As he glanced at the in-game clock, he noticed the servers were just about to shut down. Right now, there wasn't enough time. He'd have to continue when he logged back on. Some time after disconnecting from the game, Nie Yan contacted Guo Wai, Hao Cheng, and Zhao Li. He learned from them that the matter regarding Resplendent Blade Light joining the guild had already been settled. Furthermore, Ass-Kickers United had grown to a staggering 16,000 members before the number of players applying slowed to a trickle. Even so, a guild of that size was rarely seen in the present day. No longer completely preoccupied with adding new players, Guo Wai and the others began dividing up the task of investigating the backgrounds of each individual who had already joined. Anyone they found suspicious would be booted from the guild. Although they wouldn't be completely mole-free, it would at least ensure their ranks were a little purer. After tallying up the guild members, the proportion of players above level 9 reached just under 20%. It was a little on the low side, but it still wasn't bad. When Blade Light, leader Young 7, and the others formed the elite team, according to standard convention, they were all required to sign a contract. It stated that if they wanted to leave the team, they would have to return everything given to them as well as pay a huge penalty fee. An elite team wasn't something you could just join or withdraw from as you pleased. Every guild would invest heavily into them, so each member was quintessential. If any of them were to suddenly resign, it would be an immense loss for the guild, so that was why it was necessary that they were all bound by contracts. Naturally, there were benefits as well. Joining the elite team meant that the player would receive much more resources from the guild, letting them grow considerably faster than ordinary players. So given the opportunity, many would still sign the contract. After the elite team was established, the guild's sole Revive Skill Book 1 was given to Young 7. At this point in time, a Revive Skill Book was almost priceless. Even if someone offered several dozen gold, they still wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain one because it was just so rare. Right now, nearly none of the major guilds had it, as it was only starting to become more prevalent when the player base neared level 20. Revive could only resurrect a fallen teammate outside of combat. When running a dungeon, sometimes, before even clearing half of it, a team would suffer too many casualties to proceed forward. But with Revive, they could be brought back to life. Furthermore, when facing the final boss, it would be very difficult for a team to get through unscathed. Oftentimes, many team members would be sacrificed before it could finally be killed. With Revive, however, these losses could be averted. As such, for Blade Light, Young 7, and the other members of the elite team, Revive would significantly reduce the stress of doing dungeon runs. So far, everything was going according to plan. Even though there might be a few snags along the way, Nie Yan was convinced that with their skills, when everyone got more familiar with one another, they would definitely display incredible ability. Finished chatting with Guo Wai and the others, Nie Yan proceeded to go through his usual routine of working out, practicing martial arts, and studying. Recently, he felt his body was brimming with strength. His reflexes had also become even sharper than before. Moreover, he had grown about 3 centimeters taller while his physique also turned more muscular. As the day when his parents would return home drew near, he grew increasingly eager as an intense sense of yearning welled up inside him. Around noon, his aunts and uncles had come for another visit. After discovering his parents still weren't back, they could only leave in disappointment. Ever since becoming aware of him being a very good candidate of passing the entrance exam for the top-ranked military school in the country, even if they were rather reluctant to treat him with courtesy, even to the point of smiling and fawning over him, they had no choice but to do so. But in their minds, they were still resentfully mulling over the money his parents owed them. Nie Yan really didn't want to utilize his in-game gold since every coin held incredible value before the real-world currency exchange opened. Sadly, the black market conversion rate for in-game gold was far below its actual worth. Furthermore, some powerful figures could lower the conversion rate more by manipulating the market, so selling his in-game gold was tantamount to letting himself be swindled. Besides, each copper coin in his pocket would represent a slight advantage over Cao Shu in the future. Nie Yan gave Tang Yao a phone call. Hey, Tang Yao, do you have some money right now? Lend me some, I'll pay you back later. How much do you need? Tang Yao asked in a confused manner. Very rarely did Nie Yan ever ask to borrow money. Probably 500,000 yen or so, Nie Yan answered after giving it some thought. This was the first time he had outright asked Tang Yao to borrow money. However, when his parents returned in a few days, he would be able to pay it back in full. So much. Alright, just give me your bank info. I'll wire the money over. You're not going to ask why I'm borrowing so much money. You almost never ask me for money, so when you do, not to mention so much at once, I know it's something important. You definitely have a good reason for asking. But if you don't wish to say it, I won't try to pry. No matter how much you need, I'll still help you get it even if I have to go around begging others, otherwise, how could I possibly call myself your brother? We've known each other since we were both in diapers. Tang Yao replied. When his family became well off, he had an increasing number of people trying to curry favor with him as the number that treated him sincerely quickly declined. The overwhelming majority of people that approached him had underlying motives which caused him to treasure the relation he had with Nie Yan even more. From his perspective, friendship was priceless. He was in no shortage of money, but true friends were hard to come by. Before my dad left, he borrowed some money from a few people. Well, they've been hounding me recently, trying to collect the debt. I don't want to convert my in-game gold to pay it back, so I can only go to you, Nie Yan explained. Oh, you mean those snobby relatives of yours? Don't worry, sooner or later, there'll come a day when they regret how they treated you. Tang Yao sneered. Knowing how well Nie Yan was expanding in conviction, when the real-world currency exchange opened, his personal wealth would definitely skyrocket to frightening levels. Then, he'd have no reason to mind such trivial pocket change. A while later, he received a text message from Tang Yao. Alright, the money should be in your account now. I've wired it over. Nie Yan headed to the bank to withdraw the money before walking over to the homes of his relatives. They didn't live all that far from his house. They were actually all in the same district, close enough to meet on a daily basis, but he had never felt the slightest hint of affection from any of them to the extent that he felt more familial love from his next-door neighbors. He conked on the metal gates of his uncle Luo Ming's home. Who's there? A loathsome voice that resembled a duck being strangled answered the knocks. It belonged to his uncle's wife. It's me. Nie Yan's cold voice echoed out without the slightest trace of anger. He couldn't bother wasting his emotions on people he planned to have nothing to do with in the future. Upon seeing him after opening the gate, his uncle's wife revealed repulsed expression, but after recalling a certain something, her face turned rigid. In a stiff tone, she asked, Oh. Why if it isn't little Yan? Do you need something? Would you like to come in? However, she made no effort to move out of the way to let him in. No thanks. I have a question. How much money do my parents owe you? 170,000 yen. Adding interest, it's about 220,000 yen. Why? Something the matter? Luo Ming's wife glanced at him and asked. I have the money. Go fetch the loan agreement my parents signed. Nie Yan's tone became even icier. What was this interest rate? They were practically loan sharks. He could only imagine how much humiliation his parents endured when they asked to borrow money. For his relatives to only agree to the loan with such a high interest rate. His parents would have been better off asking strangers. If his father's business had failed, what then? Not even in a lifetime would they have been able to recover from this debt. He lost himself in deep thought. Back when he was naive, not only had he been unaware of the pressure his parents were under, but he even resented them for abandoning him. He had even constantly reminded them of it, leading them to feel guilt and self-loathing. They couldn't even live a single day of their lives in happiness. In this life, however, he wouldn't allow such tragedy to repeat itself. He would grow strong enough to protect his friends and loved ones. Brat, where did you get this money? Luo Ming's wife couldn't but ask in a daze after seeing Nie Yan take out so much cash. Cut the crap. Bring out the damn loan agreement. Nie Yan's expression turned glacial. Seeing him flare out in anger, Luo Ming's wife immediately reined in any of her attitude. With how things have changed now, if he really did get angered, then it'd be very hard to predict what sorts of troubles might arise in the future. She hastily ran back into the house and returned to him with the loan agreement. After Nie Yan confirmed that the handwriting on the agreement was indeed his father's, he couldn't be bothered to converse with his aunt any further and directly turned to leave. Really strange. Just how did that brat get so much money? Could it be? As Luo Ming's wife got to this point in her line of thought, she felt a chill run down her spine and she hurriedly closed the metal gate. Nie Yan went from house to house, knocking on his relatives' doors to pay back the money his parents owed. He was finally done with the matter by the time it was afternoon. You paid them all back? Tang Yao asked on the phone. Yeah, the matter is settled. Thanks again. Wait a few days for me to pay you back the money I borrowed, Nie Yan replied. As he compared Tang Yao with those relatives of his, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth in his heart. No need to rush. It's nothing. Tang Yao waved his hands. It wasn't as if he was in urgent need of money. Then, he was suddenly reminded of something. You might as well pay me back in-game. That's fine too. Nie Yan nodded. Even though the current black market conversion rate was terrible, in-game gold was still pretty valuable. After all, gold was still very scarce right now. I'll probably be busy when I get back online. You guys should go ahead without me. Ah, alright. After hanging up the call with Tang Yao, he worked out for the rest of the day. When evening arrived, he returned to the world of conviction. For the sake of finding the key for the dark gold chest, he began scouring every inch of the isle, not leaving the slightest rock unturned. His search eventually led him near the ruins of a shrine, more than a dozen meters away from the shore, where he reaped an unexpected harvest. Tucked away in the corner of a ruin, he found a silver treasure chest which contained 2 recipes. He examined both, Dark Elf's boar toxin recipe and Dark Elf's arrow poison recipe. The former was the recipe of a poison used to coat blades, swords, daggers, and other sharp-edged weaponry. The latter was the recipe of a poison used specifically to coat bolts and arrows. Both were intermediate rank. The boar toxin dealt 30 damage per second for 20 seconds, and its ingredients included a certain type of larva that was very difficult to obtain. At least a level 30 player was required to gather it. As for the Dark Elf Arrow Poison, it dealt 50 additional on-hit poison damage. Its ingredients, on the other hand, were relatively easy to acquire, consisting of over 7 different types of common plants. The manufacturing cost for each vial was at least 10 silver, and it could be used 3 times. Arrow poisons generally sold the worst out of all stock goods, so there wasn't much financial benefit to putting them up for sale in the shop. But to Nie Yan, it was actually very useful. When he returned, he definitely had to make the alchemists back at the Starry Night Potion shop produce some. Weeds grew all over the ruins, leaving him barely able to make out the silhouette of the shrine. Could the key for the dark gold chest really be found over there? Nie Yan couldn't help but hold some doubts. Loose chunks of rock lay scattered across the ruins of this shrine. The scripture of the dragons could be seen engraved on their surfaces, though barely discernible with the passage of time. In the distant dark era, the dark elves were the servants of the dragons. They regarded them as divine existences. Even their sacred texts, which were written in the language of the dragons, reflected as such. Their history and culture were deeply entrenched in their subservience to the dragons. Even a millennium later, they still regarded themselves as lowly vassals that didn't dare to go against the will of those from the dragon race. Around the shrine altar lay the skeletal remains of different creatures, some of which were the skulls of humans, piled together in heaps. Nie Yan could imagine how the chiefs of small dark elf tribes would offer the lives of various creatures in ritual sacrifices to the dragons. During the era of shared governance, when the reign of the dragons was finally toppled, the dark elves suffered retaliation from the humans, high elves, and the other races for their heinous acts, ensuing in a mass genocide that resulted in the dark elves completely disappearing from the continent. Numerous of their tribes sought refuge in the isolated underworld, but many places on the continent still held traces of their past. When he approached the shrine, more than a dozen chunks of rock flew up from the ground. Each stone emitted a strong aura of darkness while the characters engraved on them glowed with an eerie light. Relying on his knowledge of dragon tongue, he was able to decipher the meaning of some of the characters: god of destruction, denizens of the remote darkness, secluded dimension of evil, but he found it difficult to piece them all together. Just what sort of message were these dozen or so floating pieces of rock trying to convey? There are still remnants of dark magic left over from the dark era in the abandoned dark elf shrine. After some cautious interaction, you discover that it opens a portal to another dimension. This is a powerful magic. You silently muse to yourself. The dark elves were the servants of the dragons. What could these despicable creatures have been doing in this place? While reading the system notifications, from the corner of his eye, Nie Yan suddenly noticed the stones converging at the center of the altar before a dark portal slowly emerged. Being only a few feet from the portal, he took a prudent step back when it emerged. Where it led to or whether it posed a threat to him were still unknowns. I can't take any chances. Conviction had way too many strange maps that were fraught with danger. For the sake of preserving his chapter of courage and chapter of freedom, he firmly decided to renounce this opportunity. However, just as he was about to turn to leave, he felt a powerful suction force pulling on his body. His face turned ashen with fright. He wanted to retreat, but the powerful force coming from the portal was simply too hard to resist. Nie Yan lost his footing. And like the mouth of an enormous demon, the dark portal gobbled him up in one fell swoop. Inside the darkness of the portal, everything went black as he lost consciousness. After he was pulled into the portal, the stones suspended in midair around the altar slowly dimmed. Losing the energy powering them, they fell back to the ground. Did Nirvana Flame go offline? Sun turned to Tang Yao and asked in a puzzled tone. Nie Yan's name had just gone dim on his friend's list. I don't know, Tang Yao replied, sounding just as confused. When he tried sending Nie Yan a message just now, he got a system prompt telling him that the player wasn't on the same map. Could Nie Yan have gone to a map that was inaccessible by others? Did something happen to Nirvana Flame? Yao Yao asked worriedly. Whatever happened, I'm sure he can deal with it. Come on, let's continue. Tang Yao's confidence in Nie Yan almost resembled blind faith. The Viridian Empire was a large, standalone map comprised of numerous and various zones. Players could whisper each other as long they were within the same map, but they weren't able to make contact with players from different maps such as the Satline Empire or the neutral territory of the Giants. If Tang Yao couldn't get a hold of him, then that meant Nie Yan wasn't in the Viridian Empire right now. But how was that possible? The empire was vast and boundless and spanned at least several hundreds of miles across. Because they were still in the central area of the map, leaving its borders would still require 5 days or more, even with the fastest running speed. The other way was to teleport, but the only place in the entire empire with a transfer point connecting to the Satline Empire was Kalor. Although his sudden disappearance left the group perplexed, they could only suppress their doubts for the time being. Right now, their main priority was clearing their red names. With the slight increase in damage output after reaching level 18, Tang Yao felt confident in moving on to stronger mobs. So he took out the list of coordinates Nie Yan had given him the day before. After which they set out in search of elite-scaled frogs. Not knowing how much time had passed, Nie Yan slowly regained consciousness. He was currently lying on the ground. A pitter-pattering sound gradually grew more audible as he felt raindrops hit his face, carrying a chill that seemed to pierce through his skin. A certain thought jolted him into sobriety as he quickly sat up and rummaged through his bag. After seeing that the chapter of courage and chapter of freedom were still there, he let out a sigh of relief. You've discovered the illusory realm of the Doolahans. When he saw the system message, he understood that he was in an instance quest map. He found himself in a vast region of wilderness. The sky above him was dark and gloomy. A constant drizzle fell to the earth, and the wind whistled loudly, carrying an otherworldly chill. After surveying around, Nie Yan noticed this was a sealed-off area. He wouldn't be able to use a return scroll to leave. There were several knights riding ghastly, skeletal war horses roaming around the wilderness. They wore full suits of black armor and carried 3-meter-long pikes. However, what stood out the most was the fact that they lacked heads. Nie Yan entered stealth before slowly approaching one of them. Headless Horseman Undead, level 30. Health, 1200 1200. Task 1, kill 20 Headless Horsemen. I wonder what happens if I die here on this map. Either way, I don't want to find out, but these Headless Horsemen aren't going to be easy to deal with. With his current strength, slaying a monster so far above his level was truly too difficult of a task. He opened the official website to search for information regarding these Headless Horsemen, but to his dismay, nothing came up. He let out a dejected sigh. For now, he had no choice but to drop the matter and figure out a way himself. Since his own stats were severely lacking, he could only try to figure out the monster's weak point. After thinking for a bit, he decided to probe things out. He first approached within 70 meters of a Headless Horseman, then took out his crossbow. Employing the same method he had used back at Agmoda Muddy Wetlands, he would fire at the ground near the Headless Horseman to see whether or not it would be alerted. In this way, he would be able to figure out its aggro range. After observing the headless horseman for a while, he noticed its movements were actually pretty clumsy, especially when trying to turn. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts struck the ground within 30 meters of the headless horseman. It suddenly reacted, prompting its skeletal horse to charge 20 meters toward the direction of the sound. Its powerful charging speed kicked up a whirlwind of dust. This bastard's explosive speed is at least 120 or higher. Who knew this clumsy monster would actually charge at such speed upon discovering an enemy? Nie Yan nearly jumped up in fright. He quickly activated swift retreat and withdrew far into the distance. With an aggro range of about 35 meters and a charge speed of 120, headless horsemen definitely weren't the kind of monster he could take on in a direct confrontation at his current level. He stared at the headless horseman from afar, growing increasingly vexed. The faster the enemy's charge, the more bonus damage it would deal. With the headless horseman being so far above his level, if it discovered him, then there was a chance that he would be taken out in a single hit. After failing to discover an enemy, the headless horseman stood in place for a moment before urging its horse to turn back. As an undead, their joints were extremely stiff. Therefore, when turning around, their movements were slow and difficult. Seeing the headless horseman struggling to turn, Nie Yan suddenly had an idea. He circled behind it and used the same method as before to probe it out. After 10 minutes of firing bolts to figure out what the headless horseman's aggro range was from behind, he was finally able to confirm that it was only about 3 to 4 meters, far less than it was from the front. Moreover, even if he alerted it from behind, it would take ages for it to turn its horse around to face him. Nie Yan faintly smiled. Now this would be much easier to deal with. Propping up the crossbow in his hand, he fired at the headless horseman. Put. The 3 bolts struck the headless horseman. -26, -29, -31. 3 damage values floated up above its head. Upon being attacked from behind, the headless horseman urged its horse to turn around. Seeing this, Nie Yan naturally wouldn't stay motionless. He constantly circled around it, mirroring its movements as he shot it from behind. No matter how the headless horseman moved, it was unable to turn to directly face Nie Yan. All it could do was continuously turn in place. From beginning to end, it was never able to discover Nie Yan's position. With its low intelligence, it simply had no idea how to respond. Put. Nie Yan fired an unending stream of bolts at the headless horseman. The continuous damage caused its health to rapidly fall. 3 minutes later, it finally collapsed to the ground. Task 1: Kill 20 headless horsemen. Progress, 1/20th. Perfect. Nie Yan walked up to collect the items that the headless horseman dropped, 2 silver and a damaged blueprint which was filled with various diagrams. Dualahan Cavalry Crossbow Blueprint, pieces, 1/10. Requirements, Advanced Blacksmith. Dualahan Cavalry Crossbow, Sub-Legendary. Requirements, 800 Strength. Properties, Attack 307 to 327, 30% critical rate, plus 100 fire damage, 5-shot burst. Weight, 56 pounds. Restrictions, Thief, Paladin, Warrior. I never thought it would be a sub-legendary weapon blueprint. The properties are amazing. Nie Yan inwardly exclaimed. However, the 56 pounds weight and 800 strength requirement were really quite intimidating. He probably wouldn't be able to equip it until around level 60 to 70. So if I collect all 10 pieces, I'll be able to craft a sub-legendary cavalry crossbow. He examined the materials required to create it: 10 top-quality magic redwood logs, 3 top-quality fire source crystals, 3 enchanted black vein gold, 3 enchanted runestones, and 1 fire essence extract. Seeing the materials listed, Nie Yan was left speechless. Top-quality magic redwood logs and fire source crystals were a bit easier to find, but they were expensive because they were treasured materials. As for enchanted black rune gold, enchanted runestones, or any materials that had the word enchanted in the prefix of its name for that matter, were extremely hard to come by. As for fire essence extract, it was an item of legends. In any case, in his past life, he had never come across it in any which way. Even if he was able to find all the materials required to craft this Dualahan cavalry crossbow, he wouldn't be able to equip it at his current level. Nevertheless, he could collect all the blueprint pieces right now, then figure out a way to craft it later on. Nie Yan felt bewildered after taking a look at the system notifications. He hadn't received the slightest bit of experience for killing the headless horseman. Monsters on this map don't give experience. While he was pondering over this problem, he happened to glance at the quest bar positioned at the corner of his vision. I should focus on completing the quest first. Who knows? There might be some sort of reward at the end. After grasping hold of a suitable strategy, slaying headless horsemen became as easy as 1, 2, 3. Without receiving even so much as a scratch, they fell victim to the constant line of bolts firing from his crossbow in quick succession. About an hour later, he checked his quest bar again. Task 1: Kill 20 headless horsemen. Progress, 16/20. From the bodies of these headless horsemen he had also managed to pick up 2 more blueprint pieces. Considering they were for a sub-legendary crossbow, the drop rate wasn't all that bad. At the very least, he saw hope of completing the full blueprint. Eventually, after grinding them for so long, Nie Yan had grown confident enough to make an attempt at controlling one with undead right. After figuring out their weakness, he had already confirmed he was in no danger so long as he stayed behind them, giving him a sense of reassurance as he boldly cast the spell. Undead right's success rate might be a little low, but inevitably there'd come a moment when it would work. Following repeated failures, he eventually prevailed in assembling a full party of 5 headless horsemen, whereupon he directed his minions to attack any monster wandering about, thus improving his mobbing speed significantly. Not much later, he cleared the quest. Task 1 complete. You have received the Junior Undead Slayer title. Task 2: Kill 200 headless horsemen. Nie Yan gazed at the new title which had appeared in his status bar. It would increase his influence by 1 in all human nations. Every player could receive numerous titles. Among them were titles such as Great Thief, Shadow Dancer, Divine Priest, and so on, which were class-related titles, but there were some special titles as well. Believer of the Holy or Undead Slayer, the title he had just received, were part of the latter category. Each title gave special property bonuses. For example, Undead Slayer raised influence. Not a bad reward, especially considering how widespread humans were across the continent, so even the slightest boost in influence would come in quite handy later on. After clearing Tree Ant Forest and purchasing so much property in the city, plus gaining a certain amount from establishing a guild as well, Nie Yan's influence in Kalor had already reached 19. Now, with the additional point from this new title, it had risen to 20. Raising influence in a city was very difficult. Doing it in towns and villages was relatively easier in comparison. As for entire nations, he had only done so once in his past life, and that was when he received the title of Great Thief, which gave him an additional 5 influence in all human nations. The title naturally held other benefits, but nevertheless, he never expected the Undead Slayer title to similarly increase his influence in all human nations as well. After checking the next quest, Nie Yan didn't expect it to still be making him kill Headless Horseman. Moreover, the amount required this time was 10 times more than the last. This quest line was really strange. However, with the aid of his 5 minions, he was killing Headless Horseman at a much faster pace than before. He continued doing this quest because he wanted to see what sort of rewards lay ahead. After a long time, he finally gathered all 10 pieces of the Dullahan Cavalry crossbow blueprint. They emitted a dazzling light in the palm of his hands before slowly merging into an intact blueprint. This was a heavy crossbow. If he didn't have enough strength, then it would be truly difficult for him to even lift it up. Not to mention, with how much it weighed, it would dramatically reduce his movement speed while equipped, which was why he couldn't carry it with him at all times. He would have to keep it in his bag and only take it out when absolutely necessary. That was probably the most sensible method of handling it. Storing away the blueprint in his bag, he checked the rest of the harvest he obtained since entering this realm. Outside of a few pieces of level 30 equipment, he also found 3 more equipment blueprints, 2 of which were bronze grade while the other was silver grade. The drop rates of blueprints were rather low, making each one found very valuable. Especially considering there was a huge market for bronze and silver grade equipment among ordinary players. After all, they couldn't afford gold grade equipment, so they had to get by with lower grade equipment. In the future, if he opened an equipment shop and hired a few advanced blacksmiths and advanced tailors, then he would be able to craft the weapons and armors from these blueprints. Since their properties were pretty good, they would be able to earn him quite some gold. The equipment drop rate here was rather high. In Nie Yan's eyes, these drops were basically sparkling mounds of gold. In the future, aside from a potion shop, other business, such as an equipment shop, were also necessary to thrive. As commerce in the game grew even more prosperous, achieving market dominance like he was doing right now would be much more difficult. However, as long as he secured a good chunk of the market, he would still be able to earn a lot of gold, and he could already start slowly preparing now. When he spotted another Headless Horseman, he would order his 5 minions to surround and attack it. After it was killed, he would search for his next target. About 2 hours later, he cleared the second quest. Task 2 complete. You have received the Intermediate Undead Slayer title. He checked the property bonuses of this title. It increased influence in all human nations by 2. He didn't think it would still raise his influence. With more influence, he would receive better benefits when expanding into other cities and taking on quests in the future. Task 3 Kill 2000 Headless Horsemen. This quest line was starting to become more and more frightening. However, for the sake of finding out what the reward was at the end, he decided to persevere through. As he explored further into the map, he gradually began to discover that this illusory realm of the Dullahans was far more vast than he originally imagined. It could even be described as vast and boundless. After walking in a straight line for several hours, there was still no end in sight. After 3 hours or so, Nie Yan discovered a shrine in the distance. It was extremely wide and quite imposing, and with its lofty pillars towering high, it resembled a Greek temple. From a distance, he observed this place. His eyes first fell on the carvings of lions that covered the pillars. Then, he looked at the flight of stairs that led to the main hall. The entrance to this main hall was sealed off by tall, 6-meter-high metal gates. Even though they were corroded and rusted over time, they were still awe-inspiring to behold. Lingering just outside the shrine entrance, there were at least several hundred headless horsemen in full suits of black armor guarding the gates. Despite being awfully curious about what was inside, he didn't dare to take any risks. Making a detour around it, he proceeded to safely hunt the headless horsemen nearby. Even though they didn't give any experience, the items they dropped were quite decent and somewhat made up for it. The only thing that made him a little confused was that despite him killing countless headless horsemen, his PKR status seemed to go down extremely slowly. In fact, he hadn't even seen it budge in the longest time. This map was seriously odd. When server closing time approached, a bag dropped after he killed a mob. At the time it appeared, he didn't think much of it, but when he finally took a look, he was surprised to discover that it was actually a 32-slot bag. Magic rune bag, 32 slots. In other places, even an ordinary 24-slot bag was quite hard to come by. A 28-slot bag was even more uncommon. He never thought he would actually obtain a 32-slot bag here. Even at level 40 to 50, 32-slot bags were quite expensive. At present, the first of them had yet to appear on the marketplace. After sorting out his items, he swapped out one of his 20-slot bags for the 32-slot bag, which immediately opened up a lot of space in his inventory. If he found more magic rune bags, he could increase his inventory space even further. Since he obtained a magic rune bag from them, it meant these headless horsemen had a certain chance of dropping it. Maybe he'd be able to find a second. He felt even more of an incentive to grind them now. If he had 5 32-slot bags, then he wouldn't have to swap them out even after reaching level 50 to 60. Every time he set out on an adventure, he'd be able to stock up on even more things, so he could avoid wasting his time on making return trips to the city. While Nie Yan was farming headless horsemen, a huge disturbance was happening back outside. Tang Yao had hit level 18 and was fast approaching level 19. Heaven Breaker didn't relax either as he ascended to level 17. Sleepy Fox and his group weren't willing to fall behind either, so they were quietly leveling away as well. Why hasn't Big Bro Nirvana Flame returned yet? Sun asked worriedly. He should still be in the game. The fact that he hasn't died and returned to the city means that he's safe for now. No need to worry too much, Tang Yao replied. Although he himself was a little worried, he didn't reveal it on the surface. Yao Yao would send Nie Yan a few messages every now and then, but she would never get a reply. Elite after elite fell by Tang Yao's hands, but the killer's demonic medallion never dropped. Nevertheless, his experience was soaring madly. The 3 of them were quickly leveling up as their red names gradually cleared. Because Tang Yao refused to relax for even a moment, their supply of smoke powder quickly ran dry. So he ordered Sun to make a run to the Starry Night potion shop to get a loan. When he pooled enough money to buy some more, they would decide what to do from there. Nie Yan had already mentioned to Bird that if Tang Yao should ever ask to borrow money, then Bird should promptly lend it. After all, considering how many intermediate recipes the Starry Night potion shop had received from Tang Yao alone, the value of his contributions far surpassed what little amount he was withdrawing. Sun had also deposited all the equipment they had obtained from the sub-elites and elites into the guild treasury. After which he headed over to restock on the party's consumables. Scarlet Dream Forest was the spawn zone of level 20 dodos. A few days prior, there actually weren't many players here, but recently, the area was bustling with 80 or so victorious return players. Heaven Breaker had a difficult time trying to gather a dozen mage who had small-scale, area of effect spells, but his efforts were rewarded as the mobbing efficiency of his group improved greatly. Around 30 thieves were shuttling through this forest, pulling groups of dodos into an opening between the trees. After which the mages would cast their area of effect magic. As the spells fell over the area, an endless stream of damage values rose up into the sky. Area of effect spells were extremely mana intensive, so their mana wouldn't be able to hold on for long. For this reason, behind them, a huge group of holy mages walked up. They were responsible for transferring mana over to the mages who were dealing damage, ensuring that their mana bars were always topped up. If they were still running low, then they would drink a mana potion. With a dozen or so area of effect spells layered over one another, groups of dodos collapsed to the ground one after another while Heaven Breaker's experience bar was rapidly filling up. Thus, his leveling speed couldn't be considered slow either. He was actually managing to keep pace with Tang Yao. In fact, he was almost right on his heels. As for Sleepy Fox and his group, they had also found a method of leveling up that was relatively quick. With their frantic leveling, they rapidly surged upward on the leaderboards from the lower ranks. However, from beginning to end, no one was ever able to shake Tang Yao's throne on first place. Nie Yan grinding Headless Horseman for the entire day. Failing to complete task 3 by the time server closing approached, he began musing to himself about how he was going to leave. Should I let myself die to see if I get teleported out? Maybe the key to getting out is in that shrine I saw earlier. But if I try to barge in there with my current strength, I'm practically asking for a death wish. Without being able to come up with a solution, he decided to put off such thoughts for later and logged off with a dejected sigh. Shortly after taking off the game helmet, the house phone rang. Hey, you finally answered your phone. I've been trying to reach you for ages. You punk, where the hell did you go off to? How come I can't get in touch with you inside the game? Tang Yao anxiously asked. I ran into some trouble, ended up getting sucked into a special map. No wonder we couldn't reach you. Is it dangerous? I'm fine for now. I just don't know how to get out. Ah, I see. It's good that you're not in any danger though. It'd suck pretty bad if you died with your name still being read. By the way, Heaven Breaker's already level 17. That guy's really going at it, trying to overtake me on the leaderboards. He's leveling up pretty fast, but for the time being, he still won't be able to catch up to you. I know, but who knows if that'll be the case later on. It's really tough leveling without the support of my arcane fairy, Tang Yao said rather dejectedly. Heaven Breaker's perseverance truly was worthy of praise. At the same time, without his arcane fairy, his leveling speed had indeed slowed quite considerably. He couldn't say for sure Heaven Breaker wouldn't reclaim his throne someday. Have you found a killer's demonic medallion yet? Nie Yan suddenly asked. Nope, still haven't, Tang Yao let out a disappointed sigh. Nie Yan wrinkled his brows. Tang Yao's name was already so red that it definitely passed the threshold. He had to be seriously down on his luck if he still wasn't able to find one. Well, just keep soldiering on. It's not that big of a deal if Heaven Breaker passes you. Everyone expects it since he's the guild leader of Victorious Return. Besides, even if he takes first place from you, we can just snatch it back later on. A flash of determination swept across Tang Yao's face. Clenching his fist, he said no. I won't give him the chance. I don't care through what method, but I won't be going down without a fight. I'll make him suffer for sure. A real man always takes his revenge. It seemed Tang Yao still felt quite a bit of resentment toward Heaven Breaker for the ambush which led to his arcane fairy perishing. Tang Yao's outburst reminded Nie Yan of the past. Back when they were in middle school, he and Tang Yao had been stopped by a bully outside the school gate and beaten up. Later on, Tang Yao had found that bully and returned the beating several-fold. From that day forward, the bully didn't dare to trouble them again. The teachers at school taught students to requite grievances with kindness and tolerance. However, ever since he was small, Tang Yao's father told him that teaching was wrong. If you suffer any injustices, you'll have to rely on your own ability to claim retribution. They teach you how to behave with integrity, but I'm teaching you how to survive. It's not a matter of who's in the right or who's in the wrong. Because in the real world, those beliefs are as flimsy as the paper you and I write on. He would always say. As a result, Tang Yao grew up to be a petty and vengeful person down to the core of his being. Of course, that was only towards the people he disliked. Before level 25, you shouldn't encounter any problems preserving your lead, so you can keep training on scaled frogs for a while longer. Anyways, just wait for me to get out, Nie Yan said. There were a myriad of things he couldn't do while stuck inside this quest map. Well, alright then. Try to find a way out quickly. I think I'll be around level 23 or 24, maybe even a little higher, by the time I fully clear my red name, Tang Yao said. He had really killed way too many players. I'd say around level 26 or 27 is more likely, and that's assuming you're training efficiently. Nie Yan gave his own assessment. With a kill count of nearly 100, Tang Yao's red name was truly rather difficult to clear. Few players could achieve something similar so early on in the game. In the future, mages would have much more powerful group target spells. Some would even be able to wipe out hundreds of enemies in a single siege. Generally, such players wouldn't be able to clear their PKer status effect before getting into another battle, so their names were constantly shifting between different shades of red. Regardless, so long as they possessed enough influence, they would be able to walk freely in any city, town, or village. He spoke with Tang Yao a while longer before hanging up the phone. Soon, another day quietly passed by, and as the clock struck 5, he put back on his game helmet. After returning to the game, he proceeded to complete task 3, whereupon he received the Advanced Undead Slayer title. It raised his influence in all human nations by 5. Although the reward was great, he was already going half insane from mindlessly killing Headless Horsemen for the second day in a row. What drove him even madder was that he received yet another quest. Task 4: Kill 6,000 Headless Horsemen. As if he were stuck in a never-ending nightmare counting twisted sheep, Nie Yan was on the brink of a mental breakdown from seeing Headless Horsemen every waking hour of the game. He had toyed with the idea of just killing himself to return home many times. If an ordinary player were stuck in his circumstances, then they would have chosen to commit suicide long ago rather than continue on with this quest line. You couldn't even level on this map. Oh, how he wished he could just die. He'd gladly accept the experience penalty. At least he'd be able to make appreciable progress after recouping his losses. But, he couldn't. Even if this was a quest map, he wasn't confident his chapter of courage and chapter of freedom wouldn't drop upon death. As for the affairs that required his attention in the Viridian Empire, he was able to convey them through Tang Yao. And so, everything was progressing smoothly. Hence, there wasn't much to worry about. Another 2 days passed by before Nie Yan finally managed to complete task 4, which gave him the Junior Demon Hunter title as a reward. He examined the title's bonuses. Junior Demon Hunter, increase influence in all human nations by 8. Reduce the stats of every creature of darkness within 5 meters of the player by 10%. What a terrifying title. Aside from the influence boost, the debuffing aura that reduced the stats of all creatures of darkness around him was beyond amazing. In regard to his future growth, 2 days of his time for the Junior Demon Hunter title was certainly well worth the trade. However, no matter how much better the bonuses of this title were, Nie Yan could only remain speechless as he had received yet another quest. Task 5: Kill 12,000 Headless Horsemen. Although the Junior Demon Hunter title would make mobbing a bit faster for him, 12,000 Headless Horsemen was no small number. If they were ordinary level 30 mobs, the experience he'd receive would bring him directly from level 17 to level 25. He checked the leaderboards. Tang Yao was level 23, Heaven Breaker was level 22, and the rest were all around level 20. Meanwhile, he was still stagnating at level 17. Even though he wasn't progressing in level, he still had some parts of him that wanted to proceed with this quest line. As long as he could find a way out, overtaking those players at the top of the leaderboards would be a simple task anyway. He had lingered around the shrine many times over the last several days. On several occasions, he had barely restrained his urge to go in. Even if he died, he'd finally be able to escape this god-forsaken place. However, without fail, the thought of the potential consequences would bring him back to his senses. When the servers shut down, he took off the game helmet and placed it on his bed. The non-stop grinding over the past few days had left him completely burnt out. How come you're still not out? Tang Yao phoned him again today as he asked in confusion. Don't bring it up. I think it's gonna be a while before I can actually escape, Nie Yan gloomily replied. He had vastly underestimated how much time he would be spending on this quest line. Just what kind of quest line takes this long to finish? Tang Yao said in shock. One that makes you go around killing headless horsemen non-stop. They're level 30 undead monsters, Nie Yan replied. Not knowing how much longer it would take until he could finally come out, he had no choice but to attempt and finish the quests. What's the situation like on the outside? It's not bad. Guo Wai said he's already bought 16 properties in 7 different cities with the money from the Starry Night Potion shop. They're all places you suggested, but some of them were already taken, so he could only move on. We've also smoothly advanced to a level 2 guild. As for that elite team of yours, where in the world did you find such amazing players? They cleared 10 dungeons in only 2 days, many of them on specialist, and at minimum, it would be on expert. I heard they just beat Medusa's lair this afternoon. My lord, are these guys gods? Tang Yao exclaimed. He was thoroughly amazed by Resplendent Blade Light, Leader Young 7, and the others. Nie Yan faintly smiled. It's within my expectations. Blade Light and Young 7's gear was already top-notch even among peak experts, to say nothing of their skill. When they were all grouped together, they had the potential to explode forth with devastating might. Tang Yao began to inform Nie Yan of some of the going-ons in the guild. For example, Blade Light, Young 7, and the rest of the elite team's achievements weren't immediately revealed to the rest of the guild. As you could well imagine, when it was, it sent waves of shock across the entire guild. 10 dungeons on specialist or expert difficulty in only 2 days, what kind of crazy idea was that? Blade Light and the others had no use for most of the equipment they came across during their runs, so they were set aside for the auxiliary teams like Yulan's as well as the decently skilled players Guo Wai had organized together. With this, the auxiliary teams were also developing at a speedy pace. Ass-Kickers United had grown rapidly since it was established. Even though not everything was perfect, with a true guild treasury already taking shape, the Starry Night Potion shop is a backer, and the incredible performance of the elite team. The players became even more profoundly aware of just how much potential this guild had. Those who were already members all called out to their friends, trying to get them to join. So when the guild advanced to level 2, allowing space for more members, there was another wave of players lining up at the headquarters. Ass-Kickers United showing great momentum, along with the knowledge that they were working together with Holy Empire, left Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame feeling extremely restless. Hence, some minor friction was bound to occur. On Wednesday afternoon, several Ass-Kickers United players leveling in the wilderness were ambushed by a group of Victorious Return players and sent back to respawn at the Kalor graveyard. After which those Victorious Return players began bragging that sooner or later Ass-Kickers United would be crushed. On Thursday, Ass-Kickers United players were being harassed in various places. By the end of the day, more than 60 members had died. On Friday, the harassment continued. The accumulated deaths over the course of that day exceeded 100. Although the members of Ass-Kickers United were fuming, Guo Wai managed to temporarily quell their anger. At such times, they had to remember Victorious Return status as the #1 guild of Kalor. For now, Ass-Kickers United simply couldn't afford to provoke them too much. After all, if a large-scale guild war broke out, they were certain to get the worst of it. Besides, with Holy Empire placing their own interests first, they wouldn't necessarily be willing to enter the fray. Guo Wai warned all guild members, while they weren't strong enough yet, they would have to silently endure. He even advised them to hide their guild emblems when they were leveling outside. However, some foolhardy members, who felt a sense of belonging to the guild, would probably wear their emblems anyway, resulting in them being ambushed by Victorious Return players. However, they would at least take out a few with them before they died. The frequent conflicts gave rise to huge tensions, as if they were building up to something major. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were already itching for a full-scale war. Given the chance, they absolutely wouldn't miss the opportunity to deal Ass-Kickers United a fatal blow. As for Nie Yan, he was still stuck inside that quest map. He exerted all his effort in killing Headless Horsemen. He didn't receive any experience, nor was he able to reduce his red name. The only consolation was that he was getting decent item drops. As per his usual routine, Nie Yan took off the game helmet, went downstairs to the kitchen where he grabbed a tube of nutrition tonic, and then headed back to his room to start his morning workout. He had just begun walking up the stairs when he heard knocking on his front door. Wondering who would come by so early in the morning, he went to answer the door, whereupon he was greeted by a pair of familiar faces. It was his mother and father. His father very much resembled himself. Yet despite only being in his 40s, his hair was already streaked with gray. He was dressed in a neatly pressed suit, but his broad shoulders and intimidating stature matched with his stern, clean-cut appearance easily gave away his military background. As for his mother, you could tell she had been quite beautiful in her younger years, but the ravages of time caused wrinkles to appear on the corners of her eyes. However, what had been lost with age was replaced with an elegance and grace that set her apart from those of the lower class, which explained why she was disliked by some of their extended family. His parents were weary from travel, their faces ashen from fatigue. It appeared as if they hadn't gotten a good night's rest in weeks. Mom, Dad. Nie Yan's nose turned sour as tears began freely flowing from his eyes. Too many things had happened in his past life that had left him with more than just a few regrets. When he was finally able to see them again after so many years, he could no longer hold back the flood of emotions. Oh, little Yan. I'm so sorry we left you all alone for so long without even calling. His mother immediately embraced him, her voice stifled with emotion. They had been compelled by circumstances which had left them with no other choice. But, we're finally back. Mom, Dad, it's fine, I understand. You both came home safely, that's what matters the most, Nie Yan replied, sounding all choked up. He was all too aware of the difficulties his parents had braved these past few months. After waking back up in the past, he was no longer that ignorant brat whose selfishness did nothing but cause them misery. Just being able to see them again left him feeling immensely grateful to the heavens. Little Yan, you've grown up. You're taller too, his mother affectionately said. Mom, Dad, you both look like you haven't slept in days. Come in quickly so you can rest. His father normally wore a serious and unsmiling expression, but when he witnessed how much his son had matured, he couldn't help but gaze at him warmly. I told you, boys need to learn how to be independent. You coddle him too much. See, in the time we were away, our son has grown up. His father laughed heartily. Nie Yan's father was a rigid man who rarely expressed his feelings, which led to few words exchanged between father and son. As a result, he had felt distant from his father in the past. However, as he grew older, he came to understand that his father cared for him just as deeply as his mother, only that his love was shown differently. When noon arrived, his mother was amazed to discover that her son had learned how to cook. The taste of the food was quite good too. It seemed he had indeed grown independent. He even seemed much more confident than before. She felt very gratified to be blessed with such a son. As everyone enjoyed a peaceful meal, the warm feeling from having his parents back allowed Nie Yan to experience a happiness he hadn't felt in ages, causing a powerful desire to slowly well forth from deep within him. I must acquire enough power to protect my family. We should invite Ah Chen over to have a meal with us. He's really done us a favor, his mother suggested. The Ah Chen she spoke of was an older cousin from his father's side. Since childhood, he had always been close to their family. He had even accompanied Nie Yan's parents on their trip. Don't be so meddlesome. You saw how reluctant he was at that time to part with his family. Let him spend some time with them, his father chided. His mother gently laughed in agreement. We should probably return the money we borrowed from Luo Ming and the others first thing tomorrow, his father said. Even though Luo Ming and Nie Yan's other relatives had no qualms about making things difficult for them when they asked to borrow money, this time around, Nie Yan's parents had returned home with honor. At long last, they would be able to hold their heads up high. The money earned from smuggling near the border was enough to allow the family to live without worry as well as pay back what they had borrowed. Furthermore, thanks to the many connections he had built up during his time near the border, he would be able to start up his own company soon. The Nie household had a very bright future ahead of them. I've already paid back the money you borrowed from them, Nie Yan interjected. His heart brimmed with disdain when he thought of those relatives. From this day forward, he would make sure to sever all connections they had with that part of the family. What did you just say? His father asked blankly. Nie Yan had paid back the loans in full. When you guys were gone, they banged on our door at least several times a week, hounding me for the money. Without any other option, I could only turn to Tang Yao. He lent me the money to pay them back, Nie Yan answered in an almost indifferent tone. Bang. Low leaves. Luo Ming and the lot. They've really fallen to a new low. Slamming his fist on the table, his father's expression frosted over. Even though Nie Yan sounded calm when he recounted the events, he could imagine just how many grievances his son had suffered. When they had left him at home, they had done so partially because it was too dangerous to have him by their side, but also to give some assurance that they weren't running off with the money. Yet while they were away, Luo Ming and the lot actually had the gall to harass their young son who had been left all alone at home, even more so, to the extent where his son had no choice but to turn to his friend for help. They had crossed the line. Even Buddha's tolerance could be tested. His mother was also infuriated. Luo Ming was her big brother. How could he treat his nephew like that? Since you've returned all the money, so be it. From now on, we sever all ties with them. Our family no longer has those sorts of relatives. Still, we need to return the money you borrowed from Yaozi. Find some time when you can invite him over for a meal. We need to thank him properly for extending a helping hand to our family, his father said apologetically. Thankfully, his son had matured, otherwise, who knows the sort of trauma a fragile child at his age would have suffered. They would have been ridden with a lifetime's worth of guilt. Right, I've already given him a phone call. He'll be coming over tomorrow, Nie Yan replied. These last few weeks, he had been wondering why Luo Ming and the others were bothering him so much to return the debt, even more than they had in his past life. Perhaps, it had something to do with that woman, Lin Jia, spreading rumors around town. In any case, the matter had been settled. There was no point in holding on to past grudges. Luo Ming and the others' actions had led to his father directly breaking off all relations with them. If not, those so-called relatives would have attempted to force their grubby hands on his father's company. In that respect, Lin Jia had actually done him a great favor. We'll have to invite old Lin and old Lu over sometime as well. They've also done us a great favor, his father said. It seemed some relatives couldn't even compare to those old comrades whom he had gone through life and death with. Yes, we should. His mother nodded. The family then chatted all the way to evening. Mom, Dad, you guys should rest early. Then, you'll have the energy for tomorrow. Even though he had the experiences of his almost 30-year-old self, because he was still in his 18-year-old body, he had no choice but to play the role of a thoughtful son to please his parents. You should get some rest too, said his mother affectionately after kissing his forehead. Although his father didn't say anything, Nie Yan could tell he was very happy. Going from the living room back to his own room, Nie Yan reclined on his bed. With his father and mother back home, he felt very happy. Today was the most peaceful he had ever been since waking up in the past. As he glanced at the game helmet beside him, he knew that there were still many things he had to prepare for in the future. However, so long as everything developed at a steady pace, no matter what, he wouldn't allow the tragedies of his past to befall his family again. For 3 days in a row, Nie Yan entered the game at night to clear the quest, then visited his parents' friends and other family during the day. After all, people like Luo Ming and the other relatives who hounded him were in the minority. There were still many extended family members who had given a hand when his family was in dire straits. When Tang Yao visited their house for a meal, he was warmly welcomed by Nie Yan's parents. Their family had stayed at Uncle Lin's home for a while and visited his cousin Ah Chen as well. On the third day, Nie Yan's father nervously began the preparations for his company. He had created those connections with great difficulty. If he didn't hurry up and establish his company, then those connections were very likely to be lost. Registering a company was never a cumbersome task. With the company registered and staff hired, his father's business was officially off the ground, and it was quite lucrative indeed. There was no need to worry about the market. When the goods were shipped over from foreign countries, they would immediately be sold domestically for a high price. Otherwise, how else would his father have amassed such a massive amount of wealth in the short span of 1 to 2 years? Naturally, as the company grew, his father started branching out to more proper business endeavors to fool people of their dubious origins. With everything going smoothly on his father's side, Nie Yan could put his mind at ease as he focused his attention solely on the game. Shortly after logging back on, he checked on his quest progression. Task 5 Kill 12,000 Headless Horsemen Progress, 11,997 12,000ths. Nie Yan was only 3 away from completing the quest. Without batting an eyelid, he continued on the grind since, in any case, he had already grown numb to it. 3 Headless Horsemen later. Task 5 complete. You have received the Intermediate Demon Hunter title. Doing these quests was truly a test of willpower. If there was a Task 6, he felt like he'd absolutely lose his mind. He examined the new title's effect. Intermediate Demon Hunter, increase influence in all human nations by 12. Reduce the stats of every creature of darkness within 10 meters of the player by 20%. Intimidate, inflicts the target with fear for 2 seconds. Range, 3 meters. Deterrence, disperse all monsters within the surrounding area for 10 minutes. Not valid if the monster's level exceeds the player's level by over 20. Even though Intimidate was a short-range skill, it was still pretty good. It was perfectly suited for PvP. As for Deterrence, it was also pretty useful when hunting mobs. More importantly, it would allow him to enter that shrine in the center of the map. Though the Junior Undead Slayer, Intermediate Undead Slayer, and Advanced Undead Slayer titles gave decent effects, they were merely token rewards. It was only when the title changed to Junior Demon Hunter and Intermediate Demon Hunter that the rewards for this quest line were becoming generous. Nie Yan checked his status page. Adding the 12 points from his new title, his influence in Kalor reached 31. Now, even if he returned to the city with his name still red, he wouldn't be attacked by the guards. While he was inwardly celebrating, he suddenly received a system prompt. Congratulations on clearing the first 5 tasks. You have received Strength plus 10, Dexterity plus 10, and Intelligence plus 10. Task 6 Kill 50,000 level 30 or higher undead monsters. Upon reading the second prompt, he nearly had the urge to commit suicide right there and then. However, when he saw the quest wasn't making him kill Headless Horsemen, he breathed out a sigh of relief. This quest only required him to kill 50,000 level 30 or higher undead monsters. It didn't necessarily mean he had to complete it here. He could finish it anywhere outside as well. He felt curious as to what sort of effect the Advanced Demon Hunter title had. Or if that was even the end. Perhaps there were more. Since the illusory realm of the Dullahans was a sealed-off map, Nie Yan wasn't able to use a return scroll to escape. However, now that he had Deterrence, he would finally be able to explore the final unexplored area of the map, the shrine. He headed toward the majestic, ancient shrine in the distance while accompanied by 5 Headless Horsemen servants which he had successfully bent to his will not long ago. Arriving at his destination, he spotted the several hundred Headless Horsemen in an orderly formation guarding the gates. If anyone were to approach, they would unhesitatingly charge forward with their lances directed at the intruder. The firmly shut, 6-meter-high gates appeared grand and imposing. He cast Deterrence as he cautiously approached the group of Headless Horsemen. After making contact with this skill sphere of influence, their skeletal mounts trembled before parting way to either side in quick succession. The formation was split apart like a wedge being driven into a block of wood, opening up a path that led directly to the shrine. It almost resembled a group of soldiers waiting for inspection. When he saw Deterrence was effective, he sauntered toward the entrance while passing through the crowd of Headless Horsemen. As he walked up, step by step, he saw on both sides of him a dense cluster of menacing lances. The aura they gave off was thick with murderous intent. As he ascended the stairs, his 5 ghastly servants followed closely from behind. Arriving at the entrance, he felt a heavy pressure bearing down on him from the towering gates. He placed both hands on their cold, metal surface and pushed forward. Kriak, a groaning sound echoed out as they slowly gave way, allowing for light to flood into the shrine, illuminating the stifling darkness inside. You've discovered the Shrine of Dulla. To his knowledge, such a being didn't exist at all in the annals of Atlantis history. Just what sort of deity was Dulla? Perhaps a deity of an uncommon race worshipped by a small tribe. Either way, he wasn't going to find an answer by just standing around. With a sense of curiosity, he walked forward into the shrine where he was greeted by an incomparably spacious hall, lined with white stone slabs of which were engraved ornate patterns. It was strikingly vast, covering an area of about 250,000 square meters which could even accommodate a 100-knight unit holding drill practice indoors. In the center was a towering pillar that would take 3 grown men to wrap their arms around. It was so tall the top couldn't be seen, almost as if it were extending into an endless void. He strolled toward the central pillar with his 5 ghastly servants in tow. The only audible sound in the empty hall was their footsteps, echoing into the empty space. Directly ahead was an altar on which were rows of candles, emitting a pale, yellow glow, their flames swaying gently as if they would flicker out of existence at any moment. Along the way, he noticed a bookshelf beside a nearby column holding thick books. The covers were bound with leather hide and embellished gold leaf, but after the passage of several centuries, they became drab and covered in dust. A few were written in the human language, containing titles such as Proof of Sir Dulla's Guilt, The Tale of Sir Dulla, and so on. While 2 others were written in an unknown language. You have uncovered lost records left behind from the ancient era of shared governance. They tell the tale of the famed knight, Sir Dulla. Removing Proof of Sir Dulla's Guilt from the shelf, he slowly flipped over to a random passage. Sir Dulla, do you admit your sins? I judge you in the name of God. May the divine light cleanse your corrupted soul. I do not, you may send me to hell to suffer an eternal damnation. From what he gathered, Sir Dulla was once a legendary knight of the Viridian Empire. In the war to banish the Dark Elves, he had braved through many battles, slaying countless foes before he eventually grew weary of the senseless slaughter. During one of his later campaigns, he spared the lives of 2 young female Dark Elves. Later on, it was discovered the blood of dragons coursed through his veins which led to him being summarily executed by the Temple of Light. After taking his head, the bishop had then ordered to have it hung over the city gates. However, no one imagined that soon after, his headless body and dead steed would resurrect and subsequently disappear from the temple grounds. From then on, the legend of the Headless Horseman was passed down through the Viridian Empire with many residents reporting sightings of his silhouette roaming the land. Nie Yan skimmed through many books before arriving at the last 2. As he reached out his hand and took one of them from the shelf, a mysterious energy flowed into his body, followed by a series of words appearing in his mind. Sir Dulla, may your soul rest in peace. Dark Elf girl, Sally. You have learned the Dark Elf language. He examined the book's cover. It was an eulogy piece to appease the restless soul of an undead. He placed it back down after flipping through its content. It didn't actually hold any real importance, it's worth only to expand upon the lore, but he had learned the Dark Elf language which was a fruitful reward nevertheless. He then reached out for the other book. When he grabbed hold of it, he felt a bone-chilling coldness run down his spine. It was as if this book contained a powerful aura of death that seemingly wished to devour all life. You've learned the Vanbia language. The Vanbia were only a small branch of the undead. They were a group of necromancers that resided in the underworld beneath the Viridian Empire. All day long, they slept in gloomy cemeteries that had not the slightest hints of life. They manipulated corpses to spread death and pestilence wherever they passed. He examined the book. Sir Dulles' Book of the Dead sub-legendary. Description: give tribute to the dead. Properties: reduce the stats of all living creatures within 50 meters by 50%, owner included. Players who die within the book's sphere of influence will receive the undead cursed stats minus 10% for 2 days. The owner will also suffer a curse, strength minus 2, physique minus 2, and intelligence plus 10 every 10 days. The book could be binded after being picked up. Do you wish to bind this item? Nie Yan quickly put down the book, which was obviously for necromancers because only they would dare to use such a frightening item. Any necromancer that became the owner of this book would be walking down an extremely perverse path that would eventually lead them to a very wretched end. Nevertheless, whether it could lead to success was very hard to say. The player would lose strength and physique every 10 days. This definitely wasn't a joking matter, but their intelligence would rise considerably. There was a chance it could give rise to an abnormal freak. Although he had learned the Vanbia language, it wasn't of any use to him for the time being. However, that might not be the case later on. Knowing a language of the undead would become very useful if he ever encountered a group of hostile undead. After putting down Sir Dulles' Book of the Dead, he searched the bookshelf for more books but didn't find anything else. After which he continued toward the altar. While slowly making his way over, just below the candles, he saw a black box neatly placed on the center of the altar, its surface finely engraved with exceptionally elegant dark elf characters that resembled a line of finely stitched flowers. Illuminated by the pale candlelight, it gave off a fascinating luster. What a strange box. It was as if a mysterious force was beckoning to him to open it. He ordered one of his servants to step forward and probe the path ahead. After ensuring there was no danger, only then did he cautiously approach. Upon reaching the altar, he carefully opened the box. After a moment of tense silence, he breathed out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no trap mechanisms were triggered. Lined with a deep crimson cloth, the interior housed a dark golden key. Though only the size of a pinky finger, its design was extremely elaborate, engraved with various bewitching patterns that would make a person exclaim in admiration. It's a key. After seeing it, he immediately thought back to the chest outside. It was most likely the matching key for the treasure chest. He stored the key away into his bag. A dark gold treasure chest was an incredibly valuable thing. After all, no matter how bad your luck was, it would at least contain a dark gold grade item. Just at this moment, the gates to the shrine were slammed wide open with a thunderous crash. A towering figure in a full suit of black armor entered into the hall on his steed. It was much larger than the ordinary headless horseman. Its enormous, 5-meter-long lance emitted a chilling aura of death. He inspected this figure with transcendent insight. The headless horseman, Sir Dulles Lord, level 30. Health, 28,000. Nie Yan drew in a breath of cold air. He had actually encountered a level 30 lord in an enclosed building. He would undoubtedly die if he tried facing off against it. He quickly fetched a return scroll out of his bag, so he could escape, but to his dismay, he found that the map was still sealed. Sir Dulles brandished the lance in his hands and charged forward with his steed, radiating a murderous aura. Against a sub-elite, elite, and lord-class monster, deterrence's effect was very limited. Damn it, I'm done for. He quickly ordered his 5 servants to rush at Sir Dulles to stop his charge. He was well aware that his servants were absolutely no match for Sir Dulles, but he hoped they would at least buy him some time. However, just as he was about to make a run for it, bony hands erupted out of the floor and firmly grabbed hold of his legs, rendering him incapable of fleeing. He struggled furiously, but these bony hands had a tight grip on him, leaving him unable to move an inch. In the next moment, a scene unfolded which caused him to be overtaken by shock. Sir Dulles passed right through his 5 servants and continued charging at him unhindered. This was simply too strange. Was it merely an illusion? Sir Dulles was fast approaching. With a lance pointed directly at him, it seemed he was going to be skewered at any moment. Are you willing to believe that Sir Dulles was innocent? Option 1, yes, Sir Dulles was innocent. Option 2, I need more information to make a decision. Option 3, no, even death cannot wipe away Sir Dulles' sins. Nie Yan didn't need long to think as his keen intuition allowed him to come to a decision within seconds. He chose option 2. Only it embodied the true intention of conviction. Fairness, honor, freedom, courage, wisdom, and so on. Shunk. Sir Dulles' lance stabbed through his heart as blood splattered everywhere. Did I make a mistake? Those were his final thoughts before he blacked out. Not knowing how much time had passed, he awoke in a daze to find that he was laying on the cold stone floor of the shrine ruins. His surroundings were empty and silent. Like he had just come out of a dream, it was as if everything that happened before was never real. Searching through his bag, he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the chapter of courage and chapter of freedom were still there. As he checked his status page, he saw the intermediate demon hunter title was there as well. Furthermore, there was a new property, just. Although he didn't know its uses. Since it didn't seem to give any stat bonuses, he was sure there was no harm in having it. It seemed Sir Dulles' appearance was just part of the storyline in the quest map. What made him excited was that he had finally escaped the quest map. He had probably spent 6 to 7 days inside there. His body felt a little stiff as he crawled back to his feet. Glancing back inside his bag, he spotted the shimmer of a dark golden key. Nie Yan arrived at the hollow tree where he first discovered the dark golden chest. He dropped down to one knee. Absolutely giddy with anticipation, he inserted the key into the chest. It fit perfectly. As he turned the key, he could feel the complexity of the lock's internal mechanisms. He feared even a specialist key might not be able to open it. Opening. Estimated completion, 1%. 10%. A moment later, the chest opened with a light click. After rummaging through, he noticed there were quite a few things inside. Indeed, it certainly deserved to be called a treasure chest. He took the items out to examine. Fire Essence Extract X3. Enchanted Blackvein Gold X6. Enchanted Runestones X6. Excluding the materials, he also obtained a gem and a skill book. They were materials for the Dullahan cavalry crossbow which would have taken him ages to gather. He didn't expect to be handed them right away after leaving the quest map. As for the other 2 materials, fire source crystals and magic redwood logs, though they might be expensive, they weren't particularly hard to find, appearing every now and then in the auction house. Gem of Darkness 9 socketable item. Properties, convert 10% of attack to piercing dark damage, 1% defense ignore, minus 10% equipment requirements. It actually had a quality rating of 9. In the entire game, it was one of the highest quality gems. Nie Yan bitterly chuckled. Although he obtained an incredible gem, he didn't have any pieces of equipment worthy of pairing it with. Socketing it into a low-quality piece was tantamount to throwing a beautiful bouquet of flowers into a pile of cow manure, so only something sub-legendary or above was suitable. It seemed he would have to wait until the Dullahan cavalry crossbow was successfully crafted. He examined the skill book. His mind trembled when he read the name. It was actually a lockpicking skill book, moreover, the best kind, specialist lockpicking. It had 2 special properties. Every time he opened a chest, he had a 10% chance of receiving an additional point of proficiency and ignore treasure chest level plus 10. Although specialist lockpicking was only at junior rank right now, he felt improving its proficiency wouldn't pose a problem. After all, he knew the plenty of locations with hidden chests. At worst, he would have to set aside some time for ranking up the skill to ensure that he'd be able to access some of the higher grade chests he wished to open later on. Nie Yan was finally ready to return to Kalor when another search around the isle failed to turn up anything new. His bag was nearly filled to the brim. Were it not for him finding a second magic rune bag, he would have run out of inventory space long ago. Well, it's time to go back. I should be fine for now. Considering my influence there is over 30. From his bag, he took out a black garb to hide his appearance. As for his red name, he could only let it be since he had no way of veiling it. After channeling a return scroll, he teleported back to Kalor as a flash of light enveloped him. Back in Kalor, the area around the transfer point was full of players setting out to train, waiting for others, or looking to form groups. When Nie Yan stepped out, they all looked at him with sluggish expressions. What the hell? Returning with a red name. Does this guy not want to live anymore? Hey, buddy, if you want to die just say the word. I'll gladly send you to the graveyard. Just how many players did he kill? His name's already so red. Is he not afraid of the guards attacking him? Everyone cleared a path for him as he passed by, discussing in hushed tones. With his black garb and deep crimson name, he was shrouded in mystery. Though no one could make out his appearance, their first impression of him was that he was extremely dangerous. When he swept his gaze over the crowd, they felt their hearts tighten and hastily retreated several steps further. Even though player killing was prohibited in the city, they still felt an oppressive pressure from Nie Yan's red name. As a squadron of fully equipped city guards in silver armor approached, the players quickly made way for them. Look, they've come. That guy's dead for sure. The crowd all wore expressions of schadenfreude. They didn't believe for a second that he would be capable of putting up a fight. The city guards were all level 100 elites at least. Even the standard equipment assigned to them radiated a frightening aura. However, what happened next shook the minds of everyone present. Their jaws dropped as they reeled back in shock. Not only did the guards not attack, their captain even walked forward to greet him quite respectfully. Greetings, Sir Demon Hunter, the guard captain said in a deferential manner. After nodding his head, Nie Yan no longer paid attention to them. The guards were tasked with maintaining law and order. They had no real influence in Kalor, so it was fine to just ignore them. Brushing past them, he headed directly for the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters. Nothing had happened. Surprisingly, the city guards didn't dare to lay a hand on that red name player. Such a scene practically defied common sense. Holy crap, amazing. Even the guards don't dare to touch him. He even ignored them. What a god. Look, he's leaving. Let's see where he goes. He just entered the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters. Do you think he's a member? Wow, their guild was only established recently, but I heard their elite team cleared over 10 dungeons on specialist or expert in only 2 days. Their guild leader is the top Ass-Kicker, first place on the leaderboards, young Sparrow Hawk. He's even better than Heaven Breaker. Damn it, if I knew earlier, I would have joined their guild when I still had the chance. Very soon, a few videos appeared on the official forums with eye-catching titles such as A red name player enters Kalor. Godly red name player intimidates the city guards. Nie Yan gave players a big shock as he passed through the streets. Without fail, all of them retreated a few steps to let him by. His red name was a powerful deterrent. Only after stepping back did they recall they were in the city. A player like that shouldn't be able to wander freely around here. Logically speaking, they should be dead shortly after stepping out of the transfer point. It never took the city guards more than one hit to slay a red name player. A while later, he finally arrived at the entrance of the guild headquarters. Hey, who's that guy? What a badass. He actually has the guts to walk around the city with a red name. Didn't you see the emblem on his chest? He's one of us. I think he's one of our guild heads. The nearby guild members conversed quietly, their minds filled with amazement as they followed after him into the building. Nie Yan's first stop was the guild treasury. He dumped all the equipment he had obtained from the quest map inside. As for the recipes, he planned to deliver them to the Starry Night potion shop. You're finally back. But damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack. How come your red name still isn't cleared? Guo said in amazement. Don't worry. As long as my influence in Kalor is over 30, I'll be able to freely enter and leave the city, Nie Yan replied. Seeing a red name player freely walking around blew everyone's minds. It wouldn't be until later on, when more players with high influence emerged later on, especially after the release of strongholds, that such a sight would become fairly commonplace. No wonder you dared to return, Guo said, suddenly understanding. How are things right now? It's going good. We're already 30,000 strong. The largest guild in Kalor, Victorious Return, only has 80,000 members, so we're quickly catching up. Of course, their requirements for joining are a lot more stringent, so the quality of their players is much higher than ours. Every guild had certain size limits. A level 2 guild had a limit of 50,000 members. A level 3 guild had a limit of 100,000 members. As a guild grew or larger, the requirements for joining rose accordingly. Recruiting too many low-level members wasn't an efficient use of the guild's open spaces. It would place too heavy of a burden on the guild's resources. To the extent that it would even eat away at the benefits of the stronger members. I see, we should probably raise our recruitment criteria. Yes, we're in the middle of discussing that right now. It won't do if we let people in solely based on their level. Guo nodded. The recruitment standards definitely needed to be raised. As for the members who barely participated and constantly skipped out on guild activities, they would certainly be given the boot. With this, the overall quality of the guild would improve. What about acquiring the properties I asked for? I've already helped you purchase 36 properties from 11 different cities. All of them are under your name. Really though, if this information ever gets out, I bet it'll shake the entire empire. A single person owns more properties than several major guilds combined. Even I still have a hard time believing it, and I bought them for you. Guo Wai said. If those properties were turned into businesses, even if they were merely being rented out, the amount of gold generated would be enough to develop another holy empire or victorious return. Nie Yan didn't seem all that enthused. Right now, we're riding on some good momentum, but we still have to take things a step at a time, and when we do, it's best they're planted firmly. So, I hear victorious return has been stirring up quite a bit of trouble, huh? In the last week, over 300 of our members have been killed by those goons at least once. They're paying pretty close attention to us. Some of our players are being surrounded as soon as they leave the city walls, even if their guild emblems are concealed. That means moles from victorious return have infiltrated our ranks. A few days ago, I managed to weed some out, but who knows how many more are still hiding, Guo Wai explained, sounding incredibly aggrieved. The matter was giving him a huge headache. If it wasn't sorted out properly, he feared it would lead to members leaving. Right now, everyone was optimistic about the guild's future. So even when hundreds of players were being harassed and killed, they were still willing to stay. But that might not always be the case. If they didn't deal with the problem soon, it would grow into something much more serious. If they want to suppress us, we won't simply have to grin and bear it. If they kill our people, then we'll just have to return the favor. At the very least, we can't make them think that we're pushovers. We also have to enact some countermeasures. Tell our members not to let others know where they're leveling. That way, with the map being so big, victorious return won't necessarily be able to find them, Nie Yan replied. This was the only way. Otherwise, if they continued to let victorious return walk all over them, sooner or later, Ass-Kickers United would be harassed into the ground. But they're too big. I'm afraid we won't outlast them. I've already thought of a plan, Nie Yan said. He recalled a certain famous player organization in the previous timeline, the Assassins Union. It probably wasn't established yet. With such an organization acting in the shadows, if he made a name there, so long as he was willing to spend a little money, he'd be able to give victorious returns players a huge headache. In the previous timeline, the Union of Assassins was an organization of professional players established by several famous figures. Its area of operations covered the Viridian Empire and Satrine Empire. Members included 6 Shadow Dancers, 8 Guardian Paladins, 8 Dark Berserkers, 5 Magisters, etc. It was fairly large, consisting of over 6,000 members, almost all of whom were elite experts. Members ranged from guild leaders and top-ranking figures from major guilds to even solo players. The people who joined could be enemies or allies. So long as the person passed the criteria, they were welcomed with open arms. The Union of Assassins was much more flexible than a guild. It existed not to struggle over power in the game but rather to serve as an additional source of income for professional players. Its structure was divided into agent and client. Anyone who accumulated 60,000 points was qualified to become an agent, though they would have to pay a membership fee. If an agent was valuable enough to the Union such as a great thief or shadow dancer, they would be eligible to receive a fixed salary. Of course, that meant they would have to accept a mission at least once every 2 weeks. As for clients, after paying a security deposit, they would receive certain qualifications based on the amount of money paid. If a client's qualifications were high enough, they would even be able to get shadow dancers, guardian paladins, or other equally powerful players to throw their lives away for them. Clients were differentiated by order of nobility: Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, and Duke. In the Union of Assassins' heyday, receiving the lowest ranking title of Baron required a person to donate at least several tens of thousands of yuan. The amount required to receive the highest ranking title, Duke, was simply unimaginable. Because at that rank, the client would be able to commission the likes of shadow dancers. The Union of Assassins accepted both real-life money and in-game gold as forms of payment. Agents were responsible for answering the requests made by the clients. An entity like the Union of Assassins would inevitably arise in the future. So why not take advantage of the situation and establish such a powerful organization for himself? For operations to run smoothly, the Union of Assassins had to be flexible. No matter if an enemy wished to join as a client or agent, they couldn't be refused entry. It was necessary to preserve the nature of fairness within the Union. No restrictions would be placed on agents or clients. They were completely free. However, the two parties would never be allowed direct contact, ensuring that the Union would be acting as an intermediary when handling requests. That way it would be able to draw a share of the earnings. After some consideration, Nie Yan realized such a grand undertaking would require the coordination of multiple people. Furthermore, these individuals had to have very high prestige among the professional gaming circle. He absolutely couldn't accomplish it by himself. His network of contacts was far from being adequate. As for suitable candidates, Sleepy Fox and Kill Love came to mind. He needed professional players of at least their statuses to make it succeed. In the future, the Union of Assassins would inevitably become a giant money-making machine. If Sleepy Fox and Kill Love agreed to help, they would undoubtedly want a share of those profits. Just thinking about the money he'd have to give up made his heart ache. However, if he didn't secure the cooperation of those two, it would be impossible for him to properly establish the Union. He weighed the issue in his mind. If he established the Union of Assassins, he would have full administrative control of all its affairs. He could kick anyone, grant the highest authority, and so on. No one else would have that power. Even if Sleepy Fox and Kill Love took out a portion of the profits, he wouldn't be losing out on much. In fact, he could even exploit this relation to bind them closer to him. With that settled in his mind, Nie Yan got to work on establishing the Union of Assassins right away. He created a dedicated chat server. Name: Union of Assassins. Purpose: for all professional players and clients who have requests. Leader: anonymous. Prince: currently vacant, possesses administrative privileges 5 max. He divided membership into clients and agents and created ranks based on the order of feudal nobility. Finished with the initial tasks, he sent out invites to Sleepy Fox and Kill Love. Sleepy Fox was leveling in the wilderness when he suddenly received a notification. Nirvana Flame has invited you to join Union of Assassins special server. Do you accept? He felt quite puzzled. Just what in the world is he doing now? Nevertheless, he still pressed confirm. On the other side, Kill Love also entered. Inside the server, 3 players joined the chat. Sleepy Fox: Nirvana Flame, what's this about? Kill Love: huh. Nie Yan faintly smiled, then said in chat, you'll know when you read the description. With a doubtful gaze, Sleepy Fox read the server's information. After only going through a small section, the Union of Assassins' objective and rules, he soon understood what kind of organization it was. It's a good idea, Kill Love praised. Not bad, Sleepy Fox nodded in approval. Right, so you guys should start recruiting, Nie Yan said. He assigned Sleepy Fox and Kill Love the role of prince. Sleepy Fox pondered for a moment before asking, if this org starts generating profit, how are we going to divide it? Based on his insight, he could tell with a glance just what kind of influence the Union of Assassins would have, as well as how much revenue it could potentially generate in the future. Kill Love, I think so too. Make a suggestion, Nie Yan answered. He had already registered the Union of Assassins symbol, but if Sleepy Fox and Kill Love decided they wanted to withdraw and establish a similar organization of their own together, there was nothing he could really do about it. However, he felt confident the two would weigh the risks and benefits. It was better to stand united than to fall divided. Both Kill Love and I get 20% each. How does that sound? Sleepy Fox offered, trying to test the waters. The organization was established by Nie Yan. Since the other side invited him out of trust, he didn't feel good asking for too much. Furthermore, he still wasn't clear on how deep Nie Yan's connections went. His mysterious background had always acted as a source of deterrence. Back when Holy Empire was struggling to do Agmo to Muddy Wetlands on easy and normal, the team behind Nie Yan had already cleared it on specialist. His speculations had led to a beautiful misunderstanding. You and Kill Love get 15% each. Choose a suitable candidate to become a prince, and they'll get 10%. As for how the shares are divided, you guys will have to keep that confidential. Within the server, you'll have to hide your names. Nie Yan said. Having 3 big shots in the same place would make sure they would keep each other in check. Then, in the future, he could take advantage of the immense benefits of the Union of Assassins to restrict them. So if a power decided to withdraw, it wouldn't have too much of a negative impact on the organization. Nie Yan had already drawn up all the rules for the Union of Assassins. He would be able to see the names of everyone in the organization. The princes would be able to see the names of all members below them but not each other. Everyone else would remain anonymous to each other. Nie Yan invited Tang Yao and Guo Wai to the server and set their names to hidden. With them, the Union of Assassins would have 5 princes. Sleepy Fox and Kill Love also felt endlessly bewildered as they wondered about the identities of the 2 other princes. Who are they? That's a secret, Nie Yan replied. He had especially reminded Guo Wai and Tang Yao not to reveal their identities on the server. Since Nie Yan didn't wish to say it, they wouldn't feel good asking further. I think we can get Fall Lan to join, Sleepy Fox suggested. That old man from Sapphire Shrine was an influential figure. His deep network of contacts would be beneficial for the organization's growth. The person being recruited would have to at least be worth the 10% they were given. I think so too, Kill Love nodded. I guess it's decided then, Fall Lan it is, Nie Yan said. Sapphire Shrines might indeed couldn't be overlooked, especially when they were likely to produce 3 magisters in the future. They were an ultimate trump card. After a while, Fall Lan was invited to the Union of Assassins. After finding out what it was all about, he praised them for their creativity. He had great expectations for the growth of the organization. In the previous timeline, the leader of the Union of Assassins' identity always remained a riddle. The mysterious figure had never divulged his name. Nie Yan decided to also keep his identity a secret. Anonymity brought along many advantages, and it allowed a person to avoid unnecessary trouble. According to the rules of the Union, all princes would have to invite a certain number of agents and clients. Sleepy Fox, Kill Love, and Fall Lan all began recruiting people. Under Nie Yan's urging, Guo Wai also began sending out invites to various well-known individuals. One after the other, professional players successively joined the Union of Assassins. The chat server rapidly filled up with people. Among them was no lack of famous players. When they first joined, they were confused, but they would quickly figure out the purpose of the organization. After which they would hardly be stingy in giving out their praise. If the Union of Assassins became successful, it would be a huge boon for them. In the future, they would be able to receive plenty of work without having to look all over for clients themselves. Sleepy Fox, Kill Love, and the others were well aware that if the Union of Assassins gained a foothold, it would be far more profitable than them starting a gaming org to accept requests on players' behalf or selling equipment. So they were pulling in a good portion of customers in. The Union of Assassins clientele also began growing. In just a short hour, the number of agents in the Union of Assassins already reached over 600, while there were over 100 clients. The first requests began to be placed on the server. They consisted of helping players on quests, killing boss monsters, and so on. If a person wanted a famous player to help them level, the amount of money they needed to pay was quite considerable. If a client made a request, they would have to deposit the money in the Union of Assassins bank account. When the request was fulfilled and the client was satisfied, the money would be given to the agent. It was equivalent to an online service platform. By fulfilling many requests and earning money for the Union, an agent would be able to rise up through the ranks and take on more lucrative tasks. In a short while, the server was bustling with activity. With Sleepy Fox and the others supervising, Nie Yan could simply sit back and relax. Though this was only the beginning, they already recruited so many members. As the business expanded, with its reputation growing accordingly, so would the number of people joining. When the Union of Assassins was fully developed, that was the time they would be able to swim in piles and piles of gold. Its prospects were very bright. After finishing his business with the Union of Assassins, Nie Yan checked the level leaderboards. Currently in first place was Tang Yao at level 25 followed by Heaven Breaker at level 24. Although Heaven Breaker was consistently a level behind Tang Yao, the gap between them was actually growing wider. You're out. Tang Yao sent a message. Yep, I'm finally out. Wanna join back up with us to hunt scaled frogs? Nah, I've got some stuff to do. Go on without me. Besides, the experience should still be pretty good, even at your level, Nie Yan replied. Overtaking the top players on the leaderboards wasn't difficult. It wouldn't make much of a difference if he put off leveling for a few days. Ranking up his lockpicking specialist skill would be a better use of his time. Otherwise, he'd be helpless when he encountered a locked chest on higher level maps. The guild treasury was filled with no less than 500 pieces of level 30 equipment. Some of it was from his time in the quest map, but most of them came from Tang Yao and the others who contributed around 400 pieces of equipment. They had killed several dozen sub-elite and elite scaled frogs every single day for the last week or so on a non-stop grind. The frightening quantity of high-level equipment in the treasury left the guild members speechless. However, they also felt a little depressed. Though it was nice to see so many pieces of high-level equipment, none of them were even close to level 30, so they wouldn't be able to use all of that equipment for a long time. Plus, there was a severe shortage of low-level equipment in the guild. What are you busy with? Tang Yao blankly asked. I found a lockpicking skill recently, but it's still only at junior rank. I want to raise it a bit before heading off to a high-level map. Nie Yan planned to hop from one place to the next opening chests, mainly to improve his lockpicking specialist skill. It would also give him an opportunity to pick up some more low-level equipment for the guild. He felt it was about time he started collecting the other chapters from the Book of Order as well. Oh, so it's like that. Alright, I see then. Did you clear your red name yet? Yeah, it's cleared, but I still didn't find a killer's demonic medallion. Really? I guess you're pretty unlucky. So be it then. Despite his casual reply to Tang Yao, he was confused that the killer's demonic medallion didn't drop. There was no mistake, he knew for a fact that scaled frogs dropped the killer's demonic medallion. Was it possibly due to Tang Yao's red name not being severe enough? No, that was impossible. He had killed almost 100 players. At times, luck came in waves you were helpless to resist. Other times, you could be so down on your luck it was like you were stuck in a deep pit. Arriving at the Starry Night Potion shop, Nie Yan upgraded it to a tier 4 shop. He also found that Bird had hired many tinkerers, scroll makers, disassemblers, etc. Basically, anyone who had reached the master rank in their respective crafting profession in the previous timeline was scouted out by the Starry Night Potion shop. Its formidable financial fortune swayed the hearts of many. Some of them signed on immediately, while others chose to wait and see. Even though the Starry Night Potion shop dominated the market for alchemists, there was no guarantee of similar results in other markets. However, the invitation from the Starry Night Potion shop did ensure that the ones who didn't join straight away wouldn't rashly accept an offer from another power. Nie Yan was elated at the rapid expansion of his capital, but he also felt a sense of crisis. All of the properties in several cities had been snatched up. His properties accounted for less than 3% of the purchasable land in the Viridian Empire. Luckily, they were all relatively valuable. If he calculated their worth later on, they could possibly make up around 30% of the total value of the empire's real estate market. Many of his properties had fallen into the hands of the major guilds, top teams, or wealthy individuals. However, the most lucrative part of conviction wasn't in real estate. No, it laid in the most important military structure that every major power would soon struggle for control over, strongholds. For guilds, a stronghold was equivalent to a base. It also accommodated various business enterprises because ordinary players were allowed to trade inside. Guilds could tax every transaction made within their stronghold. As for management, they could assign housing and various other things to players. As such, many powers would rather focus all their energy on expanding their forces, heavily investing into their guild treasuries, than spend too much resources on purchasing land. Waiting for real estate to appreciate was a long and slow process. With a powerful force, however, what awaited them in the future would not merely be land but entire cities within strongholds. Nie Yan sent a message to Guo Wai. Did Young 7 and the others get those unknown transfer scrolls one asked for? Yeah, they got 2. Good, send them to me through the mail. Alright. Nie Yan felt he had way too many things on his plate right now. Although there was so much he could do as a person who had woken up in the past, he could only focus on a few things at a time while doing his utmost to improve his strength. After withdrawing the unknown transfer scrolls, he teleported to Link Town. Evading the sight of other players, he exited the town gates. He really wasn't afraid of common players, he just didn't want to deal with the problems caused by someone following him. His destination was a certain cave in the Peaceful Dream Gill, a level 20 map. The Chapter of Wisdom was inside, guarded by a Hellfire Guard. The Hellfire Guard would fall asleep for 2 minutes every 2 hours. He planned to take advantage of that time to get around the guard and snatch the chapter. 2 minutes wasn't enough to let him safely evacuate, but by using an unknown transfer scroll, he would be able to immediately escape. The scroll made getting the Chapter of Wisdom much easier. However, the Chapter of Wisdom was mainly for mages. The bonuses it gave to them were especially powerful. So it wasn't that useful to Nie Yan. Just like with the Chapter of Courage and the Chapter of Freedom, the former was more suited for warriors who bravely took up the vanguard, while the latter was more suited for a thief like him. The Peaceful Dream Gill was the go-to place for level 10 to 20 players to level. Currently, a party of 6 was grinding mobs there, 1 paladin, 1 priest, and 4 mages. Sugar Cane, where do you think our guild leader is leveling? His leveling really is too fierce. Even Heaven Breaker can't catch up to him. He's actually pulling farther and farther ahead, said a paladin in silver armor who looked to be around 23 years old. At a glance, he gave off a very neat and tidy feeling. Paladin of the Elegy, Skickers United, level 16. Guild contribution, 800 PTS. He was nicknamed Water King because he was the most active in the guild chat. He'd flood the guild chat with messages every day, whenever he got bored. Despite this annoying tendency, he was well liked by his guildmates, which was why Guo Wai had appointed him as a minor group leader. Who in the world knows? Our guild leader really is amazing. I heard Heaven Breaker has over 60 players helping him level. They're casting area of effect magic non-stop to hunt mobs. The leveling speed must be extremely fast. Yet they're still not able to beat our guild leader. Heaven Breaker is actually falling behind even more. Our guild leader is a god. Haven't you heard that gods act in mysterious ways? If his secrets were so easily revealed, he wouldn't be our guild leader. Sugar Cane replied. As a fellow arcane mage, he blindly worshipped Tang Yao who was firmly at first place on the leaderboards. Let's hurry up and level. When I reach level 30, I bet I'll be able to get silver grade equipment from the guild. If I can raise my merit points a little more, maybe I'll even get gold grade equipment. Our guild leader is too awesome. We have a hard time even getting a hold of silver grade equipment. Owning bronze grade equipment is decent. Yet he's actually able to find so many pieces of silver and gold grade equipment, Paladin of the Elegy said. He definitely has to be hunting sub-elites and elites. Generally, only monsters around that class regularly drop silver and gold grade equipment. If we encounter a sub-elite, we won't be able to deal with it. We can only circle around. We can barely handle leader class monsters. So of course we only find bronze grade equipment. Sugar Cane said. Leader class monsters only had a small chance of dropping silver grade equipment. Even if one did drop, the properties on the equipment wouldn't be all that great. As a result, many players in the guild greatly desired the equipment Tang Yao had obtained. Right now, the entirety of Asskickers United were putting in their greatest effort to level up and earn merit points. There's a leader class wild boar. Paladin, quickly. Sugar Cane shouted. In the entire party, only Paladin of the Elegy could take on its aggro. Fortunately, the priest in the team had learned Junior Heal. Along with 4 mages, dealing with a leader class monster wouldn't be a problem. Nice. Paladin of the Elegy gave himself a few buffs before charging in with his sword swinging. Although paladins weren't as good as warriors at tanking damage, they weren't weaker by much. However, their aggro attracting capabilities really fell short in comparison. This was also why a paladin would never be able to replace the role of a warrior in a team. After what seemed like half a day, Paladin of the Elegy finally firmly secured the wild boar's aggro. Start casting your spells. Heal. These players were gradually whittling away the wild boar's health. Bang, bang, bang. As the magic from 4 mages rained down on the boar's body, a string of damage values rose above its head. A level 15 leader class wild boar wasn't too difficult for them to handle. As long as they were careful, they'd finish the battle in around 2 to 3 minutes, and a piece of bronze grade equipment would fall into their hands. They eagerly anticipated the equipment dropping. Damn, it definitely has to drop a piece of arcane mage equipment. I haven't gotten any in the past 2 days. Sugarcane shouted as he furiously fired off spells. Ha! In your dreams. It's obviously going to be a piece of paladin equipment. My luck has always been pretty good, Paladin of Elegy giddily replied. What the hell, Paladin? You really are ruthless. In the last 2 days, at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment have gone to you. Sugarcane angrily exclaimed. While they were in a cheerful mood and anticipating the drop from the wild boar, a party of 8 players quietly appeared on a tall hilltop not far from their location. They had been leveling around the area when they received a message from their thief to rush over immediately. It's a leader-class monster. A mage among the group excitedly shouted. But there's already another party fighting it. What are you afraid of? Let's just take it. Since the decision was made, the thief activated stealth and started creeping towards Sugarcane and the others, hoping to stun one of them before he was noticed. A chill ran down Paladin of Elegy's back. He instantly felt something was off. Shit, it's a thief. Quickly cast heal. Paladin of Elegy immediately retreated as a gentle radiance enveloped him, restoring a good portion of his health. He immediately activated Endure, a skill that paladins and warriors had in common. This ability blocked stuns. It was exactly for this reason that warriors and paladins didn't fear thieves. Lousy shit-eaters. They're shamelessly trying to steal our monster. Sugarcane roared out when he heard Paladin of Elegy calling out. He switched his focus to the ground, paying careful attention to the nearby grass blowing in the wind for signs of the stealthed thief. Paladin of the Elegy got farther and farther away from the leader-class wild boar as he withdrew. When their thief was noticed, the 8 players charged down from the hill towards the wild boar. The warrior among the 8 players charged over and intercepted the wild boar. God damn it. It's victorious return. Paladin of the Elegy cursed as he glared resentfully. The wild boar they had found and painstakingly brought down to half health would be taken just like that. How could he not feel indignant? There were 9 players altogether, all of whom were part of victorious return. The fighter among them engaged the wild boar, accompanied by a priest healing from the rear. Out of the remaining 7, the thief was still cloaked in stealth. The rest positioned themselves to prevent Paladin of the Elegy and his party from interfering. They consisted of 3 mages, 1 berserker, and 2 paladins. Both sides stared each other down. The tension was palpable. It seemed like a battle was about to erupt at any moment. The leader of the party was a berserker known as Broadblade. He was approaching 30 years old with a rotund stature, narrow eyes, and a nose bent crookedly in the shape of a hook. My friends, I think there's been a misunderstanding. You see, this wild boar was discovered by our thief, and he's been tracking it for a long time. We were already on our way over when you fellows engaged it. Let's not make any rash decisions now, alright? We're from victorious return. If we've done anything to offend you, I sincerely apologize, said Broadblade with a light chuckle and a squint. Bullshit. He's trying to make it sound like we stole the monster from them. Sugarcane blurted out. Hey, what a lousy excuse. Pretending to act all nice after forcing us off our mob. Did they think we're pushovers? That we'll just let it go after an apology. What's so great about victorious return? Are we supposed to be afraid? The other members of Paladin of the Elegy's party voiced their dissatisfaction. When Broadblade overheard them, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His lips curved into a sinister smile. So what you gonna do about it? Give the wild boar back to us. Sugarcane furiously shouted. By this time, Paladin of the Elegy calmed down and analyzed the situation. Their party had fewer people, and the quality of their equipment was severely lacking in comparison to their opponents. If a fight really did break out, they'd undoubtedly get the worst of it. Not to mention Watchful Snail had repeatedly reminded them to just focus on leveling up. It wasn't worth getting into a scuffle over for what was likely going to be a single piece of Brosne equipment. Once they leveled up, there'd be no shortage of good equipment in the guild treasury. Sugarcane, forget it, let's just go. We'll get back at them some other time, Paladin of the Elegy ordered. We're gonna leave. Just like that, Sugarcane said in disbelief. He really couldn't tolerate such bullying. Besides, just how many of his fellow guildmates had victorious return killed so far? It was only normal for him to feel angry. Oh, so you're not brainless after all. Good, make sure to remember our guild emblems the next time you set out. If you see members of our guild, be quick about scurrying out of sight, Broadblade sneered. He grew even more unbridled when he saw Paladin of the Elegy's group turning to leave. He took that as a sign of them being afraid. Paladin of the Elegy trembled at Broadblade's taunting. Even a Buddha's tolerance had its limits. He really wanted to fight, but he couldn't ignore the fact that they were outnumbered and outgunned. He struggled to find a solution, when an idea popped into his mind. He didn't have much faith in it, but he sent a message in the guild chat anyway. Are there any guildmates leveling near Peaceful Dream Valley? I'm there. Why, what's up? Someone in the guild chat answered back. Paladin of the Elegy explained the situation, informing everyone in the guild chat of how a group of victorious return players had snatched a leader-class monster from his party. So I want to teach those goons a lesson, but we don't have enough people. More guild members replied in the chat. Paladin, where are you guys? Tell us your coordinates. Let's show those bastards we're no pushovers. I'm at Peaceful Dream Valley. I'm heading over there right now. Screw those victorious return dogs. I'm rushing over from Blaze Town. Soon, the chat was flooded with angry messages cursing victorious return. Paladin of the Elegy's plea for help sent the members of Asskickers United into a flying rage. They had let victorious return walk all over them for far too long. They were fed up with the constant harassment. No, guys, calm down. Don't all come. I only need a few more people to take them on. Paladin of the Elegy nearly had a heart attack. He didn't know how to react, especially after getting responses from several hundred people. All of whom were fellow group leaders with at least half a dozen subordinates behind them. If so many people arrived, things might not just end with a small skirmish. Paladin of the Elegy felt genuinely moved by the fiery responses and show of support from his guildmates as well as a sense of belonging in the guild. An intense desire rose up in his heart. He wanted to make Asskickers United even more formidable. Only then could they beat back those dog bastards from victorious return. Everyone, all of you don't need to come. Just a dozen of us will be enough to butcher those sons of bitches into dog meat. Paladin, quickly tell us your coordinates. I'm at Peaceful Dream Valley, 285.283.3809. Alright, I got it. You're in the northern part of the map. We'll be there in 3 minutes tops. To all those brothers who can't get there within 5 minutes, don't bother coming. Paladin of the Elegy, Sugarcane, and the others smiled. It seemed they would be getting their revenge much sooner than they expected. With such a passionate band of brothers willing to spring to their aid, they felt like shouting, up yours, victorious return. Who the hell is afraid of you? What's so great about victorious return? We're from Asskickers United. Hey, victorious turds. You want me to remember your guild emblem. When this is all over, you'd better remember my sprint on your face. Sugarcane vulgarly cursed. Broadblade's expression instantly darkened. Heaven Breaker had issued out an order throughout the guild. If they ever met players from Asskickers United, slaughter them. Asskickers United, huh? You're the runts that are too scared to wear your guild emblems out in the open. I was starting to worry we'd never find any of you. I didn't think any of you would be stupid enough to show up right in front of us. Guess I was wrong. Well, what are you waiting for? We're right here. Come bite me. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. The fighter from Victorious Return was still preoccupied with the leader class Wild Boar, along with a priest. Broadblade's group had their focus split between killing the Wild Boar and holding back Paladin of the Elegy and his men. They were left in a stalemate until the monster fell because it would be difficult to face both enemies at the same time. The Wild Boar's health fell very slowly. Even after 2 minutes, a third of its health still remained. Both sides remained at an impasse. Paladin of the Elegy side intended to stall for time. However, if Broadblade's side decided to focus on the Wild Boar, they would have no choice but to attack and force Broadblade's group onto the defense. The Wild Boar's health dropped to 25%, 20%, 15%, then to critical levels. Finish off the Wild Boar. We'll deal with those punks after. Broadblade ordered in chat. The mages beside him sent out a volley of magic at the Wild Boar. Bang, bang, bang. A string of damage values rose above its head. The Wild Boar was about to die very soon. Paladin of the Elegy's group grew anxious. At this rate, the drop would undoubtedly fall into enemy hands. They might potentially be losing out on a single piece of bronze-grade equipment, but it was still very valuable to them. It was a level 15 piece of equipment after all, and they were mostly wearing level 10 bronze-grade equipment right now. Paladin of the Elegy was the only one that currently had a few pieces of level 15 equipment. Priest, pay attention to my health. Paladin of the Elegy shouted before rushing toward the Wild Boar. That punk wants to snatch the drop. Kill him. A torrent of magic rained down on Paladin of the Elegy. Bang, bang, bang. Half his health disappeared in a single instant. When the priest at the rear saw this, he hastily cast heal. As the gentle radiance from the spell enveloped him, Paladin of the Elegy chugged down a junior health potion before pressing on. They attacked us first. We get to retaliate in self-defense. Sugarcane shouted. He and the other mages in the party fired off a barrage of spells at the Victorious Return players from the rear. Broadblade and 2 paladins sprinted toward Sugarcane's group. The 3 mages from their group focused their firepower on Paladin of the Elegy. Wipe out this group of trash. Broadblade activated charge as he rushed towards Sugarcane. The Wild Boar only had a sliver of health left by the time Paladin of the Elegy closed in. The opposing fighter was about to finish it off with his next attack when a brilliant idea popped into Paladin of the Elegy's mind, like a divine revelation. He cast Protect on the Wild Boar. A hazy, translucent screen of white light enveloped the Wild Boar as the fighter's sword hacked down. Clang. -1. The fighter was taken aback at the pitiful damage value that appeared above the Wild Boar's head. The Wild Boar bellowed angrily. It pushed its forepaws deep into the ground and propelled itself forward, ramming into the fighter's shield. The attack forced the fighter to take a few staggering steps back, dizzy. Good job, piggy. Paladin of the Elegy rejoiced. He was only a few meters from the Wild Boar. With a lesser dispel, he stripped the Wild Boar of its shield before hacking down on it with his sword. The Wild Boar let out a final, pitiful squeal before collapsing on the ground. Hot damn, who knew he had that in him? Sugarcane exclaimed. He never thought that Paladin of the Elegy would react so quickly, or come up with a strategy like that. Was he possessed by God? He actually managed to snatch away the experience for killing the leader class Wild Boar. Paladin of the Elegy was quite elated with his success, having never felt so pleased with himself before. Just as he was about to bend down and pick up the drop, the fighter from Victorious Return charged up to him. Get that kill-stealing bastard, shouted an arcane mage as he shot an arcane fireball at Paladin of the Elegy. The fighter slashed down with his sword. Tendon break. Perhaps by instinct or a stroke of amazing luck, Paladin of the Elegy activated Endure just as the fighter's sword came down. Clang, 2 swords clashed together. Demoralizing shout. The fighter let loose a furious roar. Indomitable will. Paladin of the Elegy self-cast the blessing, countering the demoralizing shout, before kicking the fire aside and picking up the drop from the ground. It's mine, Paladin of the Elegy celebrated. He took advantage of the speed boost from Indomitable will to run away. Stop him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 spells successively hit Paladin of the Elegy's back and exploded. Bean, heal, quickly heal me, Paladin of the Elegy angrily hollered in chat. When he glanced back, wondering why he wasn't getting any heals, the only party members left alive were Sugarcane and an Elementalist and they didn't have much health left either. With a single berserk slash from his great sword, Broadblade beheaded the Elementalist beside Sugarcane. His name grew more red from that second kill. Sugarcane only had around 40 health left at this point, so he started to flee. Paladin of the Elegy sensed a thief on his tail, getting closer and closer. You want to run? It's not going to be that easy. Broadblade's group relentlessly pursued the fleeing Paladin of the Elegy and Sugarcane. You Asskicker United brats. If you have any courage at all, stop running away. Broadblade cursed. This was turning into a complete disaster. Not only was his name red now, both the equipment and experience had also been snatched away. He chased after them like an enraged lion, brimming with the desire for blood. Broadblade finally managed to catch up to Paladin of the Elegy. Just as he was about to cut him down, he noticed a dense crowd of players emerging from the hills around him. There were almost 100 players already, and more people continued to arrive. Players of every class, all equipped with different gear, gathered together in one place. The crowd bubbled with excitement and the promise of deadly retribution. What are all these people doing here? Broadblade cried out in shock. Broadblade, we have to go. They're players from Asskickers United. A few of his party members called out to him. Broadblade felt his heart sink. With his name so red, he'd drop a minimum of 2 levels along with all of his equipment if he was killed. Paladin, we're here to save you. One of the players in the crowd shouted. Kill those Victorious Return dogs. Don't let them escape. Several dozen fighters and berserkers from the crowd charged down the hill, like arrows from a bow. Kill. Wipe those bastards out. The 60 or 70 mages still standing on the hill brandished their staffs, shining with a deadly radiance. Their spells covered the sky and cast a shadow over the entire area, whistling towards Broadblade's group. Bang, bang, bang. Several dozen spells battered Broadblade's group, instantly killing 5 of them as they were transformed into brilliant rays of light. 2 of them had red names, so all of their gear dropped to the ground when they died. Only 3 survived the barrage of spells with just a sliver of health remaining. The survivors tried to escape from the area, but several dozen fighters and berserkers caught up and surrounded them before they could take a single step. With the sheer disparity in numbers, Broadblade's group wasn't able to put up the least bit of resistance. They were immediately slaughtered. Thank you, brothers. Paladin of the Elegy shouted to the crowd. Without the timely and enthusiastic assistance from his fellow guildmates, his party would have been wiped out by Broadblade's group. Ah, it feels good to finally blow off some steam after being pushed around by those bastards for so long. Sooner or later, we'll wipe them all out. There's a report from our brothers stationed at the east. They say they've spotted roughly 300 to 400 victorious return players heading towards us. All of the Asskicker United members' faces turned ashen. They hadn't even been here for 5 minutes, yet victorious return somehow already deployed forces to their location. The response was just a little too fast to be a coincidence. We definitely have moles in our guild. There's no way they could have reacted so quickly. So what? Let's take them on. No, we'll suffer heavy losses if we try to clash with them. Let's just go back. Paladin of the Elegy shook his head. Even after that frantic battle, he still managed to remain level-headed. Guowai had repeatedly warned them that now was not the right time to start a full-scale conflict with victorious return. Pick up all the equipment they dropped. We're withdrawing, shouted an influential warrior among the crowd. Everyone took out a return scroll, and after 20 seconds, the crowd disappeared in a symphony of flashing lights. Several minutes later, a large group of victorious return players arrived at the area. They were led by Underworld Flame. The bastards ran away. Underworld Flame cursed in frustration. These runts have been reacting too quickly lately. I can't rule out the possibility that we've been infiltrated by them. Boss, what are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do? What do you think we can do? We're going back. Just because a battle didn't break out this time didn't mean that everything would calm down. With so much friction between them, it was obvious to everyone that both sides hated each other. Asskickers United was constantly suppressed in the conflict, and suffered far more than Victorious Return did. There were only a few skirmishes where they got off lightly. Despite all of this, Asskickers United endured patiently. They were slowly raising their strength, waiting for the day when they would finally have the power to fight back. In a vibrant forest, a beautiful paradise, lush with green, where various wildflowers bloomed abundantly, giant golden beetles carrying pitchforks whizzed about. The sunlight reflected brilliantly off their glossy carapaces. They flew around the forest, occasionally landing to rest on the ashen-colored barks of the trees. Nie Yan activated stealth, blended into the forest background, and made a detour around the golden beetles. He found a certain tree and uncovered a locked silver chest by its roots. He crouched down and started opening it with lockpicking specialist. Opening. Estimated completion, 3%. 37%. You've unlocked a silver chest. Lockpicking specialist has gained 1 point of proficiency. The chest popped open with a click. Nie Yan dug around and fished out a warrior's chestplate and a paladin's spiked hammer, both of which were level 20 silver grade. Not bad, he thought after examining their properties and tossing them into his bag. Perhaps alerted by the sound of Nie Yan opening the chest or just plain bad luck, several dozen golden beetles in the vicinity charged at him, brandishing their pitchforks. The golden beetles were level 21 mobs. Nie Yan wouldn't last a second against such a large swarm. Just as he was about to be skewered by the pitchforks, he vanished from their sight by activating Shadow Dance. He fled for his life, while the golden beetles looked around for him. Once they lost sight of their target, the golden beetles returned to flying around aimlessly. Nie Yan ran through the forest for about 10 minutes before he reached the base of a mountain. After searching around the rubble for what seemed like half a day, he finally found another locked silver chest tucked away behind several boulders. He dropped down on one knee and proceeded to open it. The chest opened with a click a short moment later. After rummaging through the contents of the chest, he took out a lesser heal skill book for priests. It was a good find for the guild. Only players that contributed heavily to the guild could obtain skill books and other similar items. He threw the skill book into his bag. Nie Yan, are you there? Guowai sent a message. Yeah, what's up? Need anything? Nie Yan cloaked himself in stealth before proceeding to his next destination. I want to apply for a couple of guild quests. We've gathered a little over 10 gold, but it's still not enough. How much do you need? About 3 gold. You can head over to the Starry Night potion shop and withdraw 10 gold. Nie Yan replied. Applying for guild quests required a huge sum of gold. During the initial phase of a guild's growth, guild quests were like a black hole where money disappeared. Despite their exorbitant cost, they were quintessential to raising the overall quality of the guild. Has there been any activity from Victorious Return lately? Nie Yan asked. Minor skirmishes. They don't seem to stop, Guowai answered before letting Nie Yan know what had happened with Paladin of the Elegies group earlier in the afternoon. It's a pity 4 of them died. They were too rash, otherwise, they would have all lived. Nie Yan thought about the incident for a minute. These sorts of disputes occurred frequently among the major guilds. If repeated calls for help from a fellow guildmate were ignored in the guild chat, that was a sign that the guild was done for. He was quite pleased that so many guild members joined forces to help out a fellow guildmate, and decided that this was something that should be encouraged. After going through situations like this one, everyone, especially those rowdy players that always looked for a fight, would grow devoted to the guild and each other. 4 for 8, and 3 of the enemies even had red names. Not a bad trade, Nie Yan laughed. Reward every member that participated in the battle with 10 merit points. Are you sure? Over 100 players joined in. That's more than 1,000 merit points. Guowai cried out in shock. I actually think 10 merit points is still a bit too stingy. Tell them, since the guild was only recently established, we can't give out too much. Thank them for their understanding, Nie Yan said. Honestly speaking, 10 merit points was quite generous to ordinary members of the guild. They needed 200 merit points to get decent silver-grade equipment from the treasury, and Nie Yan's generous gift brought them all much closer to that total. To earn 10 merit points, they would normally have to contribute many ingredients, materials, and other items to the guild. The alchemy ingredients supplied by the guild members would be given to the Starry Night potion shop and turned into concoctions. The profits from selling these concoctions would be spent on buying equipment to stock the guild treasury. The new equipment in the treasury could then be exchanged for even more ingredients, materials, and so on. This created a self-sustaining cycle that allowed the guild to grow. The guild treasury was rapidly expanding, not through the contributions of guild members, but because Nie Yan was investing extravagant sums of money. It seemed like he could continue investing for a while, but it wasn't wise to depend on one person to keep the guild afloat. The sooner the guild became self-sufficient, the better it was for everyone. I think they'll be delirious with joy, Guowai said with a smile. If that's all, I'll close the chat. I'm a little busy right now, Nie Yan said. He was near Hellfire Cavern. A crowd of over 100 players gathered together in a hall at the Asskickers United Guild headquarters. They were all discussing what happened today and basking in the excitement of the moment. What are we going to do about the equipment that dropped from those victorious return players? Sugar Cane asked. We'll auction all of it off for merit points. Then we'll split the merit points evenly between everyone that showed up to help us. Paladin of the Elegy staunchly replied. Without the aid of his guild brothers, his party would have definitely been wiped out. He wasn't about to forget them now that he was safe. He even planned to auction off the drop from the wild boar. Sugar Cane nodded. We'll have to give a bit more to Bean and the others, though. They went down a level and lost a piece of equipment when they died. Yeah. A brief moment later. Thank you everyone for your help today. We'll be starting the auction now. The first item up is the silver grade warrior chestplate that dropped from the wild boar. As all of you know, there's only a small chance for silver grade equipment to drop from leader class monsters. The crowd burst into furious bidding. I bid 70 merit points. 96 merit points. 129 merit points. The chestplate wasn't too spectacular, so the bidding hit a ceiling of 130 merit points. Paladin of the Elegy auctioned off the other items after that. The equipment that dropped from the victorious return players with red names was fairly decent. All of the equipment was auctioned off for a total of 1,860 merit points, which was then evenly divided between all the members that participated in the battle. The amount of merit points everyone receives will be fairly small because there are so many of us, so I'm hoping none of you mind. Nah, it's not a big deal. We just joined in for a bit of excitement. Besides, I didn't even get to cast a spell. All I did was show up, and then use a return scroll to go back. So you don't need to give me any merit points. Haha. The crowd burst out into cheerful laughter. Next time you run into victorious return players, if they try to make a move on you, you better not keep it from us. Just give us a holler in the guild chat, and we'll all come running over to teach those bastards a lesson. Paladin of the Elegy had a warm feeling in his heart. Joining this guild was the right choice. Did you all have your fill of fun? Guo Wai entered with a stern expression. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. It's watchful snail. Boss. You guys acted too rashly today. 4 of you died pointlessly for a single piece of equipment. The crowd stayed taciturn. From their perspective, if someone died, then so be it. A piece of silver-grade equipment was worth it. Guo Wai looked furious, so none of them dared to voice their disagreement. Seeing how he intimidated everyone, Guo Wai continued with a faint smile, but a fellow guildmate was in trouble and all of you banded together to help him. That's something worth commending, so Nirvana Flame has decided to reward all of you with 10 merit points each. This guild was only recently established, so don't think this is too little. Woo! Long live Nirvana Flame. The executive guild leader is the best. The crowd burst out in cheers. 10 merit points was already more than they expected. More importantly, it signified that their actions had won the approval of Nie Yan and the other higher-ups. There were over 100 players in the hall. If Nie Yan was rewarding each of them 10 merit points, that was a grand total of over 1,000 merit points. With that many merit points, a person could take out 5 pieces of level 10 silver-grade equipment from the treasury. He considered this a small reward. They were all left speechless. Nie Yan's actions generated a lot of goodwill towards the guild. In his eyes, gold was of secondary importance. If it could be used to gain a person's loyalty, then it was well worth it. If this enabled him to create a group of absolutely devoted followers in the guild, even if it was only 10,000 players, it would far surpass the value of 100,000 ordinary guild members. Battle-crazed alliance was clear proof of that. The excitement in the guild eventually settled down. Everyone went back to working their hardest to level. You've discovered Hellfire Cavern. Nie Yan examined the area around the cavern. The rock was charred black without any plant life growing on top of it. A scorching wind blew out from the entrance. Every so often, a burst of flame would shoot out of the cave. Nie Yan drank an intermediate fire resistance potion he picked up from the Starry Night potion shop. He glanced at his status bar to confirm that his fire resistance was increased for the next 5 minutes. It was more than enough time for what needed to be done. He activated stealth, his body turning transparent, and snuck into the cavern. Waves of hot air rushed out from the depths of the Hellfire Cavern, the heat baking the surrounding rock a dull red. A player needed fire resistance of 7 or more to explore this map without taking constant fire damage. Without the fire resistance potion, Nie Yan would have been roasted by the heat in a matter of minutes. The Infernal, the zone boss that inhabited the Hellfire Cavern, was a monstrous rock golem. Just to survive its infernal prison ability, a player had to be level 25 with a fire resistance of 30. The sheer level of difficulty didn't just come from the strength of the Infernal. Players would have to fight it in the narrow confines of the cavern, limiting the total number of people that could engage it at the same time. In the previous timeline, a guild finally managed to extract the chapter of wisdom from this map after players reached level 30. Hellfire Cavern was also a popular farming zone in the previous timeline. The Infernal would respawn 2 days after it was killed, so many guilds and players would camp around the area waiting for it. They would call for reinforcements as soon as it appeared, and countless players died in the struggle to secure the drop from the high-class monster. Nie Yan cautiously entered the cavern, going over what he knew about Hellfire Cavern from the previous timeline in his mind. He was crouched down low and slowly made his way through the narrow and winding tunnels of the cavern. Nie Yan melded into the shadows of the cavern, using the dim red light from the many red crystals jutting out from the walls to find his path. Despite the tense situation, he couldn't help but think about what a great mining site Hellfire Cavern could be. This place had the potential to produce an enormous number of fire crystals. Once he made his way out of the tunnels, he found himself looking at the blazing silhouette of the monster stomping around in a giant cave within the cavern. Nie Yan could barely make out the Infernal's figure in the hazy red glare. He knew the monster had extremely keen senses while it was awake, and that it could easily detect any player in a 30-meter radius. There was simply no advantage to being rash here. With his current level, there was no possibility of making it out of the cavern alive if the Infernal found him. He threw himself behind a boulder, disappearing into the shadows once more. He was going to rest here, observing the Infernal and patiently waiting for an opportunity. 5 minutes went by in the blink of an eye and the effects of the fire resistance potion wore off. His health dropped by 8 points every second. He drank a health recovery potion, restoring 5 points of health every second for 120 minutes. The effect of the potion in his base region negated the damage from the Hellfire Cavern, keeping his health level. 2 hours later, Nie Yan was still behind the boulder. The Infernal would fall asleep any minute now. The health recovery potion wore off without him batting an eye. The scorching air burned away at his health. He finally realized that he was almost crispy, quickly drinking an intermediate fire resistance potion. He only had 20 health left, so he ate some barley bread to recover it. He was literally 5 seconds away from death. Nie Yan continued to wait patiently behind the boulder. He should have brought some equipment with fire resistance along. That would have dealt with a lot of the trouble from the Hellfire Cavern. The problem was that thief equipment with fire resistance wasn't available to purchase. The equipment was of such little value, even to most thieves, that players would receive more from breaking it down into raw materials than from putting it up on the marketplace. Even with high fire resistance, it was difficult to sell. Thief equipment with fire resistance had no long-term potential either. That's why Nie Yan never paid attention to it. Most of the equipment he bought was for warriors, which had the potential to spike in value with the release of the new dungeon, Blazing Ravine. The equipment didn't really matter, in any case. He owned the Starry Night potion shop, and didn't mind frivolously using potions. The only cost was the price of the ingredients required to concoct these potions. It was all worth it for the chance to obtain the Chapter of Wisdom. If Nie Yan missed the window of time when the Infernal fell asleep, he'd have to spend 2 more hours in the cavern for another chance. The Chapter of Wisdom was worth the wait. It was the easiest chapter to obtain from the first volume of the Book of Order. 30 minutes later, the blazing flames deep within the cavern dimmed out and the air cooled down. The Infernal fell asleep. Nie Yan jumped out from behind the boulder, activating Shadow Dance. He sprinted deep into the cavern. Nie Yan could see the Infernal resting in a corner, despite the poor visibility. It was fast asleep, the flames around its body puttered out leaving only flares of blue flame around its joints. It was a giant golem, 5 meters tall and entirely made of stone. When it was awake, the monster had a corona of bright green flames enveloping its body. Nie Yan cautiously tiptoed around the sleeping Infernal, worried that the slightest noise could possibly wake it up. He couldn't be too slow either. It would wake up in 2 minutes regardless of any noise. Nie Yan paid attention to the ground, every step was carefully placed as he continued sneaking past the Infernal. The entire cavern was dotted with crevices that exposed the flowing fiery red lava underneath. They looked harmless, but a player that carelessly stepped onto one would lose a large chunk of their health. The air above these crevices contained superheated air from the exposed lava. The cavern shook with every breath the snoring Infernal took, the walls trembling. The second he got past the Infernal, Nie Yan bolted towards an opening in the cavern walls. He rushed through the hole and into a smaller cave hidden within the cavern. The tiny cave was filled with fire crystals exuding wisps of fire elemental energy. Nie Yan marveled at the sight. A player mining fire crystals in this room would harvest 200% more than they would anywhere outside. Sadly, most miners wouldn't have access to this cave because the entire Hellfire Cavern was always occupied by various guilds. The cave was filled with dense fire elemental energy and scorching flames. Amidst all of that, a single radiant page floated in the air. The Chapter of Wisdom. Nie Yan reached out and grabbed at it. The blazing aura around the chapter dissipated the moment he made contact with it. The page quietly floated down and fell into his hands. Nie Yan stuffed it into his bag. He now had 3 chapters from the first volume of the Book of Order. Nie Yan still had more than a minute to escape, before the Infernal woke up. He could escape immediately using the unknown transfer scroll, but it made more sense to save it given how much time he had to spare. Without a pause, he used a haste scroll and dashed towards the exit, not wasting a single precious second. The flames around the Infernal reignited, the green glow around it gradually intensifying as its flames started burning more and more fiercely. Nie Yan could feel the scorching heat radiating from its body as he ran. He took a running leap, flying 3 meters right over the Infernal. He landed beyond the Infernal and shot a web line out from his silk spinner ring at the ceiling. He used it to swing over 10 meters away from the still sleeping Infernal, instantly putting a vast distance between them. The Infernal woke up as Nie Yan landed. It opened its eyes to the sight of him sprinting away and immediately started chasing after him, startled into a violent rage. Gruog. The Infernal let out a berserk roar. It closed the distance between them with every stride, and every step made the entire cavern tremble and shake violently. Nie Yan continued to dash towards the outside, despite the Infernal's efforts to throw him off balance. The monster was significantly faster than him and it wouldn't be another few seconds before it caught up to him. Nie Yan pulled out a pouch of intermediate flash powder from his bag and chucked it at the Infernal behind him without even glancing back. Bang! The pouch exploded into brilliant rays of light. The green flames in the Infernal's eyes flickered as it roared out in pain. A violent wave of flame surged out from the cavern with its roar, ready to engulf everything in fire. Nie Yan clutched an unknown transfer scroll in his hand. If the situation got out of control, he would crush it without the least bit of hesitation and escape. The towering wave of flame surged at Nie Yan. He ducked behind a boulder, taking cover from the onslaught. The flames blasted around and past the boulder. The scorching heat depleted Nie Yan's health quickly. He saw his health drop down by 200 points, so he took an intermediate health potion from his bag and drank it, instantly returning to full health. The intermediate health potion restored 500 health. These potions were normally only accessible to players when they were around level 30. In the previous timeline, this sort of area of effect attack wasn't particularly deadly. As long as you took suitable cover, it would only deal around 50 damage to level 30 players, as long as they took cover from the blast. Nie Yan guessed that as long as he avoided a direct hit, he would only lose 200 health at most. Once the heat from the blast of flames subsided, Nie Yan sprinted towards the cavern's exit. The Infernal was disorientated and confused after channeling its massive area of effect skill. It paused for several seconds, shaking off the after effects of the skill. This was the moment when the monster was most vulnerable, and all the players attacking the Infernal would normally unleash their strongest skills, going in for the kill. Nie Yan used the time to run further away from the monster, putting over 10 meters of space between them. The Infernal roared and resumed chasing him. The chase continued for a brief few seconds, until Nie Yan popped through the exit and out of the cave. The Infernal lost interest, there was no longer an intruder in its dwelling. It turned around and returned to its resting place. Nie Yan was greeted by a refreshing wave of cool air as he came to a halt next to the entrance, gasping for breath. He took the Chapter of Wisdom out of his bag and examined it. Chapter of Wisdom, Legendary. Description, the 4th chapter of the first volume of the Book of Order. Whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties, receive 2 intelligence and 1 skill point every 5 levels. Intelligence plus 30, willpower plus 15, resilience plus 15, jump plus 15, reflex plus 15, speed plus 15. Reset, after using this skill, reduce the cooldown of all single target elemental attack spells to 0 and double mana consumption. Sea of Flame, summon a Sea of Flames for a 30 by 30 meter area of effect attack. Damage is based on intelligence. Restriction, can only be used by a member of the Righteous faction. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. Nie Yan examined his character information. The Chapter of Wisdom didn't have much of an effect on him, it was designed for a mage. The chapter's effects provided a substantial boost to mages. He sighed dejectedly. Even the 2 skills were meant for mages. His main goal was to collect all 6 chapters and complete the first volume of the Book of Order. So even though the Chapter of Wisdom didn't do much to improve his effective stats, it still wasn't that big of a deal. He returned the Chapter of Wisdom to his bag, activated stealth and disappeared into the forest. With everyone quickly raising their levels, players were already starting to explore this area. It was necessary for Nie Yan to be careful. His next destination was the Light Monastery. That was the location of the best chapter from the first volume of the Book of Order. The very first chapter, the Chapter of Justice. The Light Monastery was very far away, so Nie Yan could improve his lockpicking specialist skill by opening treasure chests along the way. He examined the proficiency of his lockpicking specialist skill. Lockpicking specialist, Junior 17/100. The lockpicking skill was the hardest to rank up out of all the skills. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't neglect the skill as a thief, because what kind of thief couldn't pick a lock? With the speed at which Nie Yan found chests, he was able to find 12 locked chests in 2 hours. In order to get lockpicking from junior to specialist, he needed to pick open 100 chests. Ordinary players would take around a month to find and open that many chests. Finding locked chests in the wilderness wasn't easy. Despite that obstacle, ordinary players still had plenty of time and opportunities to improve their lockpicking skills before hitting level 30. Many of the chests hidden in dungeons would respawn. A team would be able to find at least 3 or 4 locked chests during a run of Medusa's Lair or Social Valley. Ordinary players would need a month, but not Nie Yan. He transformed into a machine, unlocking every treasure chest under level 30 he could find. Most of them were ordinary or silver chests. He came across gold chests on a few rare occasions. As for dark gold chests, he didn't find a single one. Many of the items he found on his chest grind were quite decent. What excited him the most were a few of the recipes that he found. Every single recipe signified a surge in profit to him. Nie Yan didn't rely on potions too much, but still ended up consuming quite a few of them every day. His use was almost negligible when compared with the groups of players that sought to increase their mobbing speed or take on stronger monsters. Players in Kalor consumed a potion every single day, on average. The Starry Night Potion Shop produced 60% of the potions available in the market. How many potions per day was that? It was no surprise that the Starry Night Potion Shop was having trouble accommodating its perpetually increasing clientele, even with all of the recent expansions. Nie Yan planned to open up several branch locations. Now that he found a few more high-end alchemy recipes, the Starry Night Potion Shop could further increase its profits and growth. After spending the entire day running around to find and open chests, Nie Yan's junior lockpicking specialist was at 67/100. His progress was exceptionally quick. The skill would soon reach the intermediate rank. Once it advanced, he could finally move on to higher level maps. Nie Yan took a quick glance at the level leaderboards. Tang Yao recently reached level 26, but he was showing signs of slowing down. The scaled frogs didn't give him as much bonus experience anymore. Heaven Breaker, on the other hand, was still leveling as fiercely as ever, but he still needed a couple of days to overtake Tang Yao. I'll let Tang Yao grind scaled frogs for another day or two, Nie Yan thought as he continued his journey towards the Light Monastery. The Light Monastery was an ancient ruin from the era of shared governance. It was an important stronghold for humanity's resistance against the dragons during the Dark Era. Countless dragons perished from its purifying light for over 2 millennia. It was eventually abandoned for some unknown reason, and turned into a bandit stronghold. A level 30 zone, the Light Monastery was home to some hostile human NPCs that were a pain to deal with. Despite the hassle, Nie Yan had to go there and poke around in order to retrieve the Chapter of Justice. Once he collected all 6 chapters and merged them together into the first volume of the Book of Order, they would be permanently bound to him. He would no longer have to worry about the chapters dropping and being claimed by others in the event of his death. Nie Yan was making his way through a rocky region when he noticed a gorgeous, golden shimmer on top of a cliff in the distance, reflecting the sunlight. His mind trembled once he recognized what that particular shimmer represented. That's a gold treasure chest. Nie Yan had opened 67 chests until now, but very few of them were gold chests. The ones he did find all contained incredibly valuable items. He was passing through a level 25 zone right now, which meant that the item contained within that chest would be level 25 gold grade at minimum. Nie Yan dashed towards the shimmering cliff, running over the rugged and uneven terrain. Ordinary players would have a hard time traversing it, but it posed little difficulty for him. His jump, balance, dexterity, and other movement stats were all very high, to the extent that he could disregard the terrain. He flipped and jumped over piles of boulders and jutting rocks, and finally reached the cliff face where he activated the crawler rings ability. He stuck to the rock wall like a gecko, quickly climbing to the top. The golden treasure chest was within reach. He pulled himself up over the edge and started walking towards the chest. Right as he took his first few steps, he felt a strange tingling at the back of his head. Another thief. Nie Yan quickly determined the general direction the other thief was hiding in with his keen senses. Blood quickly filled the whites of his eyes, turning his gaze bloodshot. Eye of Truth. He searched the area with the enhanced vision from his skill, but couldn't discover where exactly his opponent was hiding. The Eye of Truth only gave him a chance of penetrating through an enemy's stealth. There were also times it would fail. Nie Yan let the Eye of Truth fade, his eyes returning to their normal color. He paid close attention to the ground around him for any subtle movements from the other thief instead of going for the chest. He'd be immobilized and defenseless while opening the chest, leaving himself open to sneak attacks. If the thief took advantage of that opportunity to stun him with a smothering strike, he was done for. Someone roaming around a level 25 map wasn't an ordinary player. Average players wouldn't enter maps above their level, the risk wasn't worth it to them. Only expert players, like his opponent, would venture out into higher level maps like this one. Nie Yan activated stealth while simultaneously erasing his tracks. Hapless Frog was a professional gamer, someone who made a living playing virtual reality massive multiplayer online games. With his recent foray into conviction, although he wasn't ranked at the very top of the leaderboards, he was still somewhat well known. Just because a player was skilled didn't mean they would place on the leaderboards. Strength in the form of a guild, financial resources, and so on also played an important role. Kill Love and Sleepy Fox placed near the top because they fulfilled such factors. But as a solo player who didn't have an organization behind him, Hapless Frog could only be ranked at the top 200s. However, one should not equate ability to statistics, based solely on skill. He was definitely ranked in the top 10. This rascal was pretty amazing at PvPing. Hapless Frog always played the thief class in every game, and conviction was no exception. He had a particular fondness for treasure chests. Seeking them out on high-level maps was both challenging and exciting for him. He sold the items from chests he found for real money. This provided enough income for his happy and simple life. That was how he happily passed his days. Many people were willing to spend real money to buy high-level equipment from him. His customers even included leaders from many of the large guilds. Regardless of what he sold, the quality of the items was high enough to entice many people. Hapless Frog rarely ran into players that could freely run around level 25 maps alone. Whenever he did run into other players, they were usually in teams. He just discovered a new gold chest, and was about to open it when he spotted a thief, off in the distance, heading straight for him. He stood around and watched as the thief started climbing the cliff. When the thief reappeared at the top and climbed over the edge of the cliff moments later, his eyes widened in surprise. What? How did he do that? Isn't this a cliff? How the hell did he get all the way up here from way down there so fast? It looks like he's here for the treasure chest too. Ah, it sure is hard earning a meager living these days. I actually met some competition. Hapless Frog sighed in dejection. Something else he couldn't help but notice was that his rival raced across the rugged terrain no slower than he would over even ground. What kind of equipment was that thief wearing to ignore the terrain to such an extent? He debated if he should retreat or seize the treasure chest right away. He couldn't decide what he wanted to do, nor could he stop himself from bemoaning the loss of the chest. It was a gold treasure chest. Up until now, the vast majority of chests he found were ordinary or silver chests. He did come across a few low-level gold treasure chests before, but the allure of a level 25 gold treasure chest was hard to resist. Should I kill him and take his stuff? Hapless Frog was badly frightened by the subconscious thought flitting through his mind. He scratched his head in vexation. No, I'm just trying to make a living and get by. There's no reason to stain my hands with blood. He looked on at the rival thief who was about to snatch away his gold treasure chest and couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. While he hesitated over what to do, the rival thief's eyes blazed with a mysterious light. Hapless Frog felt a piercing gaze sweep past him, threatening to reveal his location. His heart tightened, and he held his breath while activating cover tracks, which increased his cloak by 30 points for 2 minutes. The other thief didn't pinpoint his location yet, but they were definitely aware that he was here and looking for him. A split second later, the thief faded out of sight. Hapless Frog gazed attentively at the location where the thief had disappeared, but he couldn't even find a trace hinting at his existence. He still felt a sense of deadly crisis, which he used to confirm that the rival thief wasn't far away. The truly terrifying part was that his opponent still found his general direction despite the cloak bonus from cover tracks. What kind of awareness did this guy have? Hapless Frog couldn't detect his opponent at all. Just what kind of hole did this guy pop out from? So amazing. Hapless Frog raised an eyebrow. He was seized by a sudden impulse for battle, wanting to cross blades with such a skilled adversary. Coming across another player that made his heart stir was a rare thing, one that almost never happened since he started Conviction. He compared himself to the other thief, and concluded that he might come out worse in the exchange. He was absolutely confident in his ability to escape though. Only the best thief deserves the treasure chest. Nie Yan glanced in the other thief's direction before opening his bag, looking for what he could use. He still had 2 pouches of revealing powder left. This was a rare item that dispelled stealth in its area of effect. It was impossible to find his hidden enemy without it, but did the situation really call for using such a rare item? As Nie Yan mulled it over, Hapless Frog activated a scroll that enveloped the entire clifftop with a blinding light. It's a Blossoming Radiance scroll. The Blossoming Radiance scroll dispelled stealth from any thief below level 21. It was a junior ranked scroll that was worth about 1 silver, and it could sometimes be found in the treasure chests on low-level maps. The light that radiated from the scroll revealed Nie Yan's shadow. A hazy silhouette dashed at him, aiming a dagger at the back of his head. Smothering strike. Nie Yan sensed the incoming attack and instantly dodged to the side. The dagger sliced through the empty space beside him, narrowly missing him by a hair. As it flew past, he spotted a bewitching, green luster on the blade. It was coated with poison. Nie Yan circled behind Hapless Frog. He activated Intimidate, and followed it with a lightning-fast smothering strike. The whirlwind of attacks would be the end of this enemy's life. Hapless Frog saw Nie Yan circle around him and used Swing Slash to deal a surprise attack. His attack was cut short mid-animation. He couldn't budge an inch. Just what kind of skill is that? He had never met a thief with such a skill before. Just as he was about to be stunned by Nie Yan, facing imminent death, he activated his Cloak's Shadow Mantle ability. He was invincible for 2 seconds. A short ding rang out. Nie Yan's smothering strike failed. Hapless Frog made use of the small second Nie Yan left a gap open and struck out with a concussive blow. Nie Yan raised his dagger to block. Clang. Nie Yan effortlessly blocked the concussive blow. His dagger snaked around Hapless Frog's arm, and he countered with a concussive blow of his own. His dagger flashed towards Hapless Frog. By the time Hapless Frog noticed the surging dagger, it was already in front of his eyes. So fast. With no time to think, Hapless Frog dodged the blow on pure instinct alone. Miss. His trained reflexes allowed him to get out of the way just in the nick of time. Hapless Frog crushed a haste scroll and fled the scene. A cold bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. Is this guy a friggin' ninja? He was a step ahead of me the whole time. All I could do was defend. That last attack was way too quick. I didn't dodge it in time. Thankfully, it was a miss. If my luck was just a little worse. Hapless Frog didn't dare to imagine the consequences. He believed himself to be quite skilled at his current level. He never imagined that he'd encounter another thief as skilled as him, let alone one that was even better than him. That brief battle was more than enough to convince Hapless Frog that he wasn't a match for Nie Yan, so he chose to retreat. He wasn't about to die because he got too greedy over a treasure chest. Hapless Frog shook his head with a wry smile. Nie Yan watched the other thief retreat into the distance and decided to end the battle here. Both of them wanted the same chest, and he was the one who came out on top. There was no need to pursue the matter any further. Nie Yan glanced at the name of the retreating figure, Hapless Frog. He knitted his brows, thinking it sounded vaguely familiar. If he remembered correctly, Hapless Frog was a professional gamer. He never stepped over the threshold to become a shadow dancer in the previous timeline, but that had nothing to do with his skill. It was because he poured all his energy into a different grand undertaking, opening treasure chests. He was a talented, albeit somewhat eccentric thief. When it came to seeking treasure, however, very few people could match him. He was considered the undisputed champion of treasure hunting. There were actually quite a few who held the shadow dancer title in the previous timeline, though some of them chose to keep their identities private. On the other hand, very few players earned the treasure hunter title. In the entire Viridian Empire, there were maybe 2 or 3. Hapless Frog was one of them. Nie Yan knew just how difficult it was to earn the treasure hunter title. In his past life, he didn't manage to get the title even after finding an opening close to 6,000 chests. He didn't find many chests in normal maps back then, but he used to find 3 to 5 chests every day, on average, when he explored dungeons. Even so, he was still far from getting the title. From the rumors he remembered from his past life, over 60% of Hapless Frog's skills were dedicated to helping him escape from dangerous situations. He only had a small number of combat skills at hand. The number of skills available increased as the game progressed. A player might have around 20 to 30 skills on the lower range, or 30 to 40 skills on the higher range. Most players had more skills available than they could possibly use, so they focused on the few handy skills that suited their playstyle the most. Hapless Frog was no exception, but most of his go-to skills were all meant for fleeing. His style revolved so much around escaping that he dared to explore level 150 to 160 maps in search of treasure chests when he was only level 80 to 90. He was certainly an oddball. He missed the opportunity to become a shadow dancer due to his lack of offensive skills, but by no means was he some unknown player. Many amazing figures, even the guild leaders of large guilds, would contact him with the hope of procuring some of the items he dug up. Nie Yan received a message. He glanced at the identity of the sender in the chat window and was surprised to see that it was Hapless Frog. Hey, not bad. You're pretty amazing. I lost fair and square, so the gold treasure chest is all yours. Just a quick question. Are you the same Nirvana Flame from Ass-Kickers United? Hapless Frog could be considered a pretty open-minded individual. Then again, with things like treasure chests, if you missed out on one you could go somewhere else and find another one. Nie Yan chuckled as he read the question. Hapless Frog probably saw his name before at some point. He didn't reply to Hapless Frog but sent an invitation to the Union of Assassins instead. Hapless Frog operated as a solo player because he sold to everyone. His business would take a big hit if he chose a side, so an invite to Ass-Kickers United would probably be met with refusal. Nie Yan didn't bother recruiting him as he was aware of this fact. Hapless Frog felt Nie Yan wasn't going to reply. Just as he was about to move on to the next area to search for treasure chests, a system notification popped up. Nirvana Flame has invited you to join Union of Assassins special server. Do you accept? Hapless Frog felt like he'd heard of the name before from his peers in the gaming circle. It was an organization for professional players that was established a few days ago. It became a hot topic of discussion after a large amount of battle-crazed alliance joined. The Union of Assassins was just a chat server. It didn't have the restrictive nature of a guild, so Hapless Frog didn't see any harm in checking out what all the fuss was about. Hapless Frog hit accept and entered the server. He briefly scanned over the Union of Assassins introduction and instantly understood what it was about. The organization could become very helpful to his business in the future. Looking at the top of the server's rankings, he saw 5 anonymous princes. He wondered what position Nie Yan held. Nie Yan confirmed that Hapless Frog had joined the Union of Assassins. He would have to complete several tasks and earn points in order to receive the title of Baron. Nie Yan expected that with his skills, Hapless Frog wouldn't face any problems advancing in rank. The combined efforts of Sleepy Fox, Kill Love, and Fall Lan helped the Union of Assassins grow to nearly 2,000 members. Their network of contacts extended far more deeply than the players that founded the Union of Assassins in the previous timeline. Sleepy Fox and Kill Love were influential figures who basically knew everyone of importance in the professional gaming circle. They invited over 500 members from their respective organizations alone. They also attracted a great deal of clients. Fall Lan, on the other hand, wasn't a professional player. He was, however, a towering everwood in other large virtual reality games. The reputation he built up for himself during his time spent playing those games allowed him to be in close contact with many professional players. Furthermore, he also knew many bosses from various large companies. It wasn't long before he had invited several hundred people as well, all of whom were potential customers. Once the Union of Assassins was acknowledged by more and more professional players, it would certainly experience an even more explosive growth in the future. After adding Hapless Frog to the Union of Assassins, Nie Yan planned to search for more treasure chests while making his way to the Light Monastery. Do you mind me asking what you used to get over that cliff? Hapless Frog knew his question was rather intrusive, but he couldn't help himself. As a player who devoted himself to searching for treasure chests, Nie Yan's abilities truly possessed an irresistible attractive force. Nie Yan pondered whether or not he wanted to share this information. He concluded that revealing it to Hapless Frog wouldn't be of any harm to him. Crawler ring, it's a rare item. When Hapless Frog read the reply, he gave up any hope of acquiring one. Rare items were difficult to find, one could only come upon them by chance. Your guild is enemies with Victorious Return, right? Don't head north. There's around 500 to 600 players from Victorious Return hunting the warlock over there. Hapless Frog warned. Alright, thanks for the tip. No problem. Nie Yan bent down and opened the chest. After rummaging inside, he took out a pair of level 25 gold grade boots. It was for a paladin. Its properties weren't bad, and it looked expensive. He stood facing north at the top of the cliff. He saw a lush forest below. The Light Monastery wouldn't be much farther after he passed through it. However, Hapless Frog had given him an interesting tidbit of information. Victorious Return players were hunting the warlock over there. Should he go and take a look on the way? As he looked toward the forest, he spotted a red mage tower poking out between the trees in the distance. There seemed to be quite a bit of player activity below it, with the occasional spell exploding in the sky. Hapless Frog's words didn't seem to be false. The warlock was a level 25 lord-class monster that was especially ferocious among low-level bosses, possessing both single target and area of effect spells. It was no wonder Victorious Return mobilized over 500 players to hunt it. When the warlock was killed for the first time, one of the items it would drop was a dark gold staff. It was one of the very best staffs that could be found early on in the game. If it fell into the hands of Victorious Return, they were likely to produce an extremely formidable mage. Nie Yan wasn't sure he'd make it in time. If he hurried, it would take him at least 10 minutes to get there. He didn't dally any longer and leapt high off the edge of the cliff. As he rapidly approached the ground, he activated the Featherfall Jewel's ability. With his falling speed greatly decreased, Nie Yan gently touched down on the branch of a large tree. He launched himself forward, flying more than 6 meters before making a graceful landing on the ground, where he shot out like an arrow and disappeared into the forest depths. The area up ahead bustled with noise and activity. The sounds of magic exploding cut through the air. Flames rose high into the sky, and lightning danced across the treetops. It sounded like an intense fight was going on. Nie Yan worried about how much of the warlock's health they had already shaved away. He was pulled out of his thoughts when he spotted several Victorious Return players up ahead. Nie Yan quietly approached them and listened while they were chatting. Apparently, they were serving lookout duty for the other members of their guild while hunting some nearby monsters. I wonder how things are going over there, one of the Victorious Return players said. They weren't part of the guild's main fighting force and were only deployed on menial tasks. Hard to say, it's a level 25 lord-class monster after all. Let's hope they don't wipe out. Skinny Dog said it'll take at least 2 hours to kill that warlock. There's too many minions guarding around the tower. It'll take them about an hour just to force their way in. I think they should be entering right about now actually. No point in overthinking things, guys. We'll still get our 100 merit points at the end of the day. The value of merit points was determined by the leader of the guild. In Victorious Return, 100 merit points was worth about 20 copper. A few weeks ago, it would be great if they got around 5 copper worth of merit points for participating in a guild activity. But following the rise in everyone's level, they now got around 20 copper worth of merit points for participating in a guild activity. As the player base progressed further into the game, the depreciation of in-game currency was inevitable. They would earn more and more money from killing monsters. Several weeks ago, killing a dozen monsters might produce a single copper. But now that they were killing higher level monsters, the drop rates were a lot better. Sometimes, several copper dropping from a mob was pretty normal. Nie Yan entered stealth, vanishing as he snuck around these players. An arcane mage in the group whose awareness was slightly higher than the others felt a fleeting sense of danger, but it was so faint that he wasn't consciously aware of it. The rest of the group was oblivious and happily chatted away. Nie Yan passed these players and made his way deeper into the forest. He encountered 1 or 2 victorious return players on his path every now and then. They patrolled the forest around the mage tower to prevent any non-guild players from approaching, as well as hunting any monsters they encountered. After passing through a break in the trees, Nie Yan spotted a 7-meter-tall tower, painted a scarlet red that greatly resembled blood. Near its base was a large group of players engaged in an intense battle. Pay attention to your damage, don't take aggro. Priests, keep up the heals. Shit, faster. Most of the players in the group were around level 20. Having them face off against a level 25 Lord-class monster might be a bit difficult. The situation right now seemed a little chaotic. At the end of the day, however, they were the elites of victorious return. Their reactions were fast and they suffered very few casualties. I wonder if Heaven Breaker is here. Nie Yan mused to himself. He picked up on several conversations on his way here, and confirmed Skinny Dog was here. He and Skinny Dog were destined to become eternal foes. When they last met outside the entrance of Black Flame Forest, their battle was cut short by a rain of meteors. Skinny Dog was obliterated into ashes, while he survived thanks to the healing from the priests of Holy Empire. Maybe I'll bump into a few more faces I recognize here, Nie Yan thought while slowly approaching the tower. A hectic battle was playing out in the open space below the mage tower, with players of every class scattered all over the place. The area near the back was packed with mages. Some of them even resorted to standing on top of the branches of surrounding trees. With the glow of magic pulsing from their staffs, they sent a steady stream of spells forward. A group of several dozen warriors surrounded the withered old warlock wearing red robes. His beard frayed from anger, and his entire body ignited with a burning, white soul fire. He still had a fifth of his health bar remaining. Even so, it would still take the players from victorious return more than 10 minutes to finish him off. Unquenchable fire of Sodom, your devoted believer beckons you to the distant continent of Atlanta. Let your destructive power consume this land in flames. Wretched heretics, enjoy the embrace of death. The warlock let out a cruel, maniacal laugh. The warlock waved his staff and summoned a torrent of raging flames that poured forth like a waterfall, instantly engulfing over 20 players. The torrent grew into a giant pillar of fire over 3 meters high. It was as if it came from the depths of hell. Strings of impressive damage values rose up above the heads of the players caught in the spell. Within 3 seconds, they were all burnt to a crisp. Disorder spread among the remaining players. The pillar of flame fiercely burned for 5 seconds before finally dying down, leaving nothing behind but piles of ash. The area around the warlock was immediately cleared of all players. What powerful magic! The person in charge, Skinny Dog, drew in a breath of cold air. Without delay, he adjusted the formation and ordered the warriors on standby to come up. Stay alert. Be quick on your feet. A dozen warriors rushed forward to re-engage the warlock. The warlock unleashed wave after wave of spells that bombarded the surrounding area. The priests frantically cast heals as a curtain formed by numerous streams of light gently fell from the sky. There were practically several priests on one warrior at all times. The health of the warriors fluctuated violently, causing anyone who saw them to feel extremely tense. At their current level, Ass-Kickers United couldn't dream of employing a reckless tactic such as this. They simply didn't have that many high-level players to spare. This, too, separated the fledgling guild from an established guild like Victorious Return. Nie Yan inched over to a tree just outside the battlefield. The closest player to him was a mere 2 meters away. It was an arcane mage, but they didn't notice his presence. If a thief could get within 2 meters of a mage unnoticed during a battle, that mage was guaranteed death. This warlock's a real pain to deal with. Knife Scar, get your group ready. Skinny Dog shouted at the players to the east. Even at such low health, the warlock still attacked with terrifying ferocity. Skinny Dog would have to use that tactic. Boss, we're ready. A tall, robust fellow with a scar across his face yelled back. Nie Yan looked on, bewildered. Just what were they planning to do? All warriors in the center, retreat, shouted Skinny Dog. The warriors tangling with the warlock hastily disengaged, while Knife Scar's group each unfurled a scroll. Myriad rays of brilliant light blossomed outward. Crippling curse. Darkness curse. Freeze magic. There were over a dozen scrolls, all of which were intermediate rank. Seeing so many used one right after another was like watching money being flushed down the toilet. Even Nie Yan felt a pang in his heart as he watched this scene unfold. Victorious Return was rich and imperious. They didn't care about the cost. As long as they could kill this lord-class monster, expending these scrolls was well worth it. While Knife Scar and his group were wantonly using scrolls on the warlock, the mages in the rear all began casting their most powerful spells. Meanwhile, a familiar figure entered Nie Yan's vision. It was a mage that had met death at his hands, Tangerine. She was chanting her spells in a low tone as magical energy rapidly converged at her position. Even after chanting a full set of incantation syllables, she still hadn't completed casting. For it to take so long to cast, it had to be a very powerful spell. An onslaught of debuffs pummeled the warlock. His stats were in shambles, and he was bound by the spells from the intermediate scrolls. All of a sudden, the attackers withdrew. Every single warrior and mage backed away from the warlock, leaving the area surrounding him clear. Not a moment later, the magical energy in the sky rapidly combined and surged forth. Layer upon layer of falling ice chunks struck the warlock in the ground around him. Bang, bang, bang. Each chunk left a layer of frost after shattering, causing the temperature to plummet. The warlock himself was encased in a thick block of ice. Elemental Hall Ice Magic, Frost Hail. As soon as Frost Hail ended, wave after wave of deep violet fireballs came crashing down. This blazing storm relentlessly struck the warlock, devastating him and everything around him. Obscurus Magic, Firestorm. Immediately after that was a round of Elemental Hall Fire Magic. These 3 mages, capable of casting Elemental Hall Magic or Obscurus Magic, were one of Victorious Return's hidden cards. Each one had passed through harsh trials in order to learn such magic. They were rewarded with these massive spells that could ravage any battlefield, and were especially deadly during a guild battle. Unfortunately for Nie Yan, Ass-Kickers United didn't even have one such mage. This battle served as a powerful reminder. Ass-Kickers United still had a lot of work to do before it could catch up to Victorious Return. Under the barrage of destructive magic, the Warlock's health rapidly fell. 17%, 13%, 9%. Surrounded by raging flames, the Warlock let out a mournful howl. Just as his health was about to hit zero, his body suddenly began morphing irregularly. He rapidly grew in size. When his transformation ended, he was a 5-meter-tall savage bear. Covered in crimson fur, he resembled a giant primordial beast of the past. The bear's health began to shoot upwards. It's transformation magic. Everyone, be careful. Tangerine nervously shouted. She activated Arcane Reset, allowing her to unleash a deluge of spells at the savage bear. The savage bear got up on its hind legs and sent a warrior flying with a swipe of its paws. Warriors rushed forward, brandishing their swords, and hacked at the savage bear. Clang, 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 but each and every attack registered as a miss, despite landing square on the giant bear's body. It's immune to physical attacks. Warriors, retreat. Skinny Dog immediately shouted after discovering his own dagger had no effect on the savage bear. His movements are slow. Everyone, create some distance. The warriors surrounding the savage bear promptly disengaged. The mages also made a quick retreat, while still casting spells and dealing damage as they ran. The savage bear incessantly roared, but it was too slow, only gradually moving towards the trees. Bang, bang, bang. The mages kept falling back while releasing spell after spell. All manner of energy flew at the bear, causing sparks to fly everywhere. A string of damage values floated up above the savage bear's head. Although they were only dealing small amounts of damage, Victorious Return had many mages. The accumulated damage from several hundred mages had a major impact on the bear's health bar. The battle was gradually shifting backwards. It now happened that the crowd of retreating mages were moving in Nie Yan's direction. Some of them even passed right by Nie Yan. But their attentions were completely focused on the savage bear, so they didn't notice him hiding behind a tree. The surroundings were filled with Victorious Return players. Nie Yan's situation seemed to be extremely dangerous, but actually, he was quite safe. On top of his stealth, he had also worn a black garb that concealed his appearance. Despite there being so many people, under such chaotic circumstances, ensured that a vast majority of them wouldn't be able to notice him. It never even crossed their minds that there was non-guild member beside them. With so many Victorious Return players patrolling all around the place, how could someone possibly sneak past them? Besides, even if someone did sneak in, with so many Victorious Return players surrounding them, weren't they simply courting death? It's almost dead. Everyone, give it your all. Skinny Dog excitedly yelled. Tangerine stopped attacking to drink a mana potion before continuing to fire a torrent of spells at the savage bear. I'm out of mana. I'm out too. Even after drinking mana potions, so many were still low on mana. They hastily disengaged from the battle and drank spring water to replenish their mana. The savage bear's health fell to 2%. It waved its arms furiously, and with a single swat of its paws it snapped a large tree in half, one that would take 3 full-grown men to wrap their arms around. The half went flying, crushing 6 players to death when it landed. Although they suffered disastrous casualties, the Victorious Return players didn't stop fighting. A crowd of warriors attempted to approach the savage bear. Although their attacks had no effect, they could act as a human wall, blocking the bear's attacks. But very soon, the savage bear's powerful swipes sent a few of them crashing into trees. They instantly died, and the rest ran away with their tails tucked between their legs. Nie Yan closely followed from a safe distance. He was only about 5 meters away from the savage bear. While hidden behind a tree, not a single player could notice him. His excellent camouflage abilities allowed him to completely blend in with the tree bark. Skinny Dog, Tangerine, and the rest would never imagine that Nie Yan was right by their sides, so close that he was practically breathing down their necks. Only Tangerine felt that something was off, as if something or someone was close by. But she automatically assumed that the sense of danger was coming from the savage bear. They were all focused on this intense battle with the savage bear. Who'd have the time to think of other things in such a situation? A final wave of ferocious spells struck the savage bear. It let out an anguished roar before falling heavily to the ground. Its body rapidly shrunk and turned back to the form of the warlock. It's finally dead. How many did we lose? Skinny Dog asked. In the final phase of the battle, many comrades died in quick succession. He felt quite regretful. Didn't count, I'd say at least 30 or 40, said Tangerine as she gazed at the corpses strewn across the battlefield. Prior to the warlock's transformation, they had lost about 20 or so players. Adding that to the people who died afterwards, then the death count definitely exceeded 30. With the battle over, players slowly came out of their respective hiding spots. The place was a complete mess. Several players ran over to collect the equipment. Nie Yan activated Shadow Dance and dashed over to the warlock's corpse. He was clearly faster than the Victorious Return players. He set his sights on the warlock's corpse. Beside it were some tantalizing pieces of sparkling equipment. Watching those players who ran to pick up the drops, Skinny Dog and the other survivors of the battle all had the same thought. Since they were the first players to ever slay the warlock, a named Lord-class monster, shouldn't they be rewarded with higher quality drops? Warlock Hall was a named monster. These types of monsters had their own unique histories and lore. They were more difficult to deal with than the average, unnamed monsters, but they gave better experience and drops. Victorious Return was willing to expend so much manpower and resources to take down Warlock Hall because they were confident the reward would be well worth it. To them, sacrificing the lives of a few ordinary members for the sake of helping an elite member grow stronger was absolutely worth the trade-off. Besides, experience could be recuperated, but drops from a Lord-class monster were hard to come by. Anticipation filled the hearts of every Victorious Return member who took part in the Warlock battle. The higher the quality of the equipment, the happier Heavenbreaker would be. There was a chance they'd be rewarded very generously with merit points. As the group of players tasked with collecting the drops approached Warlock Hall's corpse, they felt a gust of wind blow past them, and before they could even comprehend what was going on, they stared in shock as a shadow suddenly emerged beside the corpse, bending down to pick up all of their drops. Nie Yan activated a game mechanic that had always ticked him off. Whenever a thief attempted to pick up drops while in stealth, they were instantly revealed as a blurry silhouette. It was meant to balance the game, but at the moment it only did one thing, reveal him to everyone in the surrounding area. So it was that he exposed himself the moment that he stooped down to collect the drops. However, the Victorious Return players didn't immediately recognize him. All they could tell was that he was a red name player from the bloody glow outlining his body. His face was hidden by the black garb, as was his guild emblem, and considering how well secured the entire forest was, they naturally believed him to be a member of their guild. Nie Yan nonchalantly picked up the drops beside Warlock Hall's corpse. He felt ecstatic but kept his composure. Flashing the OK hand sign with his left hand, he casually made his way out of the ring of players from Victorious Return. They believed his gesture was a signal that the drop was secured. They parted, allowing him to freely leave. Do you know who he is? Why does he look a bit unfamiliar? Skinny Dog shot a glance at Nie Yan. With the drops retrieved, he thought they could call it a day. Gazing at the retreating figure, he found it somewhat familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before. He happened to glance at the chat log at that moment, only to discover that it didn't display any notifications of anything being picked up. A sudden realization dawned on him, as if he was struck by lightning. He urgently cried out, "Fuck. He's not part of our guild. Stop him." Every single one of the Victorious Return players were taken aback. It's Nirvana Flame. It's that bastard. Skinny Dog anxiously cursed, finally realizing why the silhouette seemed so familiar. Hearing that name brought the rest of his guild to their senses. The player who had collected the drops just then wasn't one of them. The mages quickly chanted their magic, desperately firing a salvo of spells in Nie Yan's direction. Nie Yan was still casually taking his leave, as all of the warriors around him still hadn't reacted. Only after hearing Skinny Dog's call did they finally understand what was going on. They all activated charge and rushed toward the offender. Nie Yan was surrounded on all sides, with a deadly hail of several hundred spells fast approaching from behind him. Drop dead. A warrior hacked down on him with a flame slash. With nowhere left to run, they all believed Nie Yan was done for. Unexpectedly, Nie Yan shot out a line of silk from his left hand which stuck to the branch of a tree 5 meters away. With a sudden jerk of the web line, he pulled himself up into the air and swung right over their heads. The hail of spells bombarded the area where Nie Yan had previously been, creating a massive explosion that sent dirt flying everywhere and forced back all the surrounding warriors who had failed to apprehend him. Nie Yan had such an ability. Underestimating him was a critical error on their part. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, they saw that he had already escaped out of their encirclement and was bolting away. Stop him. Don't let him get away. The warriors all turned around and frantically charged after him. Another hail of spells came raining down on Nie Yan. He activated swift retreat and zigzagged between the trees, quickly shaking off the warriors following right behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Several dozen spells struck the trees around him, leaving black scorch marks on the bark as they exploded. Nie Yan was hit a few times, but it was nothing serious. He evaded the lines of sight of the players following behind him and activated disappear, fading away into the lush forest background. When Skinny Dog, Tangerine, and a few others caught up, they discovered the area was completely empty without even a single trace of Nie Yan. Where did he go? Skinny Dog sternly asked. We couldn't stop him. He got away. You idiots. How did so many of you fail to catch one person? Skinny Dog cursed. He always had a short temper to begin with. But after sacrificing over 30 players to take down a boss, only to have the drops they worked so painstakingly hard for snatched away, how could he be anything less than furious? Several of the warriors beside him felt aggrieved and tried to defend themselves. He can fly. Many others saw it too. There was no way we could stop him. Tangerine quickly tried to mollify the situation. Playing peacemaker, she said, Skinny Dog, it's not their fault. Forget it. There was nothing to gain from wrongly placing the blame on others. In fact, it would only make things worse. Arg, he couldn't have gotten far. Everyone, spread out and search. I refuse to believe he can keep slipping away. Skinny Dog angrily ordered. Every nearby member of Victorious Return began searching for traces of Nie Yan. Even the members leveling around the forest were recruited to join in on the search. Their blood boiled with the desire to murder him. Skinny Dog, calm down. How do you think he knew we were hunting the warlock over here? Tangerine asked. She was angry as well but managed to retain a cool head. Who the hell knows? He probably bumped into one of our players while leveling around here. He wouldn't have come alone otherwise, and we'd have already been completely surrounded by Ass-Kickers United players, Skinny Dog replied. By now, his anger had faded. All that remained was a feeling of dejection. Even if they did find and kill Nie Yan, what did it matter? It was still impossible for them to retrieve the equipment that they worked so hard for. With a sigh, he said, let's figure out how we're going to explain ourselves to the boss. All we can do is clearly explain what happened, Tangerine replied. Knowing Heaven Breaker's temper, she couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. By the way, just now they said Nirvana Flame had flown. What did they mean by that? She couldn't see things clearly since she was all the way in the back with the other mages and priests. Otherwise, even if Nie Yan grew wings, they could have put a marking sigil on him to ensure he'd never get away. I'm not sure either. I'll ask a player to send a recording, Skinny Dog answered. A moment later, he received a video from the perspective of one of the players who was close to Nie Yan. After watching it, he stared in shock. What was that line of silk? I've seen it from a friend before. It's the silk spinner ring. Tangerine answered. She never considered Nie Yan even had an item like that. Nie Yan had hidden among some thickets. He knew he wasn't out of danger yet. There were Victorious Return players searching for him everywhere. He'd have to expend quite a bit of effort if he wanted to run. However, for a thief as skilled as him, he was basically safe. He had escaped despite being surrounded by all those players. Now that he was hidden among the trees, he was basically a fish in the water. Even if Victorious Return mobilized all of their forces to search for him, they'd still come up short. He had come here wanting to teach Victorious Return a lesson on behalf of his guild. After all, several hundred Ass-Kickers United players had died by their hands. Ass-Kickers United and Victorious Return had already reached the point where coexistence wasn't an option. For the time being, Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine definitely weren't willing to enter this conflict. Ass-Kickers United had no choice but to confront Victorious Return alone. Although they were a fledgling guild, they couldn't show any weakness. Besides, since strongholds had yet to release, they didn't have to worry about contesting for territory. With their guild headquarters still being in the city, what kind of tricks could Victorious Return possibly pull? If he sent Wowa a video of him killing several members of Victorious Return, it would act as a huge morale boost for the players of his guild. The Victorious Return players searched the forest for traces of Nie Yan in groups of 4 or 5. The distance between each group wasn't very far. With this, if one group was attacked, another group would be able to immediately react and provide assistance. Because of this, the players from Victorious Return felt absolutely safe. However, from Nie Yan's point of view, they were simply moving prey. Nie Yan took out the equipment that he had snatched to examine. There were 3 in total, among which was the Soulfire Staff, the dark gold weapon he had been looking for. Soulfire Staff Dark Gold. Requirements, level 25. Properties, magic power 106 to 119, intelligence plus 12, ignore level plus 2, 10% soulfire piercing damage. Attack speed, 5.5. Weight, 5 pounds. Restrictions: Elementalist, Arcane Mage, can only be equipped by members of the Righteous faction. Nie Yan marveled over the staff's properties. At this stage of the game, they were practically the best, especially the ignore level +2 and 10% soulfire piercing damage. It was an amazing staff for Arcane Mages and Elementalists. Previously, when he and Tang Yao had taken down a Lord-class scaled frog, Tang Yao hadn't received a single piece of equipment that he could use. This time around, Tang Yao was extremely blessed. With this staff, Tang Yao could hunt monsters above his level much more easily. As for the other two pieces of equipment, both were gold grade. One was for a warrior while the other was for a paladin. Their properties were quite good. Nie Yan stuffed the equipment back into his bag. Victorious Return really did suffer a huge loss this time around. The Soulfire staff alone was worth at least 6 gold, while the other two pieces of equipment were worth about 1 gold. If that money was divided up between the Victorious Return players who participated in killing the warlock, they would all receive a little or over a silver each. Yet these items fell into the hands of a hated enemy, Nie Yan. It could even be said that they suffered double the losses. A group of 5 players walked past where Nie Yan was hidden. The priest among them raised their right hand and sent an orb of light into the sky as a bright radiance illuminated everything beneath it, making the area especially clear. Nie Yan was hidden behind a tree, so the priest's illuminate had absolutely no effect. How long do you think we're gonna keep searching like this? Said a thief in the group as he frowned. He understood that as long as there were trees for cover, a priest's illuminate was completely useless. It would be so much easier if one of us had learned Eye of Truth. Illuminate is practically useless in a dense forested area like this, a paladin in the group complained. Do you really think Skinny Dog actually expects us to find Nirvana Flame? He's obviously waiting for Nirvana Flame to show himself. Rebuked the priest as he gazed at the two players with contempt. As long as he takes cover somewhere and stays hidden, no one will be able to find him. What's the point of searching around like this? The two players shot the priest a puzzled look. An ordinary player would never understand an expert's train of thought. The reason we're only in group of 4 or 5 is because we're acting as bait. Generally, experts have a lot of self-confidence. Who knows if he'll ambush one of our groups? Even if we die, we have to protect the priest. At the very least, we have to give them enough time to put a marking sigil on him. After that, he'll be toast. The captain of the group, a warrior, said sternly. This was the key to catching the hated Nie Yan, at least as Skinny Dog had explained it. The Holy Priest class's Glimmer Mark skill was the mortal weakness of any thief. Once marked, a thief could be easily spotted by the enemy, even during stealth. Because of this, Holy Priests were often the prime targets for a thief's ambush. They were also extremely frail, being a class that wore cloth armor. On top of that, they had the lowest health pool of all the cloth armored classes. Although they did possess a few attack skills, Holy Priests generally weren't proficient in dueling like Arcane Mages, Elementalists, Holy Mages, or even Shadow Priests, all of whom were particularly thorny to deal with. The group of players near Nie Yan were entirely oblivious to the imminent danger. Since he had erased all traces of himself, unless one of them had an especially high awareness or sharp reflexes, they were completely incapable of sensing his approach. The higher a player's awareness, the faster they'd be able to react to danger. If a player's awareness was pitifully low, they'd only feel a fleeting sense of danger. It wouldn't be enough for an ordinary person to notice. To counteract high awareness, thieves focused on raising their stealth and cloak. Nie Yan's were already quite high. As long as he paid careful attention to his movements, save for the few players with exceptionally high awareness, none would be able to detect his presence. Even if they did sense danger, they'd be incapable of pinpointing his position. They're trying to lure me out. The corner of Nie Yan's mouth curved into a faint smile. They're playing a dangerous game. Skinny Dog and the other players from Victorious Return hated him with a burning passion. It seemed they were determined to take his head regardless of the cost. Nie Yan closely shadowed them, his movements extremely light. He loved this type of feeling, sneaking in the shadows while observing the opponent's movements. As soon as they exposed the slightest flaw, he'd rush in for the kill. The group consisted of a warrior, paladin, thief, arcane mage, and priest, a typical arrangement. It was mostly melee focused. While lacking in burst damage and offensive power, it held certain advantages over other group compositions, specifically endurance. Without expending any mana, the frontliners could keep hacking away at the enemy while simultaneously tanking attacks, allowing the group to preserve important cooldowns and deal consistent damage. They were still chatting while searching for traces of Nie Yan. This forest was the spawn area of black bears. They'd occasionally encounter 1 or 2, and they'd have to stop what they were doing to deal with them. I'll go draw the monsters aggro. You guys be careful. That thief might be near, said the warrior as he charged toward a nearby black bear, opening with a heroic strike. The warrior would be under too much pressure tanking a black bear alone, so the paladin followed to support him. Understood. The remaining group members all showed somewhat nervous expressions. It was an extremely nerve-wracking situation whenever they encountered a black bear because they had to worry about Nie Yan lurking about. They had no idea whether he would take advantage of that opportunity to ambush them. Only when they saw other groups occasionally pass by did they feel a sense of security. Seeing the warrior and paladin leave to deal with the black bear, Nie Yan slowly approached the priest from behind. The priest was on high alert. Every time he finished healing the warrior, he'd reposition himself by a few steps to confirm that he was safe. Unfortunately, his senses weren't sharp enough because this trick didn't deter Nie Yan at all. The priest was merely delaying the inevitable. His actions were more or less useless. His movements were too predictable. Nie Yan had long since figured them out. He moved to intercept the priest on his path. As the priest approached, he raised his dagger, preparing to stun him with a smothering strike. The thief and arcane mage stayed close by to guard the priest. They were no more than 2 meters away. When they sensed the danger, it was too late. A cold light flashed toward the priest. Not good. The thief hoarsely cried out. Before any of them could react, Nie Yan's smothering strike struck the priest on the back of the head, stunning him. He stabbed the priest in the back with his dagger, then followed with eviscerate. -224. -229. The priest collapsed to the ground. His defense was pathetically fragile, with only cloth armor to protect him. So the damage Nie Yan dealt was frighteningly high. Seeing the priest fall, the thief loudly cursed and rushed at Nie Yan with a concussive blow. Nie Yan sidestepped the attack as the enemy's dagger streaked past him. With another swift flash of his blade, he struck the thief in the forehead with concussive blow. He followed up with a vital strike to the neck, circled around and finished with a backstab. Each of Nie Yan's attacks dealt over 200 damage. The previously full health thief collapsed to the ground, dead in only a few short seconds. The nearby arcane mage stared in shock. The battle had barely just begun, yet he'd already lost 2 party members just like that. Protect the priest. He didn't even get to do anything before he died. How the hell was he supposed to cast Glimmer Mark? The arcane mage felt incredibly bitter. He buffed himself with mage armor. Just as he was about to cast Arcane Flame Burst, he suddenly felt his body go rigid, leaving him unable to move an inch. This was the effect of Nie Yan's Intimidate skill. A look of despair appeared in the Arcane Mage's face as Nie Yan closed in on him. After being struck by Assassinate and Lacerate, his health dropped from full to a little over 10 points. By then the effects of Intimidate had worn off. He quickly retreated and drank a health potion. Everything had happened way too quickly. There was barely any time to react at all. By the time the warrior and paladin turned around to see what was going on, only having heard some commotion, the priest and thief were already dead. The only person left alive was the Arcane Mage who was barely hanging on. He's over here. The nearby victorious return players were alerted. They all came rushing over. Nie Yan picked up the two pieces of equipment that fell from the priest and thief. He couldn't be bothered to finish off the Arcane Mage. He turned around and disappeared among the trees. The Arcane Mage blankly stared at his health bar. He had been inflicted with the bleed status. Despite drinking a health potion prior, his health was still gradually falling. A few ticks later, his health hit 0, and he collapsed to the ground. 3 players had fallen in the blink of an eye while Nie Yan vanished without a trace. No one even got a decent glimpse of what he looked like. The survivors felt a chill run down their backs. Skinny Dog had told them to chase down the culprit, but he never informed them that the thief was so terrifying. When Nie Yan's cooldowns refreshed, he would proceed with the next ambush. Nie Yan was like a specter of the forest. He mounted continuous sneak attacks on the groups from victorious return, taking 2 to 3 of their members each time before vanishing into thin air. Skinny Dog repeatedly warned everyone to protect their priests. However, whenever Nie Yan materialized, they were always the first to die. There wasn't a single exception, nor did Nie Yan ever make a mistake. Victorious return lost 13 players, 6 of which were priests. To add insult to injury, priests were the hardest of any class to level. Skinny Dog was fuming with anger. Skinny Dog, we can't keep going on like this. We should withdraw. Tangerine was well aware of the severity of the situation. Even top elites like them had already died by Nie Yan's hands. It would be strange if they weren't suffering losses by sending ordinary members after him. Up until now, they hadn't even caught sight of his coattails. If this kept going, they would surely suffer heavier losses. We have over 500 players. He's completely alone. So what if we have over 500 players? Look how big this forest is. Do you honestly think we can catch him? Tangerine berated. Skinny Dog was loath to admit it, but this was truly more difficult than he had originally imagined. If these 500 or so players were chasing after him instead, he felt he'd have a 30% chance, maybe a little higher, of escaping. However, based on the information he received from his subordinates, it seemed that Nie Yan's fleeing abilities were even greater than his own. At that moment, Skinny Dog received yet another report that several more members had died by Nie Yan's hand. He reluctantly gave out an order for everyone to assemble. They were abandoning the manhunt for Nie Yan. Hidden among the trees, Nie Yan let slip a faint smile when he saw the victorious return players withdrawing. The dagger in his hand was soaked in blood, flickering with a dazzling crimson. After doing a little tallying in his head, from start to finish, he estimated that he had killed no less than 17 players. Nie Yan understood the principle of not prodding a cornered beast. Now that they had assembled, he would end up paying quite dearly if he tried biting off more than he could chew. His thoughts happened to shift to the killer's demonic medallion. After hunting scaled frogs for so long, why did it still not drop? Could Tang Yao's kill count really not be high enough? Nie Yan suddenly recalled a certain NPC who happened to be a celebrity of sorts. He was a deserter of the Viridian Empire's army. His name was Bordello, a level 160 elite as well as a thief. He carried with him the sub-legendary thief weapon, Godo's dagger of fleeing. Before his departure, he had killed over 100 Kalor city guards, and received the title Killing Demon Bordello. Was there a connection? Was it possible that the killer's demonic medallion required a kill count of at least 100 to drop from the scaled frogs? Kill over 100 players to become a killing demon. Information regarding the killer's demonic medallion was too sparse. Nie Yan only knew that it dropped from scaled frogs. In his past life, players who had really red names would occasionally find one after killing a sub-elite or elite. The redder the name, the higher the drop chance. Both sub-elites and elites had a chance of dropping it, but a Lord-class scaled frog had the highest drop rate. On a typical day, Tang Yao killed 3 elites and a whole bunch of sub-elites. However, even now, he hadn't found a killer's demonic medallion. At this point, it probably wasn't simply a matter of bad luck. After some consideration, Nie Yan decided it was better to retrieve the chapter of justice first. He no longer paid attention to Victorious Return. He dashed through the forest, heading toward the Light Monastery. On the side of Victorious Return, after receiving a report from Skinny Dog, Heaven Breaker ruthlessly chewed out Skinny Dog and Tangerine. The equipment they had expended so many resources to retrieve, with so many people present, had somehow been snatched away. Victorious Return had practically lost all face. Meanwhile, on the side Asskickers United, a certain video was being widely passed around between guild members. It showed Nie Yan snatching away the equipment of a named Lord-class monster from right under the noses of over 500 Victorious Return players. He had even killed 17 of their players afterwards. A glorious matter such as trampling all over Victorious Return was an enormous boost in morale for the players of Asskickers United. Asskickers United had been oppressed for far too long. They faced constant harassment from the players of Victorious Return which dampened their spirits. Yet the higher-ups of the guild never took action. They even seemed somewhat indifferent. Naturally, this caused some unrest to spread amongst the ordinary guild members. But Nie Yan's actions this time served as retribution for all the humiliation they had endured. It was a message to the guild members that the higher-ups weren't apathetic, nor were they afraid of Victorious Return. They were simply biding their time, saving up strength as they awaited the right opportunity to strike. As Nie Yan traversed the dense forest region, he spotted a commuran building up ahead beyond the shade of the trees. Commuran meant purity and light in the ancient common language. It was a style of architecture widely seen on the holy shrines spread across the various regions of the empire. Its most notable characteristic was the expensive commuran white stone, the primary material used in the construction of buildings of this style. It was far more dazzling than ordinary white stone, reflecting bright halos under the sun's rays, giving off a feeling of incorruptible sanctity. Apart from this, commuran buildings generally had round rooftops that were deep crimson. The Light Monastery had fallen into disrepair after centuries of neglect, its white stone walls covered in mud and grime, failing to reflect even the faintest glimmer. It had once been a sacred place of pilgrimage, but now it was in ruins, its years of splendor having long since passed. In front of the monastery was an open square where at the center stood the statue of an angel. It had a pious expression on its face, though it was now barely discernible under the corrosion and wear. Nie Yan trod lightly as he made his way toward the entrance of the monastery. The gates were wide open, allowing for him to peer inside. He could make out humanoid figures cloaked in red skulking around the courtyard. They had crooked backs, carrying a dagger in each hand. They were bandits. Red Cloaked Heretic, level 30. Health, 1200 1200s. Generally, thief-type creatures had small health pools, but their attacks were quite fierce. They were even capable of stunning players with a concussive blow every so often. On another note, as human monsters, money and items could be pilfered from their pockets. So level 30 thieves that had learned steal would find training here to be quite profitable. Red Cloaked Heretics were classified as evil creatures. So Nie Yan's intermediate demon hunter title could weaken their stats by 20%, making them easier to handle. He'd be able to deal around 300 damage with every attack. Nie Yan was still only level 17, so fighting these Red Cloaked Heretics would take up a lot of his time. He decided to simply sneak around them. Nie Yan stepped through the gate, where he discovered a tablet of stone protruding from the ground. It was inscribed with characters from the ancient common language. As it was badly damaged by corrosion, he could only make out a few words. 10 Holy Paladins. As the Dark Era is about to pass, we await the descent of light. The legend of the 10 Holy Paladins was an old folk's tale passed down from generation to generation in the Glennon province. Its origin stretched back to the Dark Era. It told of a group of unyielding heroes who fought against the tyranny of the ruthless dragons while spreading faith in the light. They founded the Light Monastery, Glennon's most important stronghold of resistance that lasted all the way until the eve of the Dark Era, when the reign of the dragons was overthrown. The monastery was suddenly abandoned, and the 10 Holy Paladins vanished without a trace. Some say that after serving out their purpose, they left for the kingdom of heaven to accept God's blessings. Others claim they brought their beloveds with them to live out their lives in peace and solitude, free from worldly affairs in the northern prairies of the province. The Light Monastery was later occupied by red-cloaked heretics who drove out the nearby residents, and transformed this place into a bandit den. Just what kind of untold mysteries were hidden within the legend of the 10 Holy Paladins? The history of conviction was always so intriguing that people couldn't help but want to seek out the truth. After entering the Light Monastery, Nie Yan heard the sound of battle. Tuoba, we were doing perfectly fine before. Why the heck do you want to monkey around in a hellhole like this? There's way too many mobs here, and all of them are level 30. If we meet an elite, we're toast. A crass voice entered Nie Yan's ear. It sounded somewhat familiar. If we don't do this now, we probably won't get a chance in the future. The legend of the 10 Holy Paladins is such a famous story. I'm certain this place is related to it. Maybe we'll receive a paladin-related quest. The other voice sounded a bit listless. Nie Yan furrowed his brows. It seemed there were people who had arrived here before him. After entering the monastery's courtyard, there was only one path forward. It would be very difficult to go around them. Activating stealth, he slowly made his way forward. As he looked up ahead, the scene that entered his eyes left him baffled. Since people only dared to explore high-level maps in groups, Nie Yan thought he was going to find at least 5 or 6 players in front of him. Never did he expect that he was only going to encounter 2. One of them was a berserker who resembled a metallic titan that could rend the earth apart. 6'3" and brimming with muscles, he wore a full set of armor that sparkled with dark golden luster and carried a pitch-black great sword, socketed at the hilt with 3 blue gems. Nie Yan's heart leapt at the sight of this person. He really was too perverse. He actually got himself a dark battle armor set. It was a set that only dropped from undead blacksmith Kalu, a level 25 elite, in Darkwind Canyon. Kalu took a day to respawn after being killed, while the dark battle armor set consisted of 5 parts: sword, chestplate, helmet, gauntlets, and greaves, which meant it would take at least 5 days to grind out the full set, and that was only if you were very lucky. Nie Yan shifted his focus to the other, a paladin in azure armor. He wore the Aqua Holy Light set, another level 25 set. The difficulty of obtaining this set wasn't far off from the dark battle armor set. It would require the player to expend quite a bit of effort, at least 7 to 8 days of work. The backs of these players looked a little familiar. He inspected the both of them with transcendent insight. Tuoba Time, level 25. Class, Paladin. Dauntless, level 25. Class, Berserker. Nie Yan was shocked. Both these players were level 25, yet their names didn't show on the leaderboards. They were just like him, players who wished to stay anonymous. He now recalled why he found them a bit familiar. He had met them before, outside the entrance of the Starry Night potion shop right after establishing it. Back then, they didn't make much of an impression. Who could have imagined they'd appear so high-spec the next time he encountered them? Taking into account their levels and gear quality, they surely had astonishing backgrounds. No wonder they dared to explore the Light Monastery with only 2 people. Although Nie Yan had never heard of these 2 players before in his past life, there were many experts he wasn't aware existed. These kinds of players generally weren't professional gamers. They simply played for pleasure, not caring for fame or profit. However, most of these players were just as skilled as professional players. They usually came from wealthy backgrounds, so gains and losses in the game were of no importance. Nie Yan could also obtain a full set of equipment like theirs if he spent 6 or 7 days farming. But for him, putting in all that effort for some gear that he'd switch out after 5 or 10 levels anyway wasn't a cost-effective use of his time. On the other hand, collecting the 6 chapters from the first volume of the Book of Order would benefit him far into the future. Even seeking out the last fragment needed to fully repair Sulgate's shadow was a more efficient course of action. Dauntless and Tuoba Time had just finished their battle. Beside their feet was the corpse of a red-cloaked heretic. After picking up the drops, the 2 didn't pause for rest. Dauntless charged forward and taunted over a dozen red-cloaked heretics in the vicinity, forcing them to pounce at him. Whirlwind Slash. Dauntless's great sword swept through all the red-cloaked heretics, causing damage values of over 200 to float up above their heads. Inversely, they only dealt 30 to 40 damage to him each. Although the dark battle armor set was an offensively focused set, its defensive capabilities couldn't be overlooked. Warriors also gained a damage bonus when attacking leather-armored opponents, so Dauntless's damage was truly impressive. Tuoba Time cast Junior Heal on Dauntless, then slashed a nearby red-cloaked heretic with a divine strike. Minus 430. The Holy Light of Paladins was quite potent against evil creatures. After landing the divine strike, Tuoba Time activated Divine Decree. The holy aura around him radiated outward. Resembling tiny needles, they stabbed into the bodies of the red-cloaked heretics who lost 20 health every second under the brilliant radiance. Dauntless activated Whirlwind Slash once more. As his great sword swept in a full circle, he caused a blanket of damage values to rise into the air. It wasn't long before the group of red-cloaked heretics collapsed to the ground as the courtyard became littered with corpses. Tuoba Time picked up all the items that dropped on the floor and sorted them out. Afterwards, he and Dauntless found a corner where they could sit down. They ate barley bread to recover their health, all the while chatting. That legend of the 10 Holy Paladins or whatever, it's just background lore to pad the game. For all we know, there might be nothing here. Is it really worth risking our lives? Although it was only the two of them, Dauntless's voice was still as loud as a bullhorn. Who knows? We're just here to take a look. If we don't find anything, then so be it. Besides, even if we meet an elite, I'm pretty sure we can handle it. If we encounter more than one, we can just run for it, Tuoba Time answered lackadaisically. Dauntless knew no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to convince Tuoba to leave. This rascal seemed like a lazy fool who'd give up after encountering the slightest bit of resistance, but in actuality, he was impossibly stubborn. Once his mind was set on something, even 10 oxen couldn't hold him back. Originally, there were 6 members in their party. They were supposed to go off somewhere to level together, but Tuoba kept insisting on going to the light monastery even though the others didn't want to. In the end, the only people left were him and Dauntless. How did I ever end up befriending a guy like you? Ha! What choice do I have? We were in this together the moment I decided to follow you, said Dauntless with a wry smile. Tuoba Time faintly smiled. Dauntless was a brash individual, but his personality wasn't bad. As for Tuoba, although he was usually lost in his own world, he was also very loyal. This was why these two seemingly entirely different people got along so well. The two stood up after their health bars were restored to full, ready to take on the next group of monsters. Dauntless took up a battle stance. Tuoba Time gave himself and Dauntless multiple blessings. Their strength, dexterity, awareness, and other stats received a significant boost. With these blessings active, Tuoba felt a slight tremor in his mind. Watch out, there's a thief. Tuoba Time cried out, activating Eyes of the Divine. His pupils shone with a golden light as he scanned the surroundings. He discovered Nie Yan lurking in the shadows around 10 meters away from them. Not too far away, but it didn't seem like he had any intention of attacking them. Dauntless stared blankly. As a warrior, his awareness was much lower than a paladin's. It didn't help that he had a restless nature either. He was fine blindly charging into battle and beating up foes, but when it came to a task that required a sharp mind, like detecting an enemy in stealth, his performance was rather poor. Then again, he was a warrior with great equipment. Even if he didn't pay attention to his surroundings when leveling outside, no thief would be stupid enough to attack him. Although he could be immobilized for a few seconds with a concussive blow, he was too tanky to be bursted down from full health. As soon as he recovered and struck out with a tendon break, any ordinary thief would drop like a wet rag. If not for the substantial boost in awareness from the blessings, Tuoba wouldn't have noticed Nie Yan even if he had snuck up right behind him. Even then, he had merely felt a slight chill behind his neck, something the ordinary player wouldn't notice. Hey, buddy, I know you're there. Why don't you come out? Tuoba stared at the blurry figure beside the wall and couldn't help but be taken aback. Just how high was this fellow's cloaking? His Eyes of the Divine could see through the stealth of most thieves. Yet all he saw of Nie Yan was a hazy outline, almost as if he were looking at a mirage that would wink out of existence with a simple blink of the eye. Nie Yan knew he had been exposed when he saw the light shining from Tuoba's eyes. He deactivated his stealth, revealing himself to them. It's you. Tuoba stared in shock, recalling the time he had met Nie Yan outside the Starry Night potion shop. He never expected they'd meet again here, of all places. He estimated around 2 weeks had passed since they'd last met. Back then, the Starry Night shop had just barely opened its doors. Now, it was a colossus in the concoction market of Kalor. Truly no one could have predicted this was how things would turn out. If they had met again in Kalor, Tuoba wouldn't have thought much of it. However, since Nie Yan had appeared in the light monastery, he had no choice but to take note of him. He was brazen enough to storm such a high-level map all by himself, to say nothing of the fact he was only level 17. Nie Yan lightly shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm just passing through. He wished for nothing more than to avoid coming into conflict with Tuoba and Forthright. As paladins and berserkers, they greatly inhibited his ability to deal effective damage, especially with the thick plate armor protecting them. On top of that, the quality of their gear was quite high, and they were a good deal higher level than him. Although he felt confident in guaranteeing his own safety, it was impossible for him to take down the both of them. Hey, didn't think we'd run into you here. Forthright heartily laughed as he walked up to greet Nie Yan without thinking. Looks like you've got a red name. Crap, it's that red. He cried out in shock. Just how many people did you kill? Nie Yan brought up his guard. His name was currently branded a deep crimson, resembling the color of blood. He couldn't discount the possibility that Forthright might act against him, especially if he was one of those greedy types who coveted the equipment of others. Tuoba quickly stopped Forthright from getting any closer to Nie Yan. With a faint smile, he apologetically said, my friend here didn't mean any harm. He just doesn't think when he acts. Please don't mind him. Nie Yan's name was red, so a misunderstanding was bound to occur if Forthright rushed up to him. Forthright realized the blunder he'd just made. He scratched his head and let out an embarrassed chuckle. Would you be interested in joining our party? Tuoba offered. Nie Yan greatly intrigued him. He wanted to find out what exactly Nie Yan was doing here, and the simplest way to dispel any doubts between both sides was to form a party, since players within the same party, team, or guild were disallowed from piquing each other. This was a rule set by the game developers to ensure some trust during any activities that required cooperation. Otherwise, what was the point behind a partying system if anyone with vile intentions could force a run to wipe by attacking fellow teammates during a dungeon run? Nie Yan considered for a moment, then asked, are you guys planning to hunt mobs on the outy skirts or explore inside? Entering the light monastery by himself posed a certain degree of difficulty. He could only rely on the silk spinner ring and crawler ring to help him get past the hordes of red-cloaked heretics. However, with Tuoba and Forthright's help, he could probably directly rush into the inner hall. As for the central hall, those two wouldn't be able to enter, only he could access it. Of course we're going inside, Tuoba replied, though he couldn't help but wonder. Why exactly did Nie Yan want to enter the light monastery? Good, then we can all enter the inner hall together, Nie Yan said. He was trying to figure out the backgrounds of Tuoba and Forthright. Based on their gear and level, they definitely weren't ordinary solo players. Besides, having a few more powerful friends would only be beneficial to the growth of his guild in the future. Great, then it's settled, said Tuoba before sending him a party invite. Nie Yan hit accept. You have joined Tuoba Time's party. After joining, the wariness between both sides almost all but dissipated. Let's hunt some monsters. We can't chat while we fight, Tuoba said. With a thief in the party, they could leave aggroing the mobs to him. What's the most you guys deal with at once? Nie Yan asked. By getting a clear read of Forthright and Tuoba's strength, he would know how to proceed. Around dozen or so, I'd say, Tuoba answered. Nie Yan was slightly startled. Based on their current level, being able to take on a dozen red-cloaked heretics at once was an extraordinary feat. Such ability would allow them to effortlessly rise into the upper ranks of the leaderboards. All right, Nie Yan nodded before he walked up to a nearby pillar. He spotted around 30 or so red-cloaked heretics up ahead. Normally, Tuoba and Forthright would have to split a crowd of this size into 3 smaller, more manageable groups. However, now that he was in the party, he felt they could cope with just a few more. Nie Yan took out his crossbow of blood, propped it up against his shoulders, and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts shot out toward the crowd. After some of them were struck, all of the red-cloaked heretics discovered his presence, and they came rushing after him. Oh my god. You aggroed so many of them. Pal, do you actually know how to pull mobs? Forthright paled in fright when he saw over 30 red-cloaked heretics swarming toward them. He and Tuoba were already at their limits dealing with a dozen of them. Even with the addition Nie Yan, maybe they'd be able to cope with 6 or 7 more. Who could have imagined that he'd aggro all of them in one go? Any person with half a brain would consider whether Nie Yan was trying to kill them with a borrowed knife. Go up and attack them, then you'll understand, Nie Yan replied as he regrouped with them. Listen to him, Tuoba said after a brief moment of hesitation. He felt Nie Yan probably had his own reasons. Besides, if they really couldn't cope, he and Forthright both possessed fleeing skills. So escaping wouldn't be a problem. Although Forthright felt a bit apprehensive, he trusted in his friend's words. In any case, even if they ended up being surrounded, they could simply bulldoze their way out. He rushed forward to meet the crowd and activated taunt, forcing the red-cloaked heretics to aggro onto him. As soon as he saw so many of them pouncing on him, he felt a cold bead of sweat drip down from his forehead. Clink, clink, clink. Their daggers struck him quick succession but dealt less 10 damage each, not even half of what it had been earlier. Quickly recovering from the shock, he brandished his great sword. Whirlwind slash. -310, -305, -312. A blanket of damage values floated up into the air. What the hell? Why is there such a huge difference? Forthright was flabbergasted. Previously, the damage per hit from the red-cloaked heretics ranged from the high 10s to the low 20s. Yet now, they could barely deal 10 damage. His attacks as well, earlier, he had dealt around 200 damage, but now, he was hitting in the 300s. As he examined the maximum health of the red-cloaked heretics, he noticed they had been reduced to a little under 1,000. 3 whirlwind slashes would be enough to finish them off. Tuoba was also shocked beyond belief by this development. He glanced at the nearby Nie Yan who was also in the middle of combat. He was almost certain the sudden change in the red-cloaked heretics had to do with him. Just what kind of perverse ability could cripple a group of monsters so badly? The question lingered on in his mind. Tuoba activated Divine Strike, chopping down on a red-cloaked heretic that had rushed up to him. -960. An instant kill. It was a critical hit. The red-cloaked heretic collapsed to the ground. Prior to this, such damage was inconceivable. Nie Yan took down a red-cloaked heretic after 2 or 3 hits. Turning to look at how Forthright was holding up, all he saw was a large pile of corpses lying on the ground around his feet. He couldn't help but feel a little envious of warriors with their AoE attacks like Whirlwind Slash. Haha, this is great. These red-cloaked heretics are so much weaker than before. Even if you threw 30 or 40 more at me, I'd still have no problem dealing with them. Forthright happily exclaimed as he relentlessly swung his great sword at the surrounding mobs. As the battle drew to a close, Forthright had killed the most with almost 20 red-cloaked heretics slain. Tuoba had also dispatched half a dozen or so himself. Corpses littered the ground around them. The harvests from this battle were quite generous. Nie Yan collected all the drops from the ground and set them aside in a separate bag. When the time came for the party to dissolve, they'd be divided up evenly between the 3 of them. What kind of skill was that? It's so powerful, and the duration is so long as well. It should be an aura-type skill, right? Tuoba asked. The effects of Nie Yan's skill were simply too stunning. Even he couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. With this sort of skill, leveling would be significantly faster. Out of any skill in the game, skill books for aura-type skills were the hardest to obtain. You're right. It does have an aura effect. Nie Yan nodded. It reduces the health and defense of all evil creatures. As for the exact details of the skill, that was the other side's business. Tuoba didn't feel good about prying any further either. The 3 players cleared out the monsters in the area as they slowly penetrated deeper into the monastery. An hour or so later, Nie Yan leveled up to level 18. As the 2 sides became more familiar with one another, the topics of their conversations gradually became more intimate. What guild are you 2 from? Nie Yan finally asked. If they weren't part of a guild, he had a hard time imagining how solo players could get their hands on such good equipment, unless they were people who had reincarnated into the past just like him. What guild are we from? Tuoba chuckled, and said, you must be very curious about why Forthright and I have such good equipment, right? Right, Nie Yan nodded. I was wondering when you were finally going to ask that. You couldn't stand it in any more, Forthright chimed in, revealing a big wide grin. We're not part of a guild. Tuoba's family owns a gaming org, so we have a pretty easy time finding people to party up with. Which gaming org? Nie Yan asked in surprise. Just which gaming organization was capable of grind out the full dark battle armor set so early on in the game's life? Withered Leaf. Nie Yan was taken by surprise once more after hearing the name of the organization. Withered Leaf was a top 5 gaming organization, on the same level as Battle Crazed. It was founded by a family financial group, more precisely the Tuoba Financial Group. According to hearsay, they had their hands in over 20 different markets, including hotels, boutiques, and virtual reality businesses. It was one of the few domestic entities that had the financial capital to rival South Shoe Century Financial Group. Tuoba carefully eyed Nie Yan. When he noticed that Nie Yan didn't show much of a reaction, he revealed a faint smile. After finding out about his family's wealth, if he saw any traces of greed in Nie Yan's eyes, like those snobbish associates who fawned over him at his family's financial group, he would unavoidably have a lower opinion of him. Well, what I got out of this is that you guys aren't part of any guild. So would you be interested in joining mine? Nie Yan asked Tuoba and Forthright with a light smile. Ass-Kickers United. Tuoba examined the guild emblem on Nie Yan's chest. Its logo was a totemic minotaur head. It was simple yet elegant. The guild emblem for Ass-Kickers United had been personally selected by Nie Yan. He was fond of flavorful things that were rich with cultural references. I've already heard of the bad blood between your guild and Victorious Return. From what I know, it's only a matter of time before you guys get swallowed up, Tuoba said. The professional players from Withered Leaf had all been puzzled over something. Granted, the recent expansion of Ass-Kickers United was indeed worthy of praise, but it was still a fledgling guild, yet to establish a firm foundation. To dare to confront an esteemed behemoth like a Victorious Return. This was clearly a case of the newborn calf not fearing the tiger. Nie Yan felt a slight hint of anger at Tuoba's words, but he couldn't deny that his concerns were quite reasonable. Any player would naturally have to consider these things before joining a guild. Siding with his guild meant becoming enemies with Victorious Return, so why would Tuoba willingly enter into such a disadvantageous situation? But Nie Yan disagreed with Tuoba's assessment. Just as he was about to refute, Tuoba continued, however, I'm still willing to join your guild. I just want to let you know, though. My matters don't reflect the stance of Withered Leaf. Although my family owns the gaming org, I'm still removed from them. Even though he could get Withered Leaf players to party up with him, he wasn't a member of the organization. So he had no jurisdiction over anyone there. Withered Leaf's sole purpose was to generate a profit, whether through in-game businesses, selling merch, or other venues for revenue, while he simply played for leisure. You guys are the only ones crazy enough to duke it out with them to the death, but what I admire most is precisely that sort of foolhardy bravery, said Tuoba with a faint smile. Well, since Tuoba's joining, you can count me in as well, Forthright said. He knew Tuoba's personality pretty well, but even he was baffled as to why his friend had agreed to join. Truthfully, Tuoba didn't much care for the fame of Asskickers United. He'd accepted the invite simply because he found Nie Yan to be a person worth befriending, with a very agreeable temperament. What he treasured most was a person that he could sincerely interact with. Nie Yan was a little astonished. He didn't expect the sudden shift in attitude from Tuoba. After a second thought though, he began to understand Tuoba's intentions. It seems I was small-minded, Nie Yan said with an apologetic smile. But I still have to disagree with your judgment. Sooner or later, the guild that's going to be wiped from Kalor will be Victorious Return, not mine. Tuoba's expression flickered with a hint of surprise. Just where was this self-confidence coming from? Alright, let's drop the subject. I'm getting a headache listening to you guys. As far as I'm concerned, joining a guild isn't a bad thing. Hey, do you think he'll be the top berserker in the guild? Forthright interjected. To him, this matter was far more interesting. Yeah, I'd say so. As for being the top warrior though, I think you still fall a little short, Nie Yan replied. If he had to compare Forthright and Blade Light, he felt the latter was a bit stronger. Blade Light had recently obtained the best armor set from the Soren's dungeon on Specialist, and although he was slightly behind Forthright in level, he could overcome that difference with skill. Damn, there's actually a warrior who's stronger than me. I want to meet him when we get back. Forthright boiled with competitive spirit. Tuoba pondered in silence. Maybe Asskickers United really did have quite a few strong players, otherwise, Nie Yan wouldn't have such confidence. Tuoba had met the top-ranking players in Victorious Return before. Most of them weren't that impressive, but he couldn't help but feel dispirited when he thought of Heavenbreaker. That guy's precise control was simply too formidable. Even he didn't feel confident going against him. There was a commonly held belief among players that an individual's strength didn't matter in front of the absolute might of a guild. But in the stronghold sieges not too long from now, which would determine the future prosperity of a guild, any powerful individual could greatly influence the tide of battle. Victorious Return might be powerful, but Asskickers United was rapidly catching up. Nie Yan felt confident that they would overtake them, sooner or later. He had already tasked Woi with sending out invitations to various players who would become magisters, guardians, shadow dancers, and so on in the future. Although many of them might disdain joining his guild, there were others who just started playing, so their potential still remained untapped. Since they were still nobodies, once they received a gracious invite from Asskickers United, they would almost certainly wholeheartedly devote themselves to the guild. Teotitu and Undying Scoundrel, for example, both players with the capacity to become a guardian and a magister respectively, though confused as to why Asskickers United would seek them out, they quickly fell to temptation under the lure of superior benefits. Nie Yan had handed Woi a recruitment list of all of the famous players that he remembered in his past life. Although only a small portion of the people on that list would agree to join, it was still quite impressive. There were already 5 individuals in the guild that had high chances of becoming shadow dancers, guardians, magisters, and so on. As for players just a rank lower, there were over several dozen. There were also many players who Woi was still in the midst of negotiations with, hoping to entice them with many favorable conditions. He even spared no effort in trying to headhunt the players who had already joined other guilds. With the support of Nie Yan's enormous capital, Asskickers United would eventually become a mecca for godly players. After that, the guild would not just be full of Asskickers in name but also reality. There were actually many strong players in the previous timeline that didn't reveal themselves to the public. Forthright and Tuoba were such players, not only in terms of level and gear but also skill. With their addition to the guild, Asskickers United would undoubtedly gain 2 more top-ranking experts. Nie Yan could clearly sense that as Asskickers United slowly developed under his control, the guild would inevitably grow into a mighty oak, towering over all below the heavens. Tuoba Time has joined your guild. Very Forthright has joined your guild. I have a full set of thief equipment you can have, but it belongs to Withered Leaf. If you can take out a few items to exchange for it, I can call up some people up, Tuoba offered. He actually felt a bit awkward. Even though the organization belonged to his family, he had no authority over it. So he had no right to just give away their equipment unless he returned with something of equal value. What level? Nie Yan asked. He didn't expect them to have any extra sets of high-level equipment lying around. After thinking it over, it didn't seem so strange. Withered Leaf was just like Battle Crazed, a well-established gaming organization. Out of the top 100 professional players domestically, over 10 were from Withered Leaf. There were also around 40 or 50 in the top 500. Such a powerful gaming organization was highly efficient in gathering resources. Nie Yan was suddenly reminded of the past. The War God Tribe gaming organization backed by his father had once surpassed Withered Leaf in Battle Crazed for a time. It seemed his thinking was still too small scale. Level 20, one of the members from their elite team hit level 25 recently, so they're switching their old set out. Right now, who it goes to hasn't been decided. So if I want it, they'll definitely give it to me, but I'll also have to hand over some things in exchange. They won't be able to make up for the loss otherwise, Tuoba explained. Since his family owned Withered Leaf, the higher-ups there didn't dare to ignore him if he wanted equipment from them. Aside from my gear, I'm actually quite poor. Tuoba wryly smiled. Ah, I see, Nie Yan nodded. After considering the offer, he said, I can take out a full set of level 30 gold grade equipment to trade, but I want to check out the properties of the thief equipment first. After grinding scaled frogs for so long, Tang Yao had collected over several dozen pieces of level 30 gold grade equipment with decent properties. It was absolutely worth Nie Yan exchanging a few pieces for a full set of level 20 thief equipment. Level 30 equipment, Tuoba was in shock. Even Withered Leaf didn't have a full set of level 30 equipment, only a few odd parts lying here and there. He suddenly recalled, right, I nearly forgot. Your guild leader is level 26. I've heard he trains on level 30 mobs, so it's not strange for you guys to have a complete set of level 30 equipment. If you're willing to exchange a full set of level 30 gold grade equipment, Withered Leaf will give you some money to make it a fair trade. Can I ask you a question? What's the highest level player at Withered Leaf? Nie Yan wondered why he hadn't seen any signs of withered leaf on the leaderboards all this time. The highest is level 25. They're different from us. They spend all day running the main dungeons, but they're not as high of a level as they could be since they've wiped plenty of times trying to clear dungeons on specialist. It's fine though. If they level too quickly, their gear won't be able to keep up, so they'll eventually slow down anyway. Don't be mistaken, though, their leveling speed is still pretty fast. It'll probably take only 2 or 3 days for most of them to hit level 26. They'd rather focus on finding out how to clear certain dungeons on specialist, so they don't attach any importance to leveling. I bet the top people on the leaderboards like Kill Love and Sleepy Fox are the same. Even Heaven Breaker probably isn't focusing everything into leveling, Tuoba explained. Based on his own ability, he'd probably only rank around the top 3 at Withered Leaf. These gaming organizations focused on reaping a profit. Since their goals were different from players like Nie Yan, there was no conflict of interest. They were professional players. That meant if he was willing to spend the money, he could even hire them to do work for him. Speaking truthfully, all of the specialist dungeons guides from his past life had come from the efforts of the top gaming organizations. Only these keen-sighted players, who were fully dedicated to the game, could research all the various, meticulous ways to clear a dungeon. If he recalled correctly, it was a Withered Leaf player that had shown everyone it was possible to clear Social Valley at only level 5 in his past life. The video released as proof on the official website had made many people sigh with admiration. Tuoba gave a call to someone from Withered Leaf. When he finished talking, he turned to Nie Yan and said, "It's called the Eternal Night of Silence set. I've already asked them to send it over. I told them you wanted to trade with a set of level 30 gold grade equipment. They said that's fine, and they'll cover the rest with money." The Eternal Night of Silence set. Nie Yan's mind trembled. It was a top-notch level 20 thief set that could only be found by running the Soren's dungeon on expert. If he put it on, his leveling speed would improve by a considerable amount. After retrieving the Chapter of Justice, it was about time he started focusing on raising his level again anyway. One more thing, the guy I'm talking to also said he wants to meet you. He's the head of Withered Leaf, Tuoba said, taking Nie Yan by surprise. What did the head of Withered Leaf want to do with him? The head of Withered Leaf was called Aqua Smoke Stub. He ranked third among all professional players, even higher than Kill Love. For the vast majority of players, such an esteemed figure could only be heard about, never seen. Unlike other famous players like Sleepy Fox and Kill Love, he always stayed relatively low-key, but that didn't mean he was any less ambitious. He simply walked a different path from them. His operations in Conviction didn't expand beyond creating a top-tier elite team, which took on various tasks from large financial groups, including completing quests and clearing dungeons. They didn't discriminate between enemy and ally. As long as the employer was willing to spend the money, they were willing to take on any task. According to hearsay, the Withered Leaf gaming organization generated immense sums of money for the Tuoba financial group every day. Tell him not today. We can chat when I get back to the city, Nie Yan said. Logically speaking, a set of level 30 gold grade equipment wasn't enough to attract the attention of the head of Withered Leaf. Was it possibly something else? Impressive, Tuoba gazed at Nie Yan with a somewhat dissatisfied look. Any guild leader would be wild with joy if they heard Smokestub wanted to meet with them. Withered Leaf was indeed a formidable organization, but its interests lied elsewhere, so they didn't often come in conflict with the guilds. In a situation where there were only merits and no demerits, who wouldn't want to rope in such an ally? Yet, he had actually directly refused. Tuoba told Withered Leaf of Nie Yan's reply. Not long after, Nie Yan suddenly received a call from Withered Leaf. Wryly smiling, he pressed accept. How are you? I'm Smokestub. An air of dignity lurked within his gentle tone. From Nie Yan's recollection, Smokestub was a fierce person who was very protective of his own people. In the previous timeline, a guild had killed a member of Withered Leaf. In retaliation, not only did Smokestub ruin that guild's business connections, he also led an army to directly seize their stronghold. The massacre that followed remained fresh in the minds of players even long after the event, as well as the declaration that he made to everyone present, whoever touches the people of my Withered Leaf should be prepared to lose not only their life but everything else. The reputation of Withered Leaf grew immensely after that. Nie Yan thought Smokestub was going to be a bandit-type character like Heaven Breaker, aggressive and overbearing. He didn't expect him to be so soft-spoken and polite. Ah, hello, Nie Yan answered, trying to guess why Smokestub was so impatient to reach him. Kill Love and I have some dealings together, so I know about the Union of Assassins. Name a price, I'd like to request a prince role in the Union. Smokestub got straight to the point. Even a blind man could easily spot the bright future that lay ahead of the Union. If he could enter such an organization, it would be very helpful to the growth of Withered Leaf. Another point of concern was that if he didn't take the initiative to join now, he couldn't say for sure that a lot of potential work later on wouldn't be snatched away from them. No matter how strong Withered Leaf was, there was no way it could contend against such a large syndicate of professional players. Even now, a mere several days after its inception, it had far surpassed Withered Leaf in manpower. Nie Yan finally cleared the mystery. It seemed Smokestub had found out about the Union of Assassins from Kill Love. Smokestub could have easily joined the organization on the basis that Withered Leaf wasn't much weaker than Battle-Crazed Alliance, but he required the prince role for them to gain any sort of strong foothold later on. Kill Love knew what Smokestub wanted, but the matter was out of his hands. He simply didn't have the authority to give out the prince role. Even so, Withered Leaf was an important business partner to Battle-Crazed Alliance. If they could join, business in the Union of Assassins would rise by at least several fold, not to mention the significant boost in manpower. Kill Love would never go as far as to reject Withered Leaf, so he threw the ball in Nie Yan's court. Don't worry, I promised Kill Love the First wouldn't leak your identity, Smokestub added, hoping to dispel any potential doubts. I can assign you the prince role, but I'd like you to listen to my request, Nie Yan answered after some deliberation. Since the head of Withered Leaf had sought him out, why not take advantage of the opportunity to make them fight for him? Speak, I'll accept if I think the request is reasonable, Smokestub replied. Withered Leaf operated on the principle of equivalent exchange. They never made a loss in any business deal. I want Withered Leaf to become a part of my guild. Nie Yan purposely made a ridiculous demand in order to gauge Smokestub's reaction. Impossible, Smokestub directly refused. Withered Leaf only had so much business because they didn't join with any camp, even if they had relations. They would lose a lot of business if they entered Asskickers United. There's plenty of clients in the Union of Assassins. The business you'd lose from joining my guild would be negligible at that point, Nie Yan pointed out, as if he knew exactly what Smokestub was thinking. The gap between him and Heaven Breaker would instantly close by a wide margin if he could recruit such an influential figure to his side. However, he also understood that his guild was too weak right now. It didn't have any appeal to Smokestub. Withered Leaf might be a neutral entity for the time being, but he knew several years from now, they would become an important force under Sao Shu's control. In this life, he was determined to prevent that from happening. Instead, he planned to bind them to his ship, bit by gradual bit. It's temporarily impossible. Smokestub shook his head. Fine, have Withered Leaf join Ass-Kickers United for 1 month. We'll buy any surplus equipment you wish to sell at market price. In exchange, any honor that Withered Leaf earns from running dungeons on Specialist will go to my guild. We won't interfere with your business either. After the month is over, we can discuss any further cooperation. How does that sound? Nie Yan proposed. Since it was contracted work, and they could keep doing business the same as before, Smokestub would probably have a bit of an easier time agreeing. One other thing, I want to have some promising individuals in my guild accompany your team during dungeon runs. Naturally, there'll be compensation. A lot of players in his guild showed great potential. If they could gain experience by observing the seasoned professional players in Withered Leaf, they would develop even faster. Smokestub silently deliberated for a good while. The offer wasn't bad. Withered Leaf's business could continue unimpeded, and Ass-Kickers United would also settle the problem of excess equipment. From an objective standpoint, the deal was only beneficial. Although it would be slightly inconvenient babysitting newcomers, especially if they didn't understand anything and ended up dragging the team down, he understood that he needed to make some concessions for the other side to agree to giving him the prince role in the Union of Assassins. Besides, he could just tell the players Nie Yan sent his way to stay in the back and do nothing but watch. The matter was crucial to the future of Withered Leaf. Smokestub naturally had to ponder over it carefully. A while later, Smokestub finally decided, I agree to your proposal. Let's sign a contract. He had consulted the opinion of the person directly above his head in the Tuoba financial group. The Tuoba family seemed interested in the power behind Ass-Kickers United's sudden rise to prominence. Head to the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters. Watchful Snail will process you guys into the guild, Nie Yan replied. He was pleasantly surprised. Smokestub had agreed to the proposal. This was a great stroke of luck for his guild. Both parties signed and stamped their fingerprints on the contract. With the agreement taking effect, Nie Yan added Smokestub to the Union of Assassins. And so, the organization gained another prince. It seemed the number of princes would increase in the future. There were many influential figures on the professional player rankings, so the Union of Assassins would definitely attract more organizations like Withered Leaf. However, aside from the founders, the people who followed wouldn't receive any shares. Not long after Smokestub entering, a string of notices of other players joining appeared in the chat. Withered Leaf Fashionable has joined the Union of Assassins. Withered Leaf Paper Sheet has joined the Union of Assassins. More than 600 players from Withered Leaf joined the Union of Assassins, bringing the total number of members to almost 4,000. The addition of Withered Leaf was a great boon to the Union of Assassins, which was already expanding at a rapid pace. Nie Yan skimmed down the list of clients and agents. There were quite a few who had received the Baron title by now. Among them was Hapless Frog, who had been in the organization for less than a day. Yet he was already approaching the rank of Viscount. The main factor for his rise was that he had many good things to sell. With clients purchasing them and the Union taking a small cut of every transaction, he quickly accumulated contribution points. After becoming a Baron, there were clients who were willing to pay great sums of money for him to help them complete quests. The profits from the Union of Assassins had already reached 50 gold. According to how the shares were divided up, Nie Yan would receive 30 gold, and this huge money-making machine was only beginning to get into gear. Recently, Nie Yan had heard from Fall Lan, Sleepy Fox, and Kill Love that a venture capital was interested in purchasing the Union of Assassins. Naturally, they refused. They weren't fools. No matter what price was offered, they wouldn't hand over this golden goose to someone else. Besides, they needed Nie Yan's approval first. After Nie Yan and Smokestub finalized the details of their cooperation, Smokestub brought all of the players from Withered Leaf to the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters. Their headquarters had just recently been upgraded to Tier 2. It was considerably more spacious than before. A steady stream of players flowed in and out of the entrance, with the lively vigor of a newly emerged guild on full display. Boss, I'm here to hand in a mission. Me too. A group of players surrounded Zhao Li. He was in charge of handing out guild missions and giving out the rewards for completing them. For example, if the Starry Night Potion shop required a certain type of medicinal herb, he would give out a mission asking members to collect it, with the reward being a certain amount of merit points based on contribution. Is Watchful Snail here? A voice called out from outside the entrance gates of the guild headquarters. The Ass-Kickers United players all looked over. A crowd of several dozen players stood outside the entrance. The tidy sets of equipment they wore all looked to be least gold grade and reflected a dazzling, metallic luster. The surrounding guild members drew in a breath of cold air. What an intimidating group of people. The crowd of players stepped through the entrance, promptly arranging themselves in an orderly fashion within the courtyard. They were an entourage of warriors, all armed to the teeth, with an awe-inspiring appearance. The person at the center was the tallest among them, as well as the owner of the voice who had called out earlier. This was Aqua Smokestub, a brawny man in his 30s. He was clad in dark golden armor with a horned helmet over his head. He radiated an imposing aura which made people feel a heavy, oppressive pressure. If the guild members of Ass-Kickers United encountered one or two people in full sets of gold-grade armor walking down the streets of Kalor, they usually wouldn't feel particularly amazed, aside from the slight gaze of envy. After all, anyone who could wear a full set of gold-grade armor was a top-tier player in the game. But now, several dozen such players had appeared right on their doorstep. How could they not be surprised? Excuse me, may I ask why you're looking for Watchful Snail? Zhao Li stepped out to receive them. He couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He had never seen such a large band of formidable players before. A crowd of players showing up in full sets of gold-grade equipment. This was practically telling everyone that they were here to pick a fight. The guild members around Zhao Li also felt nervous. They whispered among each other, trying to guess the purpose of the other party's visit. Who knew where this mysterious group of players had cropped up from? Hey, boss, where do you think these guys came from? A guild member beside Zhao Li whispered into his ear in a nervous tone. Zhao Li shook his head in response. Your guess is as good as mine. We're here to join your guild. Tell him to hurry up and come out, Smokestub announced. As if a single stone had triggered 1,000 waves, his words created a huge disturbance among the guild members in the area. Heavens, this intimidating lot of players had actually come here to join the guild. The guild members closest to Smokestub's group stared on in shock. The armor they wore was so dazzling, it made everyone feel a little faint. Please wait a moment. He'll be with you shortly, Zhao Li said after finally calming down. The commanding leader is here. Guo Wei arrived less than a minute later, having rushed over to the guild headquarters from elsewhere in Kalor. I'm really sorry for not arriving here sooner. I was busy applying for a guild quest, Guo Wei said apologetically to Smokestub. It's fine. You can start adding us to the guild now, Smokestub replied, waving his hand. All right. Before Guo Wai got to work, he turned to the surrounding guild members and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Go off and level." The crowd of spectating guild members quickly dispersed. Some of them were given yet another shock when they walked out of the guild headquarters, only to see several hundred players on standby in the plaza outside. There were players of every class, all arranged in neat, orderly ranks. The equipment they wore was bright and colorful. Although they couldn't compare to those people inside, anyone could tell with a glance that they weren't run-of-the-mill players. Evidently, they were all part of the same group. What was going on today? Why were so many strong players suddenly joining their guild? It was as if an exhibition of high-quality equipment was being held in the plaza. As the ordinary guild members squeezed out of the headquarters to check out what was going on, they were all filled with an indescribable sense of joy and amazement. After a while, notices began popping up in the guild chat. Aqua Smoke Stub has joined the guild. Withered Leaf Fashionable has joined the guild. Before long, notices flooded the entire screen. These new people were all assigned to a subgroup called Withered Leaf. After putting two and two together, some of the more knowledgeable guild members immediately recognized them. Surprisingly, the third-ranked person on the professional player rankings, Aqua Smoke Stub, had decided to join Ass-Kickers United with all of his subordinates in Withered Leaf. This was quite an unexpected development since the reputation of their organization alone was more than enough to establish a formidable guild themselves. The guild members all began wondering just what sort of background their guild leader possessed. For him to recruit all of Withered Leaf into the guild, this wasn't something that could be accomplished merely with wealth. Withered Leaf joining caused a huge stir in the guild. From the moment they entered, they could sense the explosive pace of the guild's development. As for whether it would grow to rival a Goliath-like victorious return in the future, not only them but every player in the guild was waiting to find out. After entering the guild, Smokestub was surprised to see the treasury filled with so many pieces of level 30 silver and gold grade equipment. He didn't expect them to have collected so much high-level equipment. Your treasury is pretty well stocked, Smokestub praised. He didn't think a fledgling like Ass-Kickers United could establish a treasury that impressed even the likes of him. From his point of view, the quality of this treasury didn't differ much from those of some larger guilds. Thanks to the great effort put in by the guild members, along with the continued support from the Starry Night Potion Shop, Guowai could hardly imagine the resources and manpower that had to be spent to get the treasury to where it was now. It was full of all types of equipment, with no less than 2,000 pieces in total, and at least another 3,000 were currently being used by the players in the guild. Nirvana Flame told me he would buy all of the equipment you don't need at market price to bolster our guild treasury, Guowai said. Withered Leaf and Ass-Kickers United were only temporarily collaborating. With the formidable financial backing of the Starry Night Potion Shop, he spoke in a tone full of confidence. Smokestub sent Guowai a trade request, then said, "We only have 160 pieces of silver and gold grade equipment for now." He estimated that the value of the equipment should at least be 30 gold. Very few guilds at this time were able to take out such a sum at once. He was trying to probe out the other side's financial resources. According to the market price, the total comes to 32 gold, Guowai replied. He was startled by the quality of each piece of equipment. The strength of Withered Leaf really couldn't be looked down on. Smokestub nodded. The price Guowai gave could be considered fair. Guowai put in 32 gold in the trade window, and the two people hit confirm on the trade. Afterwards, Guowai stored all the equipment in the treasury. These pieces of high-quality equipment, ranging from level 15 to 20, would surely ignite the enthusiasm of the guild members. Seeing them take out 32 gold at once, and only for the sake of padding the treasury, Smokestub gained a newfound awareness of the financial ability of Ass-Kickers United. At least in terms of wealth, he had to concede that Withered Leaf was far behind them. It seemed that he had seriously underestimated Ass-Kickers United before. Maybe they really did have the potential to rival Victorious Return. Guowai began the process of adding all the Withered Leaf players to the guild. This kept him busy all the way until afternoon, whereupon he notified Nie Yan with a message. Withered Leaf didn't let joining Ass-Kickers United affect their business. They only stayed in the guild headquarters for a short while before returning to their own matters. Aside from running dungeons, there was still a lot of other work that needed to be attended to. With how efficiently Withered Leaf ran dungeons, Ass-Kickers United was sure to be promoted to a level 3 guild in no time. Nie Yan was advancing deeper into the Light Monastery with Tuoba and Forthright when he suddenly received the update from Guowai. He faintly smiled. With the addition of Withered Leaf, the strength of Ass-Kickers United would rise up another stage, directly closing in on Victorious Return. Although there was the possibility of Withered Leaf leaving after the month was over, when that time arrived, he would naturally have many more methods to keep them around. I didn't think you'd actually pull Withered Leaf into your guild. Impressive. Tuoba had gotten the information from his contacts in Withered Leaf. He was very surprised because he understood the principles of the organization very well. So them joining Ass-Kickers United was completely outside of his expectations. The only goal of Withered Leaf is making a profit. They only joined the guild because I struck a deal with them, Nie Yan vaguely explained. His involvement with the Union of Assassins had to be kept a secret. As for what kind of deal, sorry, but I can't divulge that to you guys, he said with an apologetic smile. It's fine, we understand, Tuoba said, nodding his head. As a person who came from the long-standing Tuoba family financial group, he understood that some secrets couldn't be told to even the closest of friends. As for what kind of closed-door deals Withered Leaf were making, he had no right to be privy to such information, unless his old man was willing to tell him. The three had cleared out almost 1,000 red-cloaked heretics on their path. Forthright and Tuoba acted as the core of the group, tanking most of the damage and killing the most monsters. As for Nie Yan, other than killing mobs, he occasionally used steel on them, earning himself a little extra income. Money aside, he also managed to find a few interesting trinkets. Green crystal fragments. Description: collect 10 to form a green crystal quartz. Green crystal quartz. Effects: unknown. Nie Yan recalled that green crystals were used in the production of weapons and tinkerer items. The level of the material was very high. It could only be used at around level 50 or 60. Green crystal quartz was quite valuable, so he had kept all of these green crystal fragments. Checking his bag, he had collected a little over 20 so far. They could be fused to create 2 green crystal quartz. But he had to find an advanced blacksmith in order to do so. He had to pay quite a bit for the processing fee as well. The three had killed their way to the winding entrance hall which led to the central hall of the Light Monastery. They saw 3 ash-cloaked heretics up ahead. These were mage-type monsters. Their appearances were concealed under ash-gray robes, so that none could see what they truly looked like. They had crooked spines, and held both hands out in front of them like beggars. But instead of emptiness, their palms were home to hovering orbs of ghastly red flame. These ash-cloaked heretics were high-level monsters. They look like elites. Let me take a look, Nie Yan said. He was the only person capable of identifying these ash-cloaked heretics. Be careful. Nie Yan showed a calm smile. He remembered that these ash-cloaked heretics were level 32 elites. This was probably as far as Forthright and Tuoba could go, but he had a way to narrowly slip past them and explore deeper into the light monastery. Nie Yan took cover behind a nearby pillar. He carefully snuck over, concealing his figure. He was roughly 20 meters away from the nearest ash-cloaked heretic. Faintly sensing his presence, the ash-cloaked heretics grew a little restless. Nie Yan activated disappear, making himself much harder to detect. The three ash-cloaked heretics, no longer sensing an intruder, reverted back to a passive state. Nie Yan inspected them with transcendent insight. Ash-cloaked heretic elite level 32. Health, 3,500. They didn't have much health in comparison to other elites, but as mage-type monsters, their damage was extremely frightening. Those ash-cloaked heretics are level 32 elites, Nie Yan informed. He reappeared in front of Tuoba and Forthright after sneaking back. Level 32 elites. We definitely can't deal with them. Tuoba wrinkled his brows. It was impossible for them to deal with 3 level 32 elites with their current lineup. He estimated they'd all be wiped out after a single round of spells. Should we head back and find some more party members? Forthright asked, putting away the great sword in his hand. No, let those bunch of scoundrels be. They definitely won't come. All of the Withered Leaf players are preoccupied with running dungeons. I'm guessing they probably won't have any free time until the day after tomorrow. Besides, we're going to have to log off in 30 minutes anyway. So let's call it a day. We'll bring more people with us next time, Tuoba suggested after checking the server time. You're right, there isn't enough time left today, Nie Yan said. 30 minutes wasn't long enough for him to explore the central hall. He was better off finding a safe place to log out. Are you planning to return to Kalor? Tuoba glanced at Nie Yan and asked. Nie Yan nodded his head. I'm going to explore a bit deeper before logging off. Really? You still want to go further inside? Forthright asked in surprise, exploring the depths of the light monastery by himself. Was he looking to die? Tuoba was also bewildered. Although Nie Yan's strength could still be considered decent, he absolutely was not a match for these elites. Don't forget, I'm a thief. Nie Yan smirked. Tuoba stared blankly, then let out a clear laugh. You're right, I almost forgot. The thief class had an innate advantage of being able to go where other classes couldn't. An ordinary thief absolutely wouldn't dare to explore particularly dangerous areas, but Tuoba had made the mistake of judging Nie Yan as an ordinary thief. Tuoba and Forthright had witnessed Nie Yan's capabilities for themselves. Maybe he really could sneak into the central hall by relying on his skills. If you find any paladin equipment, save them for me, Tuoba said. He was a bit impressed by Nie Yan for daring to explore such a dangerous place. Me too. I need warrior equipment, Forthright loudly chimed in from the side. I'm just going inside to take a look. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to bring anything back, Nie Yan replied. He was also going there for the sake of retrieving the chapter of justice. As for other things, they'd be truly difficult to obtain. But who could know for certain? He might encounter just some amazing treasure inside. No problem, just keep it in mind. Well, we'll be heading back first, Tuoba said. There was no point in them staying here any longer. Sure. Nie Yan nodded. Tuoba and Forthright definitely couldn't progress any further today, unless they were somehow able to bring some people back here to clear out the ash-cloaked heretics in a short span of time. See ya later, pal. Remember to get me a few pieces of warrior equipment, Forthright said with a wide grin. Don't worry. If I find any warrior equipment, I'll definitely save them for you. Nie Yan chuckled. He felt Forthright's character truly matched his name, straightforward and without any hidden schemes. He had a good impression of Tuoba and Forthright. They were certainly people worth befriending. Although Nie Yan had reincarnated, he didn't feel his skills would allow him to trump over everyone. Even so, having knowledge of the future possessed one very large advantage, and that was the ability to recruit various heaven-defying talents to his side. With Tuoba and Forthright in the guild, Ass-Kickers United gained 2 more experts. Taking out a return scroll each, Tuoba and Forthright began activating them. 20 seconds later, they were whisked away with 2 brilliant flashes of light.